Chapter 201 Stormy Party. Trend. First line City Shabak. In the weapons store. Looking at the 3-9 Talis Wuji stick in his hand. Qin Hung couldn't help but laugh. Qin Hung spent almost a whole day in order to upgrade this weapon, and the 2/8 wand. It started at 10 o'clock in the morning the first day. And now it's past 8 o'clock in the morning. It's really not easy. Fortunately, he is a master. So it doesn't matter if he stays up all day and all night. The main reason is that I am always in a state of tension and tired. Besides, his body was already protesting that he was hungry. I originally planned to go out for something to eat at around 12 o'clock in the evening. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. And it was always irregular. Qin Hung didn't dare to upgrade the weapons. He admires Feng Shigua now. As an ordinary person, he never goes offline to upgrade weapons. This endurance and perseverance are absolutely awesome. Who knows whose girl can marry him in the future? That would be so happy. That's right. I've been upgrading weapons here for a day. Why didn't I see Feng Shigua coming to upgrade? Could it be that he was promoted in his own city of Shabak because he was afraid of being disturbed? Feng Shigua is very arrogant. And he is ranked 7th in arrogance. In this way, he may upgrade his weapons to Shabak in the 7th line. Another day, take a few people with you and kill him in the weapons shop. I think it will drive him crazy. After thinking wildly for a moment, Qin Hung once again focused his attention on the Wuji stick in his hand. Still continue to upgrade? It's definitely not okay. It's been a day. If he doesn't go out, Mingyue's wife might think something happened to him. Besides, even if he continues to level up, he won't be able to level up this 3/9 infinity stick for the time being. If you want to upgrade this weapon again, you must first upgrade at least 3 Wuji sticks with an additional value of 8 or more. In this way, when there is a 5-in-a-row break, it is better to throw these weapons at 8 first. But if they are not successful, the success rate is higher if you throw the weapons that at 9 last. Prepare 3 Wuji sticks plus 8, which are still few. It is best to have 5 Wuji sticks plus 9. After breaking 5 handfuls in a row, throw them in one by one. And there will always be one that reaches 10. Upgrading weapons is actually gambling. Another thing is to have strong financial resources. For example, if you have 100 Wuji sticks that at 9, you don't even need any pads. Just go up one by one. Anyway, if you want to upgrade a high-level weapon, the best way is to accumulate a bunch of weapons first. For example, if the original 3/5 promise stick is upgraded to 10 3/6 ones, then these can be upgraded to 3/7. Then after accumulating 10 hands on March 7th, it is very promising to rise to March 8th. If I accumulate 10 more March 8ths, I'll have a great chance of getting to 9. And so on. Of course, you may not need 10, but you need at least 3 to achieve a high success rate, like Qin Hung did before. Going directly to the top requires a high level of practical experience in addition to the mentality of giving it a try. Just add some luck. Otherwise, there is a lot of hope that it will be shattered. Thinking of this, Qin Hung had to admire Feng Shigua again. This guy has never been exposed to legends, but he can upgrade to 1/7 Silver Snake, in addition to having strong financial resources. The other party must also have found a unique method. How did Qin Hung know that the reason why Feng Shigua was able to upgrade to advanced weapons was entirely because he had a vague sixth sense? The world is big and there are many strange people, and strange people. Qin Hung could not have imagined that it was so normal. Just like other players. How could they possibly think that he would have unlimited warehouses? Will there be an official position system? Will there be eternal snow and frost? All worlds, no matter which one, are unfair. Just like Qin Hung's previous life. Someone was born the son of the richest man. Some people are born as the son of a negative person. There is only one word difference between the two. But they are worlds apart. Shaking his head, Qin Hung packed up all the equipment. The mage character still changed into high defense equipment before exiting the game. Huh? Junior brother Qin, you are finally up. Seeing Qin Hung getting up, Chuinju and others immediately greeted him with a smile. This young man sleeps all day long. And they are also anxious. After going up to visit several times, they were all fast asleep. So they had no choice but to wait patiently. After washing up, when she sat down at the dining table, Mingyu was already waiting there with a smile. Xiao Qin, I accompanied my father and others to greet the guests yesterday, so I didn't come back all day. But you have to eat. Mingyu's tone was a bit like a wife explaining to her husband why she didn't go home. But she was worried that no one would take care of her husband at home. When she came back this morning, she heard Chuinju and the others saying that Qin Hung hadn't eaten all day because of her absence. I was suddenly surprised and happy. The little man seems to be jealous. Qin Hung was a little speechless. He just couldn't go offline because he wanted to upgrade his weapons. Why did he suddenly stop eating because he missed Mingyu? However, he didn't bother to explain. He just smiled and said, "Oh," he asked casually. "Are those people gone?" While asking questions, he wolfed down the food. People are iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will feel hungry. The Grandmaster needs a lot of energy every day, and he will be really hungry if he doesn't take food to supplement his energy. No, it can't be that fast. They all want to hit Xianyuan. Eat slowly. No one will fight with you. Don't choke. Chanju, tell the kitchen to cook more dishes. Mingyu chewed a piece of huchong and gave instructions casually, but her eyes were fixed on the man in front of her. Immortal fate. She very much suspected that Qin Hung was the immortal who treated her father, but without evidence. Suspicion is just suspicion. Now that she took the initiative to bring it up, she naturally wanted to see if the little man had any special reaction. Unfortunately, she didn't see any movement in the man opposite. To be honest, this dead ghost only had food in his eyes, and was eating and drinking all over the place. He only glanced at her secretly. Well, not bad. My makeup is not white. After giving Qin Hung a big chicken drumstick, she ate silently, still chewing slowly and in a ladle-like manner. After Qin Hingming finished several bowls of rice, he took a white towel and wiped his mouth. After taking a sip of water, he asked, "Immortal fate? Are there any immortals here?" Mingyu smiled and said, "Of course. The immortal healed my father and many victims." The two of them continued to chat, and Qin Hung continued to ask casually, "Who are the specific people here?" "Well, quite a few major sects have come here, such as the Shaolinshan sect, the Shinjo sword sect, the Tianao sect, the Fu sect, the Yuan sect, the Jueqing palace, the Kagura sect, etc. among the 20 major sects. In terms of countries, the great powers came from neighboring Qi, Yan, Xiao, and Han. Some small countries also sent people over." Mingyu thought for a moment and said slowly, "Oh, no one from other big countries has come?" Qin Hung bit into a roast chicken. "Not yet," Mingyu replied. Qin Hung felt a little disappointed when he heard this. He was also wondering if Qin State had sent someone over. If so, you have to go wander around for a while. He continued to ask casually, "Oh, are you going to be very busy these days?" "Well, major forces gathered together, and many people stayed in our Fengyu Tower and Chanyu Tower. I also have to greet some distinguished guests. Do you need help?" Qin Hung almost said these words, but he swallowed them again. "Depend on. If you say so. Doesn't it mean that you are throwing yourself into a trap?" When the conversation changed, he changed his words and asked, "No way. You also have to go drink with me?" "Well, I'm just going to toast and go through the motions." After saying this, Mingyu glanced at Qin Heng's reaction and saw that there was nothing unusual about him, and she was relieved in her heart. "These people come here with ulterior motives. Can we handle them? Will anything go wrong?" Qin Hung said with a slight frown. "Ha ha. Don't worry. We can handle it." Mingyu smiled slightly, without showing the slightest trace of worry on her face. But in fact, this time all forces gathered in Fengyu City was a great test for Fengyu sect. The birth of an immortal is a big event. Originally, Fengyu women thought that since she was on the lap of an immortal, she could grow in peace for a while. But the major forces swarmed in, which was beyond Fengyu sect's expectations. Fengyu women is a descendant of the Song dynasty, and it should have been the right thing to develop in secret. For example, they have been hiding behind the Fengyu sect, and others just thought it was the Fengyu sect. But now they have become the target of everyone's investigation, which is very dangerous. Coupled with the immortal incident, these people will definitely try their best to find traces of the immortal. If there really were immortals, none of this would be a problem. If there is no immortal fate, for example, it is actually just caused by the little man in front of me, then Fengyu sect would be even more dangerous. Extremely dangerous. As long as these powerful forces cannot find traces of the immortal, they will definitely do something outrageous to test the existence of the immortal. The fastest way is to provoke Fengyu sect, because it is said that the master of Fengyu sect was favored by the immortal, cured him, and killed the people of Yin sect on the spot. It's clear that he is protecting Fengyu sect. But legends are legends after all. No matter how brilliant it is, if you don't see it with your own eyes, others won't believe it. They are still polite now, but once their patience disappears, Fengyu sect will be on the cusp of the storm. Someone will definitely test it. After the test, if Feng Yu sect really does not have the protection of the immortals, it is very likely that the coming big forces will take the opportunity to swallow up even the dregs. But this is also an opportunity for Feng Yu sect. If there really is an immortal who manifests his holiness in front of the major forces, then Feng Yu sect will usher in an opportunity for rapid development. Even with the help of immortals, it is possible to restore the country. Of course, Mingyu would not say these words to the little man in front of her. What if it was a little man pretending to be a fairy? She said. Let the little man pretend to be another major force? It must be very dangerous. But if she wasn't pretending to be a little man, she would just make the other party more troubled by what she said. But now Qin Hung is still a little man in her eyes. He has already noticed that Mingyu is worried. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking questions today. Thinking with her toes, Mingyu is probably also having a headache with so many powerful forces. Qin Hung was just an otaku in his previous life and lacked experience in this area. He could not imagine the danger of so many powerful forces gathering together. But he could feel that Mingyu's heart was in confusion. There is also a look of worry hidden in the eyes. However, since Mingyu didn't speak, it was hard for him to say anything. Just chatting with each other. During this meal, Qin Hung pooped very quickly at first because he was too hungry. After he calmed down, Mingyu obviously felt that his eating speed had slowed down a lot. Always pestering her to chat intentionally or unintentionally. Mingyu was very upset. And she was certainly happy that the little man could accompany her to relieve her boredom. Talking about Qin Hung's super photographic memory ability, Qin Hung said with a smile, Sister Yu, I'm not bragging. Whatever you teach me to do, I can read it over and over again. This is no longer a secret. In order to make the other party happy, Qin Hung naturally said it casually. Really? How about, after dinner, you accompany me to the Xioi Pavilion in the door? Mingyu invited. Xioi Pavilion? A place where clothes are made. Do you want me to make clothes for you? Xioi Pavilion. Qin Hung heard from Neo Air that this was an important pavilion in Feng Yu sect, specializing in various trendy styles of women's and men's clothing. After all, Feng Yu clan's main focus is Feng Yu elegant affairs, and all kinds of trendy clothes come from them. And another one comes from Kagura clan. Kagura Gate's business is of the same nature as Fujetsu Gate's. It's just that in recent years, Feng Yu sect has gradually overtaken Kagura sect by relying on Feng Yu City. He became the leader in the Feng Yu business in the entire Chinese continent. The first brother. Of course, the mainland of China is very big, and there are more than just these two companies doing Feng Yu business. There are also Feng Yu forces. Large and small. Simply countless. It can be as big as Fujetsu Gate and Kagura Gate, or as small as those spring towers. Ah! Ha. What kind of clothes can you make? I'm just taking you to see it, and let you try on some of the latest clothes. See how it goes, Mingyu said with a smile. Trying on clothes? Qin Hung was stunned. Yes. You also know that more and more powerful forces are gathering in Feng Yu City. As landlords, we naturally have to treat them as landlords. Then what we wear is very important. After all, we are Feng Yu sect. Dominate the continent's dressing style. But this time, we received news that Kaguraman has designed more than 10 new clothes, which are expected to be worn at this time. If they suppress our limelight, my Feng Yu sect's clothing business will be greatly damaged. Textile clothing is also a major source of income for Feng Yu sect. Why does the young master, who is the #1 young lady every year, lead the dressing trend in China? Not just for sale. Selling all kinds of trendy clothes. This is another major business of Feng Yu sect. Although, if things go wrong this time, Feng Yu sect will be swallowed clean. But haven't we reached that point yet? Some people want to start things off, such as competing for trends. Then Feng Yu sect must take over first and win. Otherwise, if the other immortals' affairs are over, the income from this clothes will be greatly reduced, which is not worth the gain. If you want to restore the country, you will need huge financial resources. Romantic business, textiles, trading firms, alchemy and pharmaceuticals, animal husbandry. As long as there is money to be made, Feng Yu sect is involved. Okay, I'll go with you to take a look. Qin Hung nodded. Eat other people's food, drink other people's food, and sleep with other people's food every day. Now go help with the fitting. Qin Hung can still do it. Besides, after upgrading the weapons all day yesterday, my spirits have been tense. So it would be nice to relax now. Seeing Qin Hung agreeing, Mingyue's smile became brighter obviously. No matter what happens in the future, this man is at least willing to help her now. This is a good start. The two of them finished eating. It should be said that Qin Hung was full. But Mingyu was not sure. Anyway, after dinner, Mingyu pulled Qin Hung up and wanted to fly. Wait! Can you give me a mask? Sister you! Qin Hung has not forgotten that he has a big enemy outside. His appearance is too unbelievable. If he goes out like this, there will be a mixed bag of fish and dragons in Fengyu City. And there might be spies from the enemy. It's better to be careful. Mask? Okay. Mingyu glanced at Qin Heng's face and nodded slightly. Yes. I almost forgot. This little man is so handsome. If he goes out without a mask, he will be noticed by some princess later, which will cause trouble. Chuinju quickly brought a red clown mask. There were various performances in Fengyu Tower, and there were a lot of clown masks. After putting on the mask, Mingyu smiled and pulled Qin Hung up, flying through the air. Ah! Sister you! I'm afraid! Qin Hung muttered and hugged Mingyu tightly. Anyway, I've hugged him once before, so he's a bit familiar with it. Feeling the little man's breath, Mingyu trembled slightly, with a blush on her face. She didn't say anything in the end. She liked this feeling very much. The main gate of Fengyu Gate is located in the center of Fengyu City. The entire Fengyu City is actually constantly expanding around Fengyu Gate, becoming bigger and bigger. If Mingyu took Qin Hung and flew there at high speed, it would probably take more than 10 seconds. But I was surprised that she didn't arrive after flying for more than a minute. The two of them looked at the busy city below as if they were walking in the air. At this time, the whole city was busy with traffic. Early in the morning, the cleaners had already cleaned the entire street. In order to welcome this group of distinguished guests, Fengyu Sect has issued notices to all the various gangster forces in the city in the past 2 days. They are not allowed to fight in the city during this period. At the least, they will be driven out of Fengyu City. And at worst, they will be killed without mercy. Under this high pressure, Fengyu City ushered in a long-lost peace. The whole city showed a prosperous scene. In fact, Fengyu Sect also thought about reorganizing all the original forces here. But because many refugees are unwilling to join Fengyu Sect, if you force it, it will get a bad reputation if word spreads. Besides, the Song family was originally of royal blood and knew the consequences of messing with the people. So, just ignore those ruffians. They will oppress whomever they want to oppress. Those who can't survive will naturally join Fengyu Sect. This is also a strategy. But now the trend has changed. The master of Fengyu Sect personally rescued the victims, and the immortal appeared to support Fengyu Sect. This has greatly changed the impression that many people in Fengyu City have on Fengyu Sect. On that day, countless people lined up in a long queue to join Fengyu Sect. From that day on, many people joined Fengyu Sect every day, which greatly excited the people of the Song family. Therefore, it is urgent to rectify Fengyu City. This time, other big forces happened to come over to have fun and visit. So Fengyu Sect took the opportunity to tidy things up. Either join Fengyu Sect, or just lie down and don't move. If anyone continues to do evil things like before, Fengyu Sect will not turn a blind eye. It can be said that the appearance of the immortal not only affects the nerves of the entire continent, but also affects the Fengyu Sect on an unknown path. Qin Hung hugged Mingyu and looked at the street below. He didn't forget to open the game map to check. The main thing is to see if there are any little red dots. If there are any, he doesn't mind taking a walk at night, no matter if he is from the hidden sect or his enemy. As long as he is a red dot. Kill them all. The red dot is gone. He is safe. Needless to say, he found several little red dots along the way, with a bright moon nearby. It was difficult for him to check, so he had to wait until night. As for who was killed, Qin Hung didn't care very much. They're all just minions, so they probably can't ask anything. The beautiful journey is always short. The two of them took their time and flew to the sky above Fengyu Gate. When they were almost over Fengyu Gate, Mingyu wanted to break Qin Heng's hand. She felt that the two of them had not reached this point yet, and it might have a bad impact if people in the gate saw them. But Qin Hung was so panicked that he refused to let go of her waist, leaving her speechless for a while. I had no choice but to sigh and let him go. If a disciple in the sect sees him and his father asks about it, forget it. Isn't this exactly the effect you want? Thinking of her father's decision yesterday, Mingyu gritted her teeth, gently hugged the man in his arms and fell down. Fengyu Gate is very big, covering an area several times larger than Fengyu Tower. Pavilions, courtyards, martial arts venues, etc. are layered below. The sound of breaking through the air made the guards raise their heads. The next moment, several guards at the gate widened their eyes. Oh my god! What did they see? They actually saw the second lady carrying a man back. Before they could say anything, Mingyu had already hugged Qin Hung and flew over the gate at low altitude and flew inside. Along the way, countless Fengyu sect disciples looked at this scene with surprised eyes. There were even many distinguished guests wearing unusual clothes. Din was drinking tea in the courtyard. At this time, he was also looking at this scene in surprise. Then, a thoughtful look appeared on his face, which finally turned into a joking look. He stopped drinking tea and quickly followed Mingyu inside, as if preparing to watch a show. View the platform. This is the highest pavilion in the entire Fengyu sect, and it has been built into an elegant place by Fengyu sect, specially used for modern distinguished guests, etc. At this time, there was a group of impressive young men and young ladies in different clothes sitting here drinking tea, and there were maids waiting beside them. Look at their costumes. Among them, there are monks, Taoist priests, warlocks, swordsmen, and a group of brightly dressed boys and girls. If there are old Yotio who have been around in the world here, they will definitely recognize that these people are the leaders of this generation of young people in mainland China. They are all role models for the younger generation of all major sects. The more powerful group of boys and girls were the princes and princesses of the 4 nearby countries: Qi, Yan, Zhao and Han. These people all follow their elders to seek immortality. They heard that an immortal appeared in Fengyu City, so of course they would be happy to come and have a look. Immortals have not been born in China mainland for many years. For many years, those 9-star Grand Masters who knew that there was no hope of breaking through the immortal mirror had traveled across the ocean, or leaped over thousands of years of snow-capped mountains, etc., to try their luck elsewhere. Therefore, immortals are really a rarity in China mainland. Many important activities, both overt and covert, were suspended due to the sudden appearance of the immortal. Before you know the temper of this immortal, you can't do some things. At this time, a group of people were sitting around the group of boys and girls in the middle, chatting and laughing. In China mainland, sects are powerful, and the top 20 major sects can even rule many small countries. Become their sect that protects the country. Extraordinary status. But these powerful sects are far inferior to the powerful 7 kingdoms. Not to mention the most powerful Qin state. Even the weakest South Korea here is stronger than the top 20 sects. A large sect may have 1 or 2 9-star masters, or 3 or 4. But a powerful royal family must at least start with 10 people. Otherwise, how can it be so powerful? Suppress all the Jianghu sects, large and small. In China mainland, the royal family has the resources of an entire country and the accumulation of 9-star grandmasters, which is really not something that the sect can compare with. Therefore, the proud sons of the sect who are present must do the flattery regardless of whether they want it in their hearts or not. At this time, a prince with a beautiful face spoke. He was the 3rd prince of Qi Kingdom's generation. Qi Xian, 7-star grandmaster cultivation level. TSK. Don't tell me. That Mingyu is indeed very beautiful. If it weren't for the issue of identity, this prince would have participated in this Fengyu marriage. Romantic marriage. This was brought up by the Fengyu sect master when he entertained them yesterday. I want to choose one of the top talents who come this time to be my son-in-law. Ha ha. Brother Qi is right. It's a pity that old man Fengyu is unwilling to marry Mingyu as his concubine. Otherwise, I would be very satisfied. The person speaking was the 5th prince of the Zhao kingdom, Zhao Kuang, who was cultivated as a 7-star grandmaster. Ha ha. Mingyu is indeed good, but I don't know which of the brothers here will be favored. The speaker was the 4th prince of the Yan kingdom, Yan Wuji. After speaking, he glanced at the more than 20 disciples from various major sects around him. Among this group of people, apart from Shaolin Shenzong and Jueqing Palace, there are quite a few who are interested in Mingyu. After all, Mingyu is the jewel in the eye of the Fengyu sect's leader, and the Fengyu sect's leader has no heirs. Whoever marries Mingyu will get at least half of the Fengyu sect's huge wealth in the future. In addition, if there is really an immortal behind Fengyu sect, this will be even more awesome. This is a big fat piece of meat. Who wouldn't want it? These princes also had the idea of taking Mingyu as their concubine. Unfortunately, the Fengyu sect master seemed a little unhappy. But if something is uncertain, who can say for sure? If they are sure that there is an immortal standing behind Fengyu Gate, they can marry Mingyu Ming matchmaker without taking any concubines. After the words of the princes, except for the monks, the people from the Jueqing Palace, and some women, everyone else's eyes flashed, each thinking, ha ha, it's not like you have no chance. Dear brothers, Fengyu sect master hasn't said anything about death either. You still have a great chance. The speaker was a beautiful woman in her 20s and prime. Han Mi, the 7-star Grandmaster. She is the 5th princess of South Korea. And she also came here this time. Ha ha. Where? I don't have such thoughts. Yan Wuji glanced at Han Mi with a trace of fire in his eyes. This Han Mi was also pretty and charming, and was also the prey of many of their princes. However, in the hearts of the princes, Mingyu was obviously more important than Han Mi in front of him. Although the other party is a princess. How many Korean royal princesses are there? Marrying her is actually a good-looking person on the outside. But for improving one's own hard power, it is not as big as Mingyu. Mingyu. This is a real family with money. Nowadays, Fengyu sect does a wide range of business, and specializes in the most profitable Fengyu business. This wealth is absolutely huge. Yes, all the princes are among the best. It will be easy to win over Miss Mingyu. At this time, a young man with a dignified appearance, carrying a simple long sword on his back, spoke. He is the 3rd senior brother of the younger generation of the Shinjo sword sect, Wang Hong. As for the eldest brother and 2nd brother, they are the future pillars of the sect and will not come here. Just like these princes and princesses, although their status is noble, they are not the most favored in the royal family. Those who are favored don't need to come to seek immortality. Even so, the identities of this group of people are completely different from those of ordinary people. Huh? Is that Miss Mingyu? Who is the man next to her? While everyone was complimenting each other, suddenly a monk who had never cared much about the bright moon and looked at the sky in a daze let out a light sigh. This monk is none other than the 3rd senior brother of the younger generation of Shaolin Shinzong, Hui Kong. As a monk in mainland China, you cannot get married and have children. This time, he and several junior brothers came with the elders of the sect, just to have a chance to meet the immortal. As for Mingyu, it has nothing to do with who he wants to marry or whom he marries. His mind has long been cultivated to the point of cutting off desires. Otherwise, he would not have become a Shaolin master so quickly. Shaolin Kung Fu emphasizes that there should be no desire, greed, etc. If you don't cut these off, you won't be able to become a master. Following Huijin's soft sigh, others turned their heads and looked towards the sky. In an instant, everyone watched as the bright moon flew down in the air with a man in its arms. Everyone suddenly looked at each other. Just now, everyone was discussing whose family Mingyu Hua will fall into. Now that she is better, Mingyu openly came back with a man in her arms. What a nonsense discussion. Oh! Ho ho ho! Did I read that correctly? Miss Mingyu actually came back with a man in her arms. Is that her man? Han Mi said with a gloating smile. This bunch of dead men were discussing Mingyu here after breakfast, completely ignoring the existence of her as a princess. We've been discussing it all morning. It's fine now. Is it a slap in the face? I don't know who will feel pain. Ha ha. It's obvious. Mingyu already has someone in mind. From the looks of it, they are probably very close. Do you see clearly? Where were the hands of that man just now? The speaker was the 6th princess of the Yin kingdom, Yan Yu, who was also a 7-star grandmaster. This man didn't speak for a long time, but as soon as he spoke, all the men present felt as uncomfortable as eating flies. Yes, maybe there is one in my belly. Ha ha. The speaker was a woman with slightly yellowish hair and dressed very fashionably. She is none other than the 2nd disciple of the younger generation of the Kagura sect, Shin Fair. Starting with God is enough to prove the identity of her core disciple. Her colorful clothes could not hide her proud figure. Her shoulders, abdomen, and long legs were all white. This kind of dressing up is unprecedentedly avant-garde in China. The talented people present would meow over from time to time. This person's words were even more degrading, causing the faces of all the men present to darken. Not to mention the mood of these boys and girls at this time. Jin Hung was pulled all the way by Mingyu and flew inside. A group of onlookers followed behind him. When they saw Mingyu and the others entering Shioi Pavilion, they immediately stopped and started talking among themselves. This Fengyu sect master is unreasonable. Doesn't Mingyu have a man? Why do you still arrange a marriage for her? Ha ha. Maybe it was Miss Ming's original love outside. Maybe I haven't told the Fengyu sect master yet that this time I was forced by my father and took the man home directly. Ha ha. Brother, what you said makes sense. I don't know what the princes on the viewing platform think. Ha ha. According to my observation, Miss Mingyu is obviously still in perfect condition, and the princes still have great hope. Ha ha. And that man seems to be only a 1-star warrior. No wonder Miss Mingyu has been hiding this from his father. There are still opportunities for princes and elite disciples from various major sections. Ha ha. I just don't know how the Feng Yusek master should choose. Brush. Mingyu's face turned red as she pulled Qin Hengfei into a huge courtyard. As soon as he entered, the sound of a loom was heard in his ears. This place is very big. Qin Heng glanced over and saw rows of huge workshops. Countless female workers are working hard in front of the looms. Flying further, he saw countless female workers rushing to make various new clothes in other workshops. Mingyu pulled him directly and flew to an accommodation inside. And then stopped. After landing, "Can you let go?" Mingyu asked with a blush. "Arrive?" Qin Heng let go of his hand without saying anything and followed Mingyu in. "Hello, Sister Yu." There are many female employees in this accord. And when they see Mingyu, they all say "Lo." There was only one female worker in the hall, bending over the table to draw on the cloth with red pen and ink. When she heard everyone greeting Mingyu, she didn't even look back and concentrated on doing her own thing. Qin Heng looked from behind and saw that the other party had a good figure and looked promising, wearing a red dress. When she bent over, her curves became even more thrilling. "I just don't know what he looks like." Mingyu glanced at Qin Heng with a slight frown. She clearly felt that the little man's attention was completely focused on the woman in front of him. His hand immediately reached under Qin Heng's waist. Under Qin Heng's surprised gaze, he pinched his flesh and twisted it hard. Qin Heng was speechless. He feels no pain at all. However, he still responded with an exaggerated, "Oh." This time, the woman who was working was finally shocked. "What kind of face is this? Close the moon and shy the flowers." Qin Heng thought of a word, but he immediately looked away, because compared to Mingyu, this woman obviously lost. "Hello, Sister Yu. Who is this?" The woman is very young and looks a little younger than Mingyu. Mingyu took a step forward, pointed at Qin Heng and said, "This is my disciple, Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin. This is Sister Xiao, the supervisor of our Xiaoyi pavilion." "Hello, Sister Xiao." Qin Heng greeted with a smile. Sister Xiao nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Hello. Are you the disciple who was trying on the clothes that Sister Yu said? Your figure looks good. Are you handsome? You don't need to look at your face when trying on clothes, right?" Qin Heng replied calmly. "Well, that's true. Xiaofeng, bring out the 10 new styles I designed." Soon, a maid came over holding 10 sets of clothes. "Come on. Take off your clothes and we'll help you put this on," Sister Xiao said with a smile. Isn't there a changing room?" Qin Heng was a little embarrassed. "I didn't ask you to take off all your clothes. What are you afraid of as a grown man? Are you afraid that we will eat you?" Sister Xiao said hoarsely. Qin Heng turned his head and glanced at Mingyu. Seeing her nodding, he had no choice but to take off his brocade clothes. Silk. Qin Heng stood in a group of women wearing big underpants, and suddenly heard a burst of breathing. This man is dressed in chicken. He looks quite strong and very oppressive. Even the bright moon looks a little blurry. This little man has grown up. "Hey, how do you wear this clothes?" Qin Heng picked up a new style of clothes and was a little dumbfounded. He really doesn't know how to wear it. No wonder Sister Xiao wants him to change here. Let me help you." Sister Xiao and another maid came forward and quickly helped Qin Heng get dressed. Suddenly, a luxurious man wearing a mask appeared in everyone's eyes. "Come, take a few steps and take a look," Sister Xiao said. Qin Heng helplessly walked around the room, causing the girls to comment and chirp. Gave unanimous praise. 10 sets of styles were quickly tried on, and Mingyu was very satisfied with them. She asked excitedly, "Where are the women's clothes? Where are the new women's clothes? Bring them over and let me try them on." "Sister Yu tries on the clothes herself?" Sister Xiao was slightly shocked and looked at Qin Heng next to her. Thoughtfully, 10 sets of women's clothing were quickly brought over. As a result, something happened that made Qin Heng depressed. Mingyu did not change clothes in front of him, but went into a small room. After changing, she came out and walked around for him to evaluate. "This dress is of average style and not attractive. This one is the same. It doesn't make people want to leave. This one is even more vulgar. If I take one look at it, unless the person is a beautiful woman, I will never look at it a second time. What is this thing? It doesn't even reflect the beauty of women. How can it attract men's attention?" As Mingyu wore each piece of clothing for Qin Heng to comment on, all the clothes were reduced to nothing by Qin Heng. Sister Xiao, who designed these clothes, turned dark when she heard that. If Mingyu didn't look at Qin Heng weirdly, she would have cursed him long ago. When the last piece of clothing she was most proud of was once again criticized as useless by Qin Heng, she finally broke out. "Sister Yu, He doesn't understand clothes or appreciate them at all. Judging from his tone, he is still a young boy. Right? For you to ask him to comment is simply an insult to me. Mingyu smiled slightly. Sure. Don't worry. He really doesn't understand. These clothes are really good. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Thank you for your hard work. After receiving Mingyu's high praise, Xiao's face finally turned from gloomy to clear. Looking at Qin Hung with pride. Her family has been famous tailors for 8 generations, and the clothes she designs are absolutely amazing. Unexpectedly, Qin Hung did not criticize her, but said seriously to Mingyu, Sister Yu, what I said is true. These clothes really cannot reflect the beauty of a woman. For a time traveler who has seen all kinds of modern clothing, Qin Hung found these rustic clothes to be completely uninteresting. Hee hee. This young boy is really excited. Sister Xiao suppressed her anger and said, Junior brother Xiao Qin, what kind of clothes can reflect the beauty of a woman? Qin Hung was silent for a moment, saying nothing, but frowning slightly, as if he was thinking. Mingyu didn't say anything. The little man could just say whatever he wanted. It wouldn't get in the way anyway. She was a little curious about what different opinions this little man would have. Unexpectedly, Qin Hung was silent for a while, then stepped forward, picked up the brush, and said, I can't tell you the specifics. I'll draw a few styles for you to see. After saying this, he began to draw on a piece of cloth. Qin Hung was a fashion designer in his previous life? Of course not. He doesn't understand design at all. But now, he has a skill necklace. Chapter 202 Genius. Frank. Crazy Leveling. Level 42. Fengyu Gate. In Xioi Pavilion. Qin Hung frowned slightly, and slowly started painting on a piece of blue cloth with a red paintbrush. Naturally, what he painted was those trends in his previous life. In his previous life, he was not a fashion designer, but just a super otaku. But that doesn't mean he hasn't seen it or seen it. Qin Hung couldn't draw those original costumes even if he had seen them. After all, it requires profound skills. Even if you can draw, it will definitely be a mess. But with a skill necklace, none of this is a problem. Skill necklace. With full understanding. You can learn martial arts after watching it once. You can even understand the inner workings of others, let alone this small costume design. Although Qin Hung had never seen anyone else draw in his previous life. After seeing the clothes, he only needed to recall the styles of those clothes. And he had a picture of how the clothes were made in his mind. Just like other people's martial arts. Such as the ecstasy palm. To outsiders, it is just a ball of dazzling light wrapping the palm. And nothing else can be seen. But Qin Hung, who has a skill necklace, can immediately understand the operation root of the opponent's internal and mental power. From the internal movement to the display. Perfect deciphering. The same is true for clothing. If you think about the style, you will have more ideas in your mind about how to make it. This is the incredible thing about skill necklaces. No matter what kind of thing. As long as I have seen it, I can learn it. However, it was the first time Qin Hung drew this thing. Although he had the pattern in his mind, he was still slow to start writing. Because there is no room for sloppiness in a good work. If you draw more and make it longer, it will be different. With the bright moon beside him, Qin Hung's attention became more concentrated. Who doesn't want to show off in front of the woman he likes? In fact, he should have continued to keep a low profile. It's just that his strength is already close to that of an 8-star Grandmaster. In fact, it is not a problem at all for him to crush the 8 stars now. When your own safety is guaranteed, there is nothing wrong with showing off this kind of soft power. If Feng Yusek felt that he was easy to bully and forced him to do something, the worst case scenario is to become invisible. Pat your butt and leave. Who in Feng Yusek can stop him? If he doesn't kill Feng Yusek, it's because the other party saved him. Of course, this is the worst plan. It seems that we are far from that step yet. And he felt that Mingyu really seemed to like him a little bit. Originally, he always felt that the evil bitch Mingyu wanted him to be the son-in-law. But after he cured young Master Lu Yun, he still left him to teach him various martial arts knowledge. It gradually gave him a new view of the bright moon. Especially just now. When he hugged Mingyu, he hugged her even harder than last time. That's really manipulative and taking advantage at will. This is actually a kind of temptation. How about testing the other person's feelings? If the other party doesn't have that kind of interest in me, he will definitely stop him in a hurry. Fortunately, Mingyu only turned slightly red and let him do whatever he wanted. In these ancient times where the three views were very strong, except between husband and wife, which girl would let you do whatever you want? What's more, this is a baifume. Some people may also think that Mingyu is a licentious woman who is so open to men. But Qin Heng doesn't think so. The top young lady of Fengyu sect usually only sells her art but not her body. Let alone the daughter of the sect owner. Therefore, considering various factors, no matter how nerdy or dull Qin Heng is, he understands one thing. Mingyu really likes herself. Although the two parties are 8 years older. For the Grandmaster, this age gap is not a problem. As a time traveler, he doesn't really care. Therefore, Qin Heng's mentality at this time completely regarded Mingyu as his own woman. It is the desire of every man to be able to show his talent in front of his woman. On the other side, Mingyu watched the little man lower his head and concentrated on designing. And was also thinking about it. No matter how the little man is designed, a man who concentrates on his work is fascinating. So much so that she didn't pay attention to what the little man was drawing. She just stared at his focused back. Dazed, Mingyu is a nymphomaniac. But Xior is not. Glancing at the nymphomaniac Mingyu, Xior was speechless for a while. Sister Yu is finished this month. She has fallen. Is this stinky man so good? Just a one-star warrior. Just now, he even said that my design was useless. I want to see what kind of flowers you can draw. I guess I can't even write. So don't blame me for being venomous. Cursing hard in her heart, Xior stepped forward and looked at what Qin Heng had drawn with mocking eyes. After this glance, Xior's originally mocking eyes instantly became dull. And then she was shocked. The mouth opened wider and wider, gradually becoming an O. Looks like he can swallow a steamed bun in one bite. She was really completely shocked at this time. Although the man in front of me has not finished painting yet, the pattern outlined is absolutely professional. It's not the mess she imagined. At this level, you can tell he is an expert at first glance. Could it be that I really blamed him wrongly? Can he really design a better style? Suo felt pregnant for the first time. Impossible. I am the top fashion designer in the continent. In the past few years, I have designed all the latest fashion styles in the mainland. No one can compare to me. Nobody. Not to mention a young boy like him, who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. She was roaring in her heart. But her eyes were fixed on Qin Heng's strokes. At this time, the surrounding ladies also gathered around. When they saw Qin Heng's pattern, they were also shocked. This man is not just talking nonsense. The reaction of Xior and the others surprised the nymphomaniac Mingyu. It can shock even the most awesome Xior in the continent. Could it be that the little man really designed some high-quality clothes? She moved forward slightly, took a closer look, and was even more shocked. She also knows about design. But she's not that professional. But that doesn't mean she can't understand. Not bad. The little man does seem to have 2 brushes. Just when Qin Heng was concentrating on drawing the pattern, 2 people suddenly fell down in the courtyard. 1 man and 1 woman. Although the man is middle-aged, he does not look old at all and looks handsome. The girl, Chen Yuluyan, was dressed dignifiedly and looked somewhat similar to Mingyu. These 2 people were Song Yuan, the master of Fengyu sect, and her wife, Zhou Qiyu. Zhou Qiaoyu is the biological mother of Song Mingyu and Song Qiuyue. The 2 people hurried over with angry faces. Naturally they got the news. My daughter Mingyu is back holding a man. This is simply unreasonable. It's so crazy. How dare you cuddle and cuddle like this without going to the church to get married? Unlucky family. It's immoral. With so many powerful people watching, even our ancestors would be embarrassed. Seeing the crowd of pointing and eating melons gathered around outside Shiui Pavilion, Song Yuan and his wife felt dizzy. Originally, with so many powerful forces coming to Fengyu City, Song Yuan already had a headache. Naturally, he knew the intentions of these big forces. Find out the truth about the immortal. But where is the immortal? Song Yuan doesn't know either. After the immortal helped him heal his injuries that day, he disappeared. It never appeared again. Now these people come to meet the immortal. If they can't find the immortal, they will definitely provoke Fengyu sect step by step. If one of them is not good, the entire Fengyu sect will be crushed and annihilated by them. In desperation, he, his wife and others discussed overnight and decided to marry Fengyu sect with a large sect or royal family. It had better be royalty. Because unless a large sect disciple is the son of the sect leader, it is really useless if he is just a disciple. But Zhou Qiaoyu was also afraid that her precious daughter would suffer a loss if she married into the royal family as a concubine. Therefore, another rule was stipulated that daughters could not be used as concubines. As a result, after this regulation was implemented, all the princes immediately retreated. No matter how powerless the prince is, it is difficult for his wife to make decisions on her own. This time, he froze. When the couple was thinking about how to recruit this son-in-law, a disciple suddenly ran in and said that their daughter Mingyu had returned with a man in her arms. The furious couple suddenly came to the door angrily. I had long heard that my daughter had a pretty boy in Fengyu Tower. I just heard that the two of them didn't do anything out of the ordinary during the meal. So the couple didn't care. It's fine now. And my daughter came back directly holding each other in her arms. The intention is obvious. That is, I don't agree with their marriage. Now that my daughter has come back openly with a man in her arms. What do the disciples of the sect think? What do the royal disciples think? Even if my daughter is still a cucumber girl, she won't be able to do it if she doesn't become a concubine. If this marriage fails, Fengyu sect will be in dire straits. Thinking of this, the couple was extremely angry with the pretty boy. He immediately came over to see what kind of charm this pretty boy had. And he actually fascinated his daughter. Brush. As soon as the two landed, they immediately walked towards the hall. The heavy footsteps made Mingyu frown. The little man was concentrating at this moment, and could not be disturbed. She turned her head and looked back angrily, and was stunned for a moment. Father! Mother! However, she reacted immediately, raised an index finger, and put it in front of her mouth, making a silent gesture. Song Yuan and his wife, who were originally filled with murderous intent, suddenly paused. They looked at their daughter, and then at Qin Heng, who was drawing something. After looking at the shocked Xiao and a circle of excited Xiao Nu, the originally angry face suddenly softened. The two of them naturally knew their own clothing industry. At this moment, it was obvious that the hateful boy was designing clothes. It would shock even Xiao, the master of clothing making. And there are probably two brushes. They also understand not to disturb each other at this time. Holding back his anger, Zhou Qiaoyu sent a message to ask his daughter. What's going on between you and him? Grandmaster can transmit sounds. Mom, I like him. Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then bravely conveyed the message. Like it? Why do you like it? He is just a one-star warrior. How does he deserve you? Do you know that what you did today will put us in an extremely dangerous situation? But I have been his for a long time. Mingyu's face turned red. Don't talk to me about this. You think your mother is blind. Can't you tell if you are his or not? Zhou Qiaoyu stared. Mom, he is very perceptive and can learn everything he has seen once. His potential is huge. Mingyu continued to score points for her man. Shut up. He has great potential. Can we wait for him to grow up? Mom, Mingyu hesitated whether to reveal the fact that the little man had cured her. Stop him. What's going on with him now? Zhou Qiaoyu asked angrily. He's helping us design new styles of clothes. He's very good. Mingyu doesn't know if the little man can do it. Anyway, just praise him to death first. Zhou Qiaoyu snorted coldly. Humph! So what if you are powerful? A man should stand upright and not do this kind of showman's work. You are confused. Mom, he's also great at other things. Mother and son communicated secretly, chattering. At this moment, Qin Heng raised his head and finally finished drawing a picture. Of course he could feel the two dazzling lights behind him. But the person stopped and there were small green dots again. So he ignored them and continued to draw the next picture. Xiao picked up the painted pattern, stared at it with eyes, gradually showed a look of fanaticism, and opened her mouth wider than before. Mingyu did not continue arguing with her mother, but stepped forward to look at the pattern. Then I was equally shocked. It turned out to be her. The lifelike face was simply sketched by Qin Heng, like a fairy. And the outfit she was wearing was simply amazing. Just a bit explicit. She didn't know what she thought of. But her face gradually turned red. When Zhou Qiaoyu and his wife witnessed this scene, they frowned slightly and curiously took the pattern. Then they were both stunned. Zhou Qiaoyu's face also turned red. She turned around and took a sip secretly. Song Yuan glanced at it and quickly looked away. After reading this pattern, Song Yuan and his wife did not disturb Qin Heng for the time being. A group of people watched Qin Heng from a distance. Soon, in about half an hour, Qin Heng drew a total of 5 pictures. The first 3 pictures are nothing. At best a bit embarrassing. But the last 2 pictures completely subverted the views of everyone present. Seeing all the women present blushing, Song Yuan blushed and looked outside. Okay, that's all. What do you think? Qin Heng put down his brush and looked at everyone with a smile. Song Yuan. He had seen it when he was pretending to be an immortal. The woman next to him seemed to be Mingyu's mother. Mingyu didn't wait for anyone to answer, but took a step forward and said, Xiao Qin, let me introduce you. This is my father. the master of our Feng Yu sect. And this is my mother. Hello, Master. H. Lo. Mrs. Master. Qin Hung bowed respectfully. Song Yuan and his wife nodded. Most of their original anger towards Qin Hung had disappeared after seeing the 5 pictures. This is a talented man, although the talent is used in the wrong place. However, Qin Hung was wearing a mask, which made them a little unhappy. Song Yuan said calmly, "Take off the mask." Qin Hung glanced around. Mingyu waved knowingly to the surrounding Xiao. But Xiao stayed. Xiao is still very reliable. After everyone left, Qin Hung took off his mask. Suddenly, Song Yuan, Zhou Qiaoyu and Xiao's eyes lit up. Handsome man. The 3 of them only had these 3 words at this time. As for how beautiful it is, even the erudite Song Yuan and his wife couldn't find any words to describe it. No wonder my daughter fell into trouble. Qin Hung quickly put on the mask. And Song Yuan and his wife did not stop him. It's better for such a beautiful boy to wear a mask. Otherwise, there are still a large group of powerful forces outside like wolves and tigers. And many of them also like beautiful men. It won't be good if we get entangled in it then. Cough, cough, cough. Song Yuan coughed and said like an elder. Xiao Qin, we will talk about your daughter and my daughter later. Now let me ask you, are these 5 design drawings original to you? There is no such thing as intellectual property rights in mainland China. But if word spreads that it is not original, Feng Yu sect will be embarrassed. Don't worry, owner. They are all original. Qin Hung nodded. He had read thousands of books in Mingyu's room some time ago. Among them is the China Continent's Clothes Encyclopedia, which introduces clothing from all over the China continent. Even belly bands, underwear, and underwear are clearly introduced. But there are absolutely none of these 5. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to draw it. After receiving Qin Heng's affirmative reply, Song Yuan was still uneasy and looked at Xiao again. Xiao, what do you think? Xiao still held the 5 pictures in her hand and looked at them repeatedly. When she heard the question, she raised her head with a fanatical light in her eyes. I've never seen these styles before. Wonderful! It's really an immortal design. These 5 graphic designs completely subverted my understanding. They fully display the beauty of women. If it were produced, this would definitely become popular across the continent. I just don't know if they can accept this style. Yes, it's too explicit. Zhou Qiaoyu nodded in agreement. Mingyu also nodded. But she was thinking in her heart. What is the little man thinking about all day? Can you think of such a thing? I am still painting myself. Could it be that he thinks about himself all day long? Thinking of this, she secretly rejoiced again. Song Yuan nodded and said with a twinkle in his eye, Xiao Qin, can you introduce these 5 designs? Let's talk about my daughter later. These 5 women's clothing items will definitely make huge profits if they are produced. Qin Hung nodded and took the first pattern. What is painted above is the bright moon. And she is wearing a cheongsam. Qin Hung drew it together with the bright moon, which makes people realize the beauty of the clothes even more. Qin Hung said, I named it cheongsam. As he said that, he wrote 2 words under the pattern. Cheongsam. Zhou Xiao nodded. The name is good. It fits its artistic conception. Although the opening below is a bit wide, it is not too revealing. There should be no problem with listing. Qin Hung took another picture, and it still showed the bright moon. However, she is no longer wearing a cheongsam, but a miniskirt. It also comes with stockings, which is so high. Miniskirt, stockings. I hate the sky. These things have never existed in China mainland. At this time, the group appeared for the first time, which shocked everyone's eyes. No wonder people said it was too explicit. In this era, it is impossible for women to dress so openly. Otherwise, she will definitely be called a slut. But don't forget, their Feng Yu Gate is a place of romance. In Feng Yu Tower, the ladies have no problem wearing this. They themselves had the kind of clothing that exposed the navel, which was already very advanced. But the one in front of me obviously brings the beauty of women and the allure of women to the extreme. Especially the grid-like thing seems to have an invisible allure. Qin Hung began to introduce seriously. I named the outfit above jumpsuit and miniskirt. The ones on the lower legs are called stockings. These boots are called hentiango. How do you feel? Song Yuan and his wife were silent. This picture was too weird. They are also people who want identity. Especially Song Yuan, because the painting was of his daughter. He only took one look at it, and did not dare to look further. On the contrary, Zhou Qiaoyu stared at this outfit, and seemed very interested. The painting is really embarrassing. Mingyu punched Qin Hung, and said coquettishly, Several people glanced at each other and remained silent for the time being. Still, Xiao commented, "This combination of clothes, stockings, and boots is the most dazzling combination I have ever seen. It brings a woman's allure to its limit. However, this set of clothes is not expected to be on the market for the time being. However, it can be used in our building. It's easy to go public and gain public recognition. Just make some improvements. For example, this skirt shouldn't be so short. It only needs to reach the knees. And it can be paired with these stockings and boots. When they become popular and get used to it, we can slowly shorten the skirt all the way." When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. Yes, the skirt is too short and the public cannot accept it for the time being. Then change it to a longer length and let the people slowly accept it. Even if they are lengthened, their allure cannot be concealed. Jin Hung took a pattern again. This one also depicts the bright moon, but it is wearing a sailor-like uniform. It's just that he slightly improved it to look more ancient, but still retains the allure of the uniform. "I named this suit youth." Jin Hung didn't say it was a uniform, and others didn't understand. Xiao commented, "Youth? What a good name. This dress, indeed, has a vigorous vitality when worn on the body, making people full of fantasy. There is no problem with this dress. It's just that the skirt area needs to be pulled down a little. Moreover, I feel that it also perfectly displays a woman's figure and has a different kind of allure." Jin Hung took a pattern again. In this pattern, Jin Hung did not draw the head of Mingyu, because the clothes on this top are too avant-garde. What Jin Hung drew was a set of lace mesh one-piece underwear, paired with stockings, lying on the ground. This picture is so alluring. It's so eye-catching. No wonder Jin Hung didn't dare to draw Mingyu's head. He was afraid that the other party would hammer him. Likewise, he doesn't want others to appreciate the other side of his woman. Even the body is painted very differently from Mingyu. It definitely looks different, but it's still tempting. This pattern made all the women present blush, and they didn't dare to look at it after just one glance. This time it was not the bright moon, but Song Yuan picked it up and admired it carefully. Yes, this brings a woman's allure to its fatal limit. But you can't wear this kind of clothes out. Right? Well, I wore this for my men in the house, Jin Hung said calmly. After the words fell, everyone was speechless for a while. But an astonishing light burst out immediately. If you only wear it for your man to see, the sales of this thing will probably explode. In this era, it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If a woman wants to keep a man's heart, if she has a set of clothes like this, it will really make her man go out less often. As for this last pattern, the painting above also shows a headless woman, wearing only panties and a bra. Jin Hung took it and introduced it solemnly. I have read many books, which contain introductions to women's belly bands and small underwear. I didn't think it was ideal, so I created this little bra. I named it bra. There is also this kind of triangular underwear, which I think is more reasonable. This, in fact, after Mingyu and the others saw this pattern, their eyes lit up. After listening to Jin Heng's introduction, Xiao exclaimed, "This is such a fantastic idea. So wonderful. It's so wonderful. This kind of underwear is obviously much more convenient and more attractive than before. As long as this is done well, our women's underwear market will reach an unprecedented height, and we can even monopolize the entire industry." When he said this, everyone's eyes shone brightly. After a while, Zhou Qiaoyu finally said, "Sure. These 5 patterns are top secret and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Also, a batch of Chong Sams have been rushed out in the past 2 days. After all the major forces have arrived in a few days, it will be just in time for the dinner party. Yes, ma'am. Come here you too." After giving instructions to Zhou Qiaoyu waved to Jin Hung and Mingyu. The 4 of them entered the room next to the hall. Jin Hung closed the door anxiously. Is this a showdown with parents? Song Yuan and his wife sat at the table, looking at the 2 young men who were anxious and restless. First, he waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier. Take off the mask. It looks awkward. After Jin Hung took off his mask, Song Yuan said seriously, "Now I ask, and you answer. Do you like him?" "Yes." Mingyu blushed, admitting it in front of Jin Hung for the first time. "Xiao Qin, what about you?" "Yes." Jin Hung did not hesitate. Mingyu admitted that she liked him in front of her family. So why did he hesitate? I guess if he hesitates, Mingyu might be sad. When she heard Jin Hung admit that he liked her, Mingyu's eyes suddenly brightened, and she instantly felt that everything she had done before was worth it. My daughter is 24. Are you still young? Song Yuan continued to ask. I'm 16. 16? She is 8 years older than you. Do you mind? Do not mind. Song Yuan nodded slowly and didn't ask any more questions. Zhou Qiaoyu said slowly, I heard from you that you have a photographic memory and can learn martial arts in one go. You can also design these trendy clothes. Your potential is indeed very high. Qin Heng didn't say anything. Just listened quietly. However, you may not understand the current situation of our Fengyu sect. Because of the immortal. All the major forces gathered here. But where is the immortal? We don't know. And we can't contact him. Even though they are polite now. If they find out that the immortal is not here, and it has nothing to do with us, my Fengyu sect will probably be devoured by them. So, we want Yer to marry one of the princes. Although her aunt was previously married to a prince. That prince has lost power, and has not given us much help. So, knowing this, what can you do for her? If you like someone, you can't say it with your mouth. If you can't even protect her and this family, what's the use of liking her? You are only a one-star warrior. Can you protect her? Can you protect my Fengyu sect? Please answer me. Zhou Qiaoyu's tone was indifferent. But every word was heartbreaking. If Qin Heng was just a one-star warrior, then he would definitely not be able to say anything. There is no guarantee. But he is not. He did not answer immediately, but was thinking about whether to show off his strength. However, he still endured it first, because he wanted to see how Mingyu felt about him. A one-star warrior. How much can you love? At the same time, he also wanted to see what he, a one-star warrior, would face in the end. Therefore, he remained silent. Mom, I won't marry anyone else. I really like him. I believe that he will definitely become the pillar of our Fengyu sect in the future. Mingyu watched the little man remain silent, thinking that her mother's words had hurt him. And she suddenly became a little anxious. The future? If you can't pass this level, where will the future be? Zhou Qiaoyu sighed. The bright moon suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, she said anxiously, You can marry your sister. Isn't your sister not married yet? How can there be any reason to marry your sister first? She has a share. 2. Father. Mingyu wanted to say desperately. Qin Heng was a warlock and had saved herself. But he immediately realized that if Qin Heng only had strong healing ability, what about the rest? Then tell him his secret yourself. Okay. Maybe it will push the little man into danger. In fact, she also wanted to say that Qin Heng might have saved his father. But what to say without evidence? Unless Qin Heng shows his hand. So she ended up saying nothing. Maybe I can set a table tonight and settle the good things with him first. But Fengyu women. At this time, Song Yuan sighed. Xiao Qin, you have to understand our difficulties. If there hadn't been this crisis, I would have agreed to the matter between you and her. But if the crisis cannot be overcome, do you think it makes sense to continue to like it? To be able to talk to Qin Heng so kindly. Song Yuan and his wife did it entirely because Qin Heng was a talented person. Not to mention anything else. Just those service designs just now can bring an incredible amount of wealth to Fengyu sect. But time waits for no one. He only has 2 daughters. Dad, I don't want to marry anyone else. Mingyu cried. Song Yuan shook his head and said slowly. It's okay if you don't want to marry someone else. As long as he defeats others at the banquet in a few days, and can protect my Fengyu sect. Then we will no longer care about your affairs with him. Dad, how is this possible? Mingyu looked desperate when she heard this. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. At this moment, Qin Heng's voice appeared in Mingyu's ears. Transmit a message into a secret? Mingyu was stunned for a moment, with an incredible look on her face. Are you a grandmaster? Mingyu Chuanin asked in shock. Yeah. Don't tell them yet. Why? A grandmaster can't protect you yet. Give me some time. I'll go back to practice. Qin Heng said with a smile. He is only a 7-star master now. Although he can crush 8 stars, it is hard to say when facing 9 stars. The 9-star Grandmaster has initially controlled the power of heaven and earth. And his strength is definitely much stronger than that of the 8-star. When all the major forces gather this time, will there be no 9-star Grandmaster? Hard to say. Not to mention anything else. Those powerful princes might be followed secretly by the 9-star Grandmaster. And if Fengyu sect wants to gain a foothold, it needs powerful town figures. As long as he is promoted to 8 stars, then facing 9 stars. Even if he cannot kill the opponent, there is no problem in blocking him. He is currently only short of more than 30 million experience points. He only needs to go back to practice for a day, and he can rush forward. Good. After learning that the little man turned out to be a master, Mingyu was really surprised and happy. This will be easy to handle. Father! Mother! I understand. My daughter will not act out of anger anymore. I will send him back first. After Mingyu finished speaking, she pulled Qin Heng and walked out. Qin Heng quickly put on his mask. Watching the two people go out, Zhou Qiaoyu was a little worried and said, Don't worry. You are as a person with general knowledge. Song Yuan replied. What if they run away? Zhou Qiaoyu asked worriedly. If you really run away, then just run away. At least you will have a happy life. Song Yuan leaned on the chair and said casually. But what about Fengyu sect? Is marriage really useful? Doesn't that give others an advantage? Unless we have another child. Both daughters are married to the royal family, so everything in Fengyu sect will be easier for others in the future. This master. It's all my fault. How about you marry another one? Leave some incense to the Song family. Zhou Qiaoyu looked guilty. No need. When I reach the level of 9-star Grandmaster, I will go overseas to help you find fairy grass. I will definitely be able to cure your hidden diseases. Huh? That's right. The Immortal Master gave me some fairy grass that day, but I haven't used them all. Why don't you give it a try? Song Yuan thought of something and patted his head. Master, that's the fairy grass that treats mental injuries. How can it treat this? Zhou Qiaoyu shook his head. That thing was too expensive. How will you know if you don't try? Come on. Song Yuan no longer hesitated, took out a 10,000-year snow frost, and fed it to Zhou Qiaoyu. Master, it seems to be working, Zhou Qiaoyu said in surprise. Not to mention the extremely happy couple. Mingyu took Qin Heng out, ignored the people watching in Xiaoyi Pavilion, and soared into the sky. Did you see it? Mingyu dragged someone away again. I'm not blind. TSK. What is Fengyu sect going to do? While talking about a marriage, they are letting their daughter do whatever they want. Are you trying to make us look like fools? Maybe he just wants his eldest daughter to get married? Well, that makes sense. Brush. Mingyu flew through the sky towards the Sun and Moon Pavilion at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqin, are you really a Grandmaster? 7 stars or 8 stars? Mingyu asked again in disbelief. This sudden news made Mingyu a little dizzy and excited. It's true. Xixing. Hee. Qin Heng still hugged her waist tightly. Then you want me to fly with you? Then I'll take you. Qin Heng chuckled and vomited his inner strength. He hugged Mingyu and his speed instantly increased. Now, Mingyu completely believed it. His heart was filled with ecstasy, and he snuggled tightly into Qin Heng's arms. But she immediately felt a little worried. How could a young man with 7 talents resolve his family's troubles? Brush. The two quickly entered the Sun and Moon Pavilion. After entering Qin Heng's room, he closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. The two of them had never broken through this layer of window paper before, and they treated each other with respect. Now they are all a little anxious and uneasy, and Mingyu's face is even red. Qin Heng gritted his teeth and pulled Mingyu over. Hugged gently. Why do you keep lying to me? Mingyu asked. You never asked me. Qin Heng replied. Then why do you keep hiding your cultivation? I have an enemy. What kind of enemy? Is he powerful? I don't know who he is. But Iman was entrusted by them, and has always wanted to kill me. Ah. No wonder you wear a mask. So, you killed Xiangmon? Did you save Master Liyun? Did you save my father? Me. You saved me last time I was injured? Thank you. Idiot. Why are you so polite? Then did you see me changing clothes? Does it look good? Certainly. At this point in the conversation, Qin Heng couldn't help but tap the other party's beautiful face. Then he said, Sister you, let me practice first and see if I can break through the 8 stars. If I don't get up, you don't need to call me. Breaking through the 8 stars? Okay. Are you still practicing while lying down? Qin Heng lay down and entered the game. Mingyu, on the other hand, sat beside him dreamily, staring at the little man's inhuman face. The little man is finally hers. It also brought unexpected gains. As for the future, she doesn't know how to proceed. Breaking through 8 stars? My father is also an 8 star, and he is still at the pinnacle of 8 stars, but still unable to protect Fengyu sect. Only 9 stars will do. Forget it. Why do you think so much? There are enough surprises today. Let's take it step by step. At worst, she'll run away with the little man. It is absolutely impossible for her to marry some bullshit prince. Even if you get married, will Feng Yu sect still be Feng Yu sect? Isn't that a big dowry? Restoration of the country. Too difficult. Why not follow the little man? With his talent, maybe he can become an immortal? Isn't it just a matter of saying a word to restore the country? Mingyu, who wanted to understand this, didn't leave. She sat cross-legged next to him, took out the elixir, swallowed it, and started practicing. Brush. Qin Hung appears at the first-line sabak warehouse. I listened to the chat among the people in the guild first. But there was nothing wrong. They are all leveling up and collecting treasures. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock noon. Qin Hung stopped wasting time, took the 3-9 Wuji stick, put on the best clothes, and flew straight to the 6th floor of the pig cave. When I came to the pig cave maze, I declined the invitations of some guild members to form a team, entered the 6th floor, and started to grind wildly. With a shortfall of 30 million experience points, he could collect 100 million experience points. After you collect enough, you can be promoted to 8 stars. Level up. Level up. Brush, brush, brush. Qin Hung changed into 2 good weapons. His attack power was greatly strengthened, and the speed of spawning monsters was also accelerated a lot. Each account reaches the level of 16,000 experience points per minute. Added together, that's 32,000 experiences per minute. After completing the first line, he immediately switched to the second line, because the monsters are denser. Otherwise, if we stay on the front line, there will definitely not be that many monsters. This time it was 6 o'clock in the evening. After going offline and devouring a meal with Mingyu, I immediately went online again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a white light rose, and the bright moon in the sky became brighter. Level 40. Continue. At 12 o'clock, I was given a bottle of blessing oil after signing in, which was pretty good. Continue to swipe like crazy. I kept reading until 8 o'clock in the morning. A white light rises. Qin Hung upgraded again. Level 42. The prodigal son of the end of the world. Level 42. Experience value. 7758/300000000. Originally, upgrading to level 42 required 16 million experience points. And the experience gained by leveling up to level 43 has almost doubled. At this time, Qin Hung finally collected the experience points for promotion to 8 stars. Chapter 203 The Super Heaven-Defying Attributes of the Fallen Magic Weapon. Promoted to 8 stars. Legend First Line Tuching In. With a hiss, Qin Hung teleported in. Puff pung pung. Boom boom boom. Yeah yeah yeah. As soon as he landed, Qin Hung saw a large group of people competing here. It was the members of Nitian Xiaoyu who were fighting with Bragg. There seemed to be 100 or 200 people. At a glance, it seemed that there were a few familiar faces, such as the Prince of Bragg. Qin Hung ignored them and ran to the 2nd floor. If nothing goes wrong, he might take the opportunity to kill the people in Braggo. But he is pressed for time now. How can he spend time here? Thump thump thump. Just when Qin Hung ran to the stairs on the 2nd floor, with a hiss, a disabled warrior appeared in front of him and blocked the way. Mr. Bragoji? This guy is an old enemy. He is already out of health, so Qin Hung doesn't mind giving him a ride. Zla la. Pung! A flash of light, accompanied by a soul fire talisman, instantly hit young Master Brago. With a sound, young Master Bragoji lay on the ground. Before he could curse, Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu were already stepping on his body upstairs. Damn it! It's your uncles! Young Master Blagaji cursed loudly, exited in a blink of an eye, entered the game, filled up his health, and teleported back to the inn. He wanted to ask someone to find trouble for the prodigal son of Tianyao, but who knew that he would just land on the ground, not far away. A thunder and lightning technique from the sky-defying Xingyu struck him. Depend on! With an angry curse, young Master Brago gave up the idea of chasing the prodigal son from the end of the world, and turned around and ran towards the sky-defying Xingyu. After a trot to catch up, a fiery sword technique hit the mage without a magic shield from afar. Kill the opponent to the ground instantly. What the H.L.? How dare you act wildly in front of my brother without a shield? Let's see if I don't destroy you. Gaw gaw gaw. Young Master Bragaji, who was satisfied with the killing, turned around and slashed at the other members of the Nitian Guild. As for Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu, those two perverts, forget it. Spare their lives for now. between torturing people and being abused. Young Master Brago wisely chose the former. Qin Hung, who went upstairs, did not go offline immediately. He came to try out the equipment. Level 42. Can that down-and-out magic weapon be used? Taking out the lost divine weapon and the belt from the warehouse, Qin Hung tried to equip them. Ding dong! Insufficient conditions. Unable to equip. I tried it on 2 numbers first, but neither one worked. Qin Hung put on the magic ring again and tried again. This time, with the sound of a bell, the prodigal son of Tianyao was equipped with that down-and-out magic weapon. The excited Qin Hung suddenly looked at the equipment with wide eyes. Sri Lanka. My day. After reading it, Qin Hung took a breath. The fallen magic weapon. Attack 30/0. Accuracy +5. Lasting power 30/30. Weight 60/60. Hidden properties. 1. The damage of all warrior skills is increased by 30%. 2. When the weapon curse increases by 10, the attack power can be increased to attack 30. 3. Killing the target ignores the blessing attribute and will definitely drop equipment. Damn it! This weapon is heaven-defying. An attack of 30/0 means that its minimum attack power is 30 points, and its maximum attack power is 0 points. As we all know, the higher the luck value in the legendary game, the higher the upper attack limit of the weapon. On the contrary, the higher the curse, the higher the lower limit of attack. The attack power of this weapon is reversed, with the lower limit being higher than the upper limit. Therefore, if you want to maximize the lower limit of 30, you must make this weapon curse by 10, so that you can cut with the lowest limit of 30 attack power. How to get the curse? If you kill a player, the weapon will have a certain chance of being cursed. If you want to increase the curse by 10, you have to kill at least 20 or 30 players. Of course, Qin Hung has 2 accounts, so there is no need to hack others. He can just hack himself. It's just that you can't kill him too many times at one time. If you kill him a few times, he will go from a white name to a yellow name, and you have to stop. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome after getting a red name. Secondly, the attribute that accurately adds 5 is equally awesome. Accuracy increases the hit rate. With these 5 points of accuracy, and the addition of the official position system, the accuracy is truly the highest in the entire server. This means that in the future, if a warrior holds this weapon and strikes with a knife, the opponent will not be able to automatically dodge it. Looking at the hidden attributes, the damage of all warrior skills is increased by 30%. This is so awesome that it's going to explode. The damage is absolutely overwhelming. And the last hidden attribute is even more incredible. Kill the target. Ignore the blessing. And the equipment will be dropped. This means that even if the opponent is wearing a blessing necklace, as long as he uses this weapon to complete the final kill, he will definitely drop equipment. This attribute is truly incredible. What the HL? Among those rich people nowadays, who doesn't have to have a bunch of blessing necklaces on their body? Qin Hung didn't even bother to kill them. It's fun to play for a long time without losing any equipment. But with this weapon it's different. Imagine if a famous person, like Feng Shiguo, dared to arrogantly hang out in front of him. What would happen if you hit him with a stick yourself and kill him? It will definitely explode like a goddess. Thinking about this scene, Qin Hung almost laughed out loud. Take off this weapon first. This is a secret weapon and cannot be discovered by others. Qin Hung was wearing the divine power ring and tried the mysterious belt again, but still couldn't put it on. There is nothing we can do. Let's talk about it later. After replacing the mage with some abnormal equipment that added defense, Qin Hung quit the game. Opening his eyes, he saw Mingyu still sitting cross-legged next to him, with a faint light all over her body. Obviously practicing. Qin Hung did not disturb her or get out of bed, but tried to enter the game again. Then it stopped at the login interface. His trumpet size is 42, and his trumpet size is 40. His third career should be unblocked. Right? Looking over with anxiety, Qin Hung's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the third profession changed from gray status to normal status, which meant that it could be activated. Qin Hung tried to create. Ding dong! The conditions are not enough. Please use gold coins to unlock it first. An unlock bar is displayed on the login interface. Sure enough, it still tastes the same. Qin Hung tried to input 100 million first. The last time he unlocked the second character, he spent 2 billion gold coins. Therefore, if he just throws 100 million into it now, he won't be afraid of wasting it. The bell rang, and 100 million gold coins were deducted. Qin Hung took a closer look and saw that the data above showed 1 in 200. My day. Sure enough, to multiply the amount 10 times, A full 20 billion gold coins would be needed. Qin Hung only has more than 5 billion gold coins now, which is still a lot short. However, it does accumulate quickly. His skill books were sold off, as well as the equipment gained from the baby's rebellion, as well as brand name equipment. In short, he has a lot of things to sell, and the only thing left is to sell them. For example, skill books, intermediate ones, such as Firewall, each sold for 3 million. Sell 100 copies. That's 300 million. Once you get the money, you can get it together quickly. It would be a huge loss if we just sell it to businessmen. Originally, Qin Hung had considered whether to open the warrior profession when his trumpet was upgraded to level 40 last night. Later he still denied it, because if you sell goods and open it, you will lose a lot of money. It's not easy to upgrade even if you carry an oil bottle. At least this oil bottle cannot enter Pig Cave 6 when its level is low, without the independent map of Zhu Dong Lu for him to play. It would be impossible for him to earn 30 million experience points a day and night. But time waits for no one. If he doesn't quickly get 30 million experience points and get promoted to 8 stars, he might really have to run away with Mingyu. This is also the reason why he didn't open a trumpet immediately. After a moment of silence, Qin Hung withdrew. I brushed and sat up. Have you finished practicing? Qin Hang's movement startled Mingyu. She stopped and looked at Qin Hung with a smile. Yeah. Qin Hung couldn't help but reached out and pinched the beauty's face. Is this 8 stars? Why didn't I notice any movement? Mingyu asked in surprise as she let the little man's claws wreak havoc on her face. Not yet, but you can be promoted. Let's have a meal first and start working on it right away, Qin Hung said with a smile. Okay, I'll tell Chuanju and the others to prepare dinner. Mingyu said that she wanted to go out, but Qin Hung held her back. Suck, 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 suck. A meal of biting and gnawing. I was single for too long in my previous life. It is not easy in this life to meet a Baifume who likes me. How can Qin Hung, an old bachelor, be able to control it? I can't wait to have contact with the other party at a distance of -1 meter. After a while of whispering, Qin Hung, in the end, did not do anything too outrageous. Now time is running out, and the love between his children is a matter of great importance. Let's talk about it later. With a blushing face, Mingyu tidied up her messy clothes, punched Qin Hung twice in resentment, and went out. Hey hey hey. It tastes a bit salty indeed. Qin Hung licked his lips. Take a few deep breaths to calm your restless heart. Only then did Qin Hung walk out in a swaggering manner. A swagger indeed. He used to be a servant, but now, he can be said to be half the master here. Although, he and Mingyu are not officially married yet. Song Yuan and his wife haven't agreed yet. But that doesn't matter anymore. Ever since he learned about Mingyu's feelings for him, Qin Hung had decided that Mingyu was his wife. Whether Song Yuan and his wife agree or not is no longer important. The worst case scenario is to suppress it by force. In short, no one can try to snatch them away, and no one can try to break them up. And he does have such strength now. Now that you have the strength, everything is under control. Of course, it feels different when walking. In fact, Qin Hang's walking looks no different from before. The only difference is his state of mind. I used to think that if it didn't work, I would run away. Now I don't think about it that way. What I think about is how to help Feng Yusek past this level. What I'm thinking about is how to shield the bright moon from wind and rain. Good morning, Uncle! Chun Ju and the others, who knew what was going on, saw Qin Hung coming out and quickly smiled and saluted. Since returning at noon yesterday, the two people have been almost stuck in the same room. Sister, you even spent the night there. Even the dullest person can figure out that these two people must have made substantial progress. If you don't call me uncle now, what should you call me? However, when it came to calling the uncle, they had just asked Sister Yu about it, and they dared not call it until Sister Yu agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the courage. However, Mingyu also warned them not to shout outside. After all, the two of them are not married yet. Morning! Qin Hung nodded with a smile and threw a gold leaf casually. Thank you, Uncle. Chuanju and others took it with smiles and brought the things for washing. Soon, Qin Hung and Mingyu sat at the table and started eating. This is almost his own home. Qin Hung lets go even more. Eating and drinking. Mingyu still eats slowly. Sister Yu, are you hungry? There's no need to do this. Just eat like me, Qin Hung suggested silently. You don't mind? Mingyu paused slightly. Of course. You are my wife. What do I mind? What is a wife? Mingyu asked doubtfully. Hee hee. That's what Madam meant. Qin Hung smiled and gave her a big leg of lamb. Bah! Who is your wife? Mingyu blushed slightly and picked up the leg of lamb. The speed of eating has increased, but it is still not as messy and ugly as Qin Heng's. By the way, don't throw gold leaves to them again. While eating, Mingyu suddenly said, Ah! Why? Isn't it good? Qin Hung said in surprise. Ha ha! They are not short of money. And in the future, they will all be dowries. You don't want to treat them too casually. Do you understand? Dowry? Of course. I'll give you an advantage. Mingyu rolled her eyes at Qin Hung. Ha ha. Qin Hung chuckled and scratched his head. My day. In just one day, I seem to have 6 more wives. Happiness comes too quickly. Qin Hung couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Chuingyu and the others. Not to mention, if you look carefully, although they are not as bright as the bright moon, they are actually beautiful embryos. My day. I don't know if I can handle it. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off them. They are younger and prettier than me, Mingyu said sourly. No, I'm just comparing. You are much prettier than them, Qin Hung said. Loquacious. The meal ended with the two of them flirting. Sister Yu, I am now starting to break through the 8 stars. It will probably take at least 3 days. Remember to protect me, Qin Hung said solemnly. Okay, don't worry. Mingyu nodded solemnly. Qin Hung returned to the bed and lay down, while Mingyu sat next to him and began to meditate and continue practicing. Watching the little man lying down and practicing, Mingyu had only seen this kind of technique in his life. Warlock, 7-star master, will soon have 8 stars again. Is he the 8-star breakthrough Dharma King? Or an 8-star grandmaster? Mingyu suddenly thought of this question. Wouldn't they be breakthroughs at the same time? Then I really got to see the treasure. However, the little man is a bit young and energetic, and he actually touched himself today. Grown up? Well, for future happiness, it's time to show him the fighting skills in the room. By the way, if he wants to take that step without worshipping, forget it. Let's talk about it later. Mingyu stopped thinking wildly, gathered her thoughts, swallowed a pill, and continued to practice. She is at her peak of 7 stars. If you accumulate it for a while, you will be able to break through 8 stars. I originally thought that I was better than the little man, but I didn't expect that the little man was also a master. As a result, she was very stressed. I don't want to be a vase. On the other side, Qin Hung sank into his mind and opened the external characters panel. After looking at it, I found that the experience points for promotion to 8 stars were enough. Promotion. Without hesitation, Qin Hung chose promotion. Boom! The legendary door in my mind opened babblingly amidst the unique melody of dong dong dong. Countless energy surged out crazily from inside and poured into the body, continuously tempering Qin Heng's whole body, inside and out. Soon, Qin Hung fell asleep in the warmth. He even snored slightly, which made Mingyu, who was practicing, look sideways. Actually fell asleep. Is there such a wonderful skill in the world that can be practiced while sleeping? Mingyu showed envy. After looking at it for a few times, she stopped caring and continued to practice on her own. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Hung was obsessed with making a breakthrough, but the outside world was undergoing drastic changes. In the past 3 days, major forces continued to arrive in Fengyu City one after another. As of today, almost all the big powers have sent people here, such as Qin, Shi, Yan, Xiao, Chu, Han, and Jin among the big countries. They're all here. Suddenly, the entire Fengyu City gathering gathered the attention of the entire Chinese continent. Song Yuan and his wife, along with a group of elders and their eldest daughter, were busy receiving guests. And those major forces that came to Fengyu City were constantly going in and out of the entire Fengyu City, looking back and forth. They all wanted to find the trace of the immortal. But after searching for several days, they still found nothing. At this time, secret rumors came out. Many people think that there are no immortals in Fengyu City, and that Fengyu sect is lying. Those giants who were originally interested in Fengyu City suddenly became more active. The situation behind the scenes became tense instantly. However, there are many forces in Fengyu City, especially several big countries that have not expressed their stance yet. So those who are thoughtful have no choice but to endure. And Mingyu never went out. The reason was simple. She told her parents that Qin Hung was making a breakthrough and needed someone to protect him. After hearing this, Song Yuan was very considerate and said 2 more people over early this morning. One is Yuan Yuan's master, Xiao Xue. and the other is an 8-star master. Song Bao. Xiaoxue is Feng Yusek's most powerful alchemist. If something unexpected happens to Qin Heng's breakthrough, he can also provide emergency treatment. Song Bao was an orphan adopted by Song Yuan. It can also be said that he is the dead soldier of the Song family. Absolutely loyal to the Song family. To put it in layman's terms, this is a robot with no emotions. At this time, it is already early winter. It's already a little cold outside. It's noon. The sun burst in through the window, making the room much warmer. For people stood in front of Qin Heng's bed. The bright moon. Xiao Shui. Song Bao. Round. TSK. TSK. It's really magical. Could this be the legendary sleeping skill? Xiao Shui stared at Qin Heng for a long time with her beautiful eyes and murmured. Aunt Shui, do you have this technique? Mingyu was speechless for a while. Xiao Shui, strictly speaking, has some relationship with the Mingyu family and is a distant relative. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Xiao Shui smiled slightly. At this time, Yuan stepped forward, stood in front of Qin Heng, smelled, and after feeling it carefully for half an hour, she stood up and said very professionally, his breathing is normal. His heartbeat, vitality, discharge of yang energy, everything is fine. Judging from the yang energy he discharged, the quality inside was getting higher and higher. He should be in the process of continuous refinement and breakthrough. Really? Mingyu asked in surprise. For 3 days, the little man lay motionless, although the other party clearly told her that she was breaking through the 8 stars. But she just couldn't rest assured. The first 2 days were fine. But on the 3rd day, I just dragged Yuan and the others over to take a closer look. Of course it is true. You should believe my nose. I am more sensitive to his yang energy. His is different. If you are willing to cut a drop of his blood, I can analyze more things for you. Yuan said this, staring at Qin Heng's strong muscles and licking her lips. Nonsense! We are afraid of disturbing him when we talk here. You still want to bleed him? Go out and talk. Xiao Shui said angrily. The 4 of them came to the living room outside. Xiao Shui turned to Song Bao and asked, what do you think? Strong. Song Bao spit out one word without any expression. Mingyu and the other 3 were speechless for a while. This one was just like a wooden man who usually didn't speak. Xiao Shui turned around and asked Mingyu, is he really breaking through the 8 stars? Yes. Isn't breaking through 8 stars earth-shattering? Yuan was also puzzled. I don't know about this either. But he does have the level of a 7-star Grandmaster. 7-star Grandmaster? No wonder. Why is his vitality and yang energy so active? Yuan nodded. Then she joked. Sister you have found a treasure. Mingyu ignored her. Fortunately, she didn't leave Qin Heng to her for research. Thinking of those precious pieces of meat that Yuan had cut off, Mingyu felt heartache. After taking a deep breath, Mingyu turned around and asked Xiao Shui urgently. Aunt Shui, do you think he can wake up before the party? Tonight, Finji women will hold a grand dinner to entertain all visiting dignitaries. At the same time, a son-in-law selection event will be held to select 2 quick son-in-laws from among the distinguished guests. If Qin Heng can't catch up, there will be some trouble. Aunt Shui didn't answer, but looked at Yuan. Yuan pondered for a moment and said in a very professional tone, judging from the active level of yang qi in his body, he is reaching a critical moment. We should be able to break through today. As for the specific time, I can't say. Everyone had to continue to wait. Today, the streets and alleys of Fengyu City are decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. And they are even more lively than the Chinese New Year. Especially in Fengyu Gate. Colorful flags are flying. Lanterns are hung high. And the atmosphere is full of joy. Countless disciples were wearing brand new clothes and patrolling everywhere in the door with their heads held high. In the Fengyu sect, you can see high-ranking officials and nobles dressed in extremely gorgeous clothes and heroes in strange costumes everywhere. These people gathered in small groups under various pavilions and gardens, drinking tea and drinking. There is a beautiful singer performing next to her. The entire Fengyu sect was filled with singing and dancing. In the evening, a huge stage was set up in the center of Finji Women's largest martial arts arena. A raging fire was lit in a copper pot all around, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. A circle of tables and chairs were placed around the entire martial arts arena, and the tables were already filled with sumptuous dishes and fruits. Tonight's grand banquet will be held here. As time went by, those dignitaries and heroes took their seats one after another under the guidance of the young ladies. Miss Mingyu hasn't come yet? Song Yuan looked at the crowd and didn't see his little daughter. So he asked his subordinates in a low voice. No, she is still in Fengyu Tower. This girl doesn't come for such an important thing, Zhou Qiaoyu said through the voice message. A little hating that iron is not as good as steel. Let her go. Didn't she say she was guarding Qin Heng's breakthrough? Song Yuan replied. You too. A one-star warrior broke through. And you sent Zhao Shui and Song Bao there. Is it necessary? Zhou Qiaoyu complained. Song Yuan said. Humph. What do you know? I let them pass. And naturally I arranged a way out for them. If there is a problem on our side, Song Bao and Zhao Shui should be able to take them away. Ah, that's it. Then should we arrange for Qiaoyue to prepare too? Zhou Qiaoyu asked in surprise. No need. If neither of them is here, what will others think? Get ready. Everyone is almost here. If you can make it through tonight, I want you to give me some big fat boys. Bah! If it's unlucky, we can definitely get through this. Zhou Qiaoyu looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. I hope so, Song Yuan said, and went to greet the guests with a smile. The time soon reached 7 o'clock in the evening, and almost all the guests were already here. The entire martial arts arena was filled with people. Song Yuan coughed, flew up, and cupped his hands around him. Good evening, everyone. Song Yuan, the master of Fengyu sect, welcomes you to Fengyu City. I will be your host tonight. You can have fun, eat and drink. Song Yuan said a bunch of polite words and flew down. At the martial arts arena, a master of ceremonies immediately came up. Just as he was about to speak, more than 10 beautiful women suddenly flew from the sky. These women, all wearing extremely gorgeous clothes, flew slowly from the sky, like a fairy. Wow! Look! He's from the Kagura clan! Huh? The clothes they wear are very fashionable. Yes, it looks much better than the latest model launched by Fengyu this year. Indeed, Kaguraman's clothes are much more fashionable this time, and they look very energetic. The prodigal talent of Fengyu has been exhausted, and those clothes are always modified and modified based on the original ones, just resting on their laurels. TSK. These clothes are good. Kaguraman comes in at this point, which is a slap in Fengzukiman's face. If Fengyu Gate can't bring out better clothes tonight, I'll have to buy them from Kagura Gate. Amidst the exclamations and discussions, Kagura Gate made a high-profile entrance. This made everyone in Fengyu sect frown and look at the sect master. The same goes for everyone else. Waiting to see Fengyu sect's joke, Song Yuan smiled slightly, and the old god waved to the MC, who immediately began to arrange a song and dance show. When a row of more than 20 singers wearing cheongsam and holding a pipa stood on the stage, the eyes of everyone present were bright. Wonderful! The style of this dress is wonderful! Oh my god! Is this Fengyu latest style of clothing? It's so beautiful! TSK TSK! It is indeed the most fashionable Fengyu in the whole continent. This dress perfectly shows off the woman's charming figure and makes her look very noble. Not bad. Fengyu sect still didn't disappoint me. Yes, Kaguraman's clothes just now are very sexy. How can they compare with this kind of clothes? In the midst of the discussion, Kaguraman, who had been so arrogant just now, all turned pale in an instant. Master, what should I do? The elders of the Kagura sect sent a message to ask the Kagura sect's master. Humph, I underestimated them. But all this will be ours soon. The singing and dancing on the stage was lively. And below the stage, Song Yuan and others were busy toasting. Time flies. Soon the wine passed 3 rounds, and the food tasted 5 flavors. Song Yuan finally flew onto the stage and said, Everyone, today is the most honored day for our sect. We have welcomed many heroes. Taking this opportunity, I plan to select 2 of the heroes to be my sons-in-law. Anyone who is interested can come on stage and accept the challenge. The age requirement is for those under 30 and 7-star Grandmaster or above. In the end, the 2 most powerful winners can become my sons-in-law. Song Yuan explained the rules of the competition. No killing is allowed, etc. The game is divided into 2 big fields. The first big scene is to choose a husband for Mingyu. Those who are interested jump on and accept the challenge until no one is on stage. When Song Yuan came off the stage, a warrior immediately jumped on him. Before he could say anything, someone else jumped on him. The 2 introduced each other and started fighting immediately. It's a lively fight here. On the other side, someone immediately flew to Ryu Pavilion to report to Mingyu. Miss, I have already started to choose a husband for you. What? This damn man hasn't woken up yet. What should I do? Mingyu was a little anxious. Don't worry. The boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge, Xiao Xue comforted. At the same time, she sent a message to Songbao. Go and guard outside. If you find something is wrong, come over immediately and take the young lady and the others away. Songbao flew out and sat cross-legged in the air, looking warily in the direction of Fengyu Gate. More than half an hour later, when Mingyu was extremely anxious, Qin Heng, who was sleeping soundly, heard a soft click in his mind, as if something had been broken. He wakes up. Immediately afterwards, powerful energy surged out from the legend gate again, instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. He calmed down quickly, feeling the explosive power in his body. Qin Heng was overjoyed and finally made a breakthrough. Open the real person panel. Qin Heng, host. 8 stars of martial arts. 0/10000000000. Remaining experience points 1314775. Gold coin 5113147758 seal. After reading it, Qin Heng suddenly felt a toothache. It actually takes a full billion experience to be promoted to 9 stars. And that gold coin is still sealed. From this point of view, these gold coins can be used at least in Jiuxing. Or is it used by beyond 9 stars? Only the immortal mirror can be used? So what exactly are they used for? Qin Heng doesn't know. Forget it. Why do you think so much? Just keep going up all the way. And you can always open the sealed gold coin one day. Brush. Qin Heng opened his eyes and sat up. As soon as Qin Heng sat up, Mingyu, who was waiting impatiently outside the house, instantly sensed it and rushed in immediately, asking in surprise, Xiao Qin! You finally woke up! Have you made a breakthrough? Well, luckily I lived up to my fate. Qin Heng smiled. Ah, that's great. Before Mingyu could finish her words, Qin Heng had already disappeared in front of her. Sister Yu, help me prepare a table of food. I'm starving. After Qin Heng went to the toilet, he washed himself under Mingyu's service and put on a new set of clean clothes. Chen Ju and others had prepared a large table of food, and Qin Heng started to devour it. How is the situation now? Qin Heng asked casually. Fortunately, my husband's selection competition is going on, Mingyu said with a smile. What? Qin Heng was stunned when he heard this, and he ate a little faster. Are you really 8 stars? You can't tell at all. It still looks like a 1 star. Xiaoshu and Yuan asked in confusion. Of course. Why are you lying to me? Qin Heng nodded. Very good. But it's useless even if you are promoted to 8 stars. Unless the immortal comes tonight, it will be difficult for me to pass the level of Fengyu sect. Alas. Xiaoshu sighed. Originally, Fengyu sect wanted to use the influence of immortals to make Fengyu sect stronger. But things go against expectations. And things often develop unexpectedly. It hasn't developed yet, but it has already pushed itself to the forefront of the entire continent. There may even be a disaster of annihilation. It's okay. I can fight very well. Qin Heng chuckled. Xiaoshu shook his head. It's useless. In fact, the sect master asked me and Song Baolai to take you far away. Now that you're awake, let's go without further ado. No, I won't leave. I want to be Sister Yu's man upright. Qin Heng shook his head. You kid. Why are you so stubborn? Xiaoshu stood up angrily. He turned to Mingyu and said, Go pack some things. Grab him. And leave quickly. But my parents? Mingyu hesitated. Go and clean up quickly. If you are late, you may not be able to leave. Yuan, you go too. Xiaoshu said anxiously. No need to go. I can't leave anymore. Qin Heng said hoarsely. What? Before anyone could react, Qin Heng raised his hand and with a loud bang, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the door. A figure screamed and emerged from the void, its whole body blackened by lightning. But he's not dead yet. A golden light flashed, and the man was immediately intact. This is actually an 8-star powerhouse. Brush. But before the figure could make any next move, Qin Heng had already appeared in front of him. He grabbed the opponent's throat with his left hand. With his internal energy gushing out, he instantly stopped the other party's actions. Under that man's horrified gaze, his body instantly turned red and green. The next moment, a huge butcher's knife appeared, shining with endless light, and slashed across his neck. Bang! The butcher's knife broke the opponent's defense, and a frightened head flew up. 8 stars die. Chapter 204, Invincible at Birth. Wipe! A frightened head flew high. It fell to the ground with a plop. Countless blood spurted around. But before it even touched Qin Hung, it was completely evaporated by his internal power. Now the rabbit was up and the falcon was down. And the bright moon was visible. Xiaoxue, Chuanju and others were dazzled. Before they could react, there were already more heads on the ground. Everyone was stunned for a moment. And their mouths grew louder. As if you could swallow an eel in one bite. After being stunned for a while, Xiaoxue said with trembling all over. 8-star aura. Am I right? Then that one is the 8-star Grandmaster and just died like that. She was completely dumbfounded. Her original disdain for Qin Hung disappeared instantly. Invincible at the same level. 8-star monster? It seems to be the 8 stars. Mingyu also murmured. Then there was ecstasy on his face. This little man can actually kill the 8-star Grandmaster with one strike? What is this concept? Even my father, the 8-star peak, can't do it. Could it be that the little man was promoted to the 9-star Grandmaster? Only the 9-star Grandmaster who has initially controlled the vitality of heaven and earth has this kind of strength. Right. As for Chunju and Xiaoju, they didn't feel that he was an 8-star Grandmaster. The opponent is covered in golden light. He must be a master. The uncle killed the opponent with one strike. His strength made their blood pressure soar, and made them extremely excited. My uncle is going against heaven. There is only one sentence left in their hearts. Brush. Song Bao appeared next to him instantly, looking at the head on the ground. Silent. Then he flew up at high speed and looked around, but found nothing. Xiao Qin, Mingyu was about to move forward when she saw Qin Hung smiled and flashed his body, appearing in a small forest in the courtyard. Brush. As soon as Qin Hung arrived, in the originally deserted grove, for people flew hurriedly in all directions in the blink of an eye. Zilala. Thousands of thunders flash. The surrounding trees were instantly scorched black by the electricity. The 4 people in the air froze for a moment. This moment is enough to kill. Qin Hung held Jing Zhongyue's butcher's knife in his hand and spun around in the air at high speed. Thump 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 thump. 4 heads flew up. 4 corpses fell to the ground at the same time. For 7-star Grandmasters are dead. Brush. Song Bao appeared next to Qin Hung with a red face and an embarrassed look on his face. As an 8-star Grandmaster, he didn't notice anything unusual. This was really inappropriate. He muttered an apology to Mingyu who came over. Miss, I didn't find them. It's okay. They are all from the hidden sect and are good at hiding. It's normal that you can't find them. Without waiting for Mingyu to answer, Qin Hung skillfully pulled out a silver mask from a corpse and interjected. Hey, they are really rich. So much money. Mingyu and others watched silently as Qin Hung laughed and found a money bag from a corpse. After opening it, he took out a few gold leaves, looked at them, and bit them. His eyes narrowed with joy. This made Mingyu instantly think of the dead Xiangman and the 2 people from the hidden door. At that time, all valuable things on my body were also stripped clean. Uncle, you don't have to be like this. Right. We don't lack the money. Chunju couldn't stand it anymore. Anyone can dig up corpses. But as an uncle, do you need this little money? Even if he needs to turn it over, he doesn't need to do it. Ha ha. I'm in need. Save some money, and I can buy you something when I go out on the street. After hearing this, Mingyu was stunned, stepped forward, and silently started to help search for the body. Wow! I found a gold bar! Mingyu chuckled and handed it to the little man. Seeing him put it in his arms like a treasure, he immediately started giggling, looking at the scene. Zhao Shui and Song Bao looked at each other with happy smiles in their eyes. Denji Weeman seems to have found a great son-in-law. After quickly cleaning up the body, Qin Hung picked up Mingyu and flew straight to Fengyu Gate. This time, it was not Mingyu who ran away with Qin Hung in her arms. Xiao Qin, are you sure? Mingyu nestled in Qin Hung's arms. Of course. Didn't you see that all 8 stars were killed by me? I mean, facing Jiuxing. If not, let's find a chance to take our parents away, Mingyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Even if I can't beat them, it won't be that easy if they want to kill me. And when Qin Hung killed the 8-star Grandmaster, in the sky above the huge stage in Fengyu Gate, the 2 figures were fighting each other rapidly. Both of them were dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes. They were Qi Xian, the 3rd prince of the Qi kingdom, and Zhao Kuang, the 5th prince of the Zhao kingdom. The 2 princes had previously said that it was a pity that they could only marry Mingyu as their concubine. He couldn't marry Mingyu as his wife, and looked like he wasn't participating. But now the 2 of them are fighting fiercely in the sky. You punch me and I kick you. Not marrying Mingyu? Just kidding. This is a big piece of fat. Each of them was in the royal family and had no success. If you can marry Mingyu, you will become rich immediately. When the time comes, you can slowly start planning. Although, the royal family is not allowed to marry a brothel girl as the main wife. But Mingyu is not a brothel girl, but the daughter of Feng Yu sect master. This is their opportunity to rise. And of course they must seize it. Therefore, when the game started and those interested young men from wealthy and powerful families came on stage one by one, these royal children also came on stage. As soon as they came on stage, there was basically nothing to do with the big sect disciples. There is no way, when everyone's strength is not much different, but the skills and equipment are not as good as others. How can we fight? To be able to become a great empire in the Chinese mainland, the skills are top-notch in the entire continent. Otherwise, how could we train so many 9-star grandmasters? How can we suppress these heroes? Therefore, at first, princes from small countries and disciples from large sects would compete for it. After Qi Xian got up, basically no one from these big sects got up. It's not that there are no talented people among the disciples of the sect. It's just that they haven't come. Just like these royal families, the most powerful people are not here. Those who come are all second tier, third tier, and fourth tier people. Bang! In the end, Qi Xian's skills were superior, and he beat Zhao Kuang almost out of shape with a punch, and finally kicked Zhao Kuang hard into the martial arts field next to the stage. The martial arts arena was smashed into a big hole. Ha ha! Brother Zhao, let me give you permission. Qi Xian arched his hands and glanced around. Who else? Who else is dissatisfied? After 2 consecutive calls, no one said anything. The peak 7-star grandmaster can indeed defeat most of the same level. Seeing that no one came up, Qi Xian showed a proud look on his face. This time, he wanted to have a chance at immortality. But Feng Yu sect was also his target. As long as he marries this girl Mingyu, the Feng Yu sect will be his in the future. No matter who Qiu Yue will marry, or whether she will compete for Feng Yu sect. As long as she is not a member of the royal family, he can get her. In fact, he doesn't like Mingyu because he doesn't like women. But for Fenji women, he still participated in this game. As for whether marrying Mingyu would make her a widow, that was not his concern. The bright moon is just a bargaining chip. However, even if he takes Mingyu, it will be difficult for him to monopolize Feng Yu sect. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced down. Brother Qin, why don't you go up and try? On the large round table that Qi Xian glanced at, there were more than 10 young people surrounding a handsome young man. This person's name is Qin Feng, and he is the current 9th prince of the Qin kingdom. He is less than 30 years old, but he is already at 8-star cultivation level. There was also a young man sitting next to him. If Qin Heng were here, he would definitely recognize him as the guy who went to watch the theater at Miss Yurong's last time. However, at this time, this man was sitting next to Qin Feng, looking like he was following Qin Feng's lead. Ha ha! I'm not interested in Mingyu. Qin Feng chuckled, opened the folding fan in his hand, and started to fan gently. I'm just interested in Feng Yu sect. Qin Feng added in his heart. Feng Yu sect? The business is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't take it down, it will be swallowed up by others. Go up to fight and steal women. That's what only a fool would do. People will start causing trouble later. As long as it is finally confirmed that Feng Yu sect does not have the support of immortals, then we will take it. By then the entire Feng Yu sect will be mine. What about the autumn moon and the bright moon? Can you still run away? Aren't you asking for whoever you want? You can play with whoever you want? Thinking of his success, Qin Feng smiled and looked at Qi Xian on the stage, who was still shouting. Feeling a sense of contempt in his heart, Qi Xian shouted more than 10 times. But no one answered. So he turned to look at Song Yuan. Master Song! Look! Does this prince win the first place? Qi Xuan? Song Yuan's eyes flashed. This man was considered a powerful one among the many visiting princes. But Qin Feng, the prince of Qin, did not end up. Thinking about the identity of the other party, Song Yuan was thankful that the other party did not end up. Otherwise, he would rather die than let his daughter marry the prince of Qin. The Song family and the Qin state have a bloody feud. The Song family was formerly the royal family of the Song dynasty, but the Song state was destroyed by the Qin state 500 years ago. At that time, a prince of the Song dynasty escaped, and that prince was Song Yuan's grandfather. This is how the Song family became today. Song Yuan's grandfather, incognito, changed the name of the technique, And this was how the Feng Yu sect came into being. But Song Yuan's grandfather was seriously injured due to the disaster that destroyed the country a long time ago. As a result, he lost too much of his master's power and was unable to break through the 9 stars. So he died. Song Yuan's father was also unable to break through the 9 stars 100 years ago and sadly passed away. 7-star Grandmaster. 200 years of life. 8-star Grandmaster. Another 100 years. The 9-star Grandmaster only has a lifespan of 500 years. Can't break through. Only a cup of less. His father and grandfather are dead. But Song Yuan still remembers these hatreds, thinking that one day he can restore his country. It is not easy to say that it is easy to restore the country. But it is also very simple to say that it is simple. As long as the Song family can produce a strong immortal mirror, there is great hope for the restoration of the country. In short, Song Yuan would not let his daughter marry the Qin royal family due to the hatred of the family and the country. Looking at Qi Xian in the sky, Song Yuan was quite satisfied. Even among the many princes in Qi state, this man is considered to be of moderate power. If you cooperate with his Feng Yu sect's assistants, you can become an elder of the royal family, not to mention ascending to the dragon throne. In the mainland of China, it is relatively rare for royal families from various countries to fight against each other, because everything here speaks with force. As long as your force is strong enough, you can rise to the top. If a prince resorts to tricks to kill other princes for the throne, the royal family is not far from destruction. The supreme emperor above would not just watch this happen. But where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Let alone the royal family. The royal genius will not slaughter the royal mediocrity. But those with similar strength will fight fiercely. I want to become the ultimate emperor. There are so many people who do this secretly. However, the royal families of various countries have a rule that when the throne is finally decided, no settling of accounts is allowed. The losers enter the palace of eternal life to practice quietly and contribute to the royal family. To ensure the strength of the royal family, Song Yuan doesn't know whether Qi Xian can reach the top in the end. But this prince was obviously very satisfied with him. He was at least 10,000 times more powerful than Qin Heng. There is really no comparison between the two of them. One is a 1-star warrior, and the other is a 7-star peak emperor. Even though Qin Heng is a genius with great potential. But time waits for no one. Feng Yu sect also has its own channels, and has also arranged its own informants in some major sects. Song Yuan knows better than anyone else the current situation of Feng Yu sect. If he can't hug a golden thigh today, this Feng Yu sect will belong to someone else. Therefore, Qi Xuange asked. And Song Yuan's eyes flickered. Then he flew up and came to Qi Xian. Ha ha! Prince Xian's military power is unparalleled. I am very satisfied. After praising Qi Xian first, Song Yuan turned his head, looked down and said, "Which other heroes come up to compete?" After asking 3 times and getting no answer, Song Yuan said loudly, "Then, if I beat you dozens of times and no one comes up, my daughter's husband-in-law will be Prince Qi Xian. 1987654. Just when I counted here, a fierce sound broke through the air. Then, a hearty laugh came. "I'll do it." The words have fallen. Song Yuan and Qi Xian were already 2 more people in front of them. Qin Heng and Mingyu wearing clown masks. What made everyone speechless was that Qin Heng actually put his arm around Mingyu, while Mingyu leaned on Qin Heng's shoulder like a bird. Originally, Mingyu didn't want to be so high profile for fear of irritating the people present. But Qin Heng hugged her tightly, so she had no choice but to obey. In Qin Heng's words, "You are my woman now and in the future. No one can take it away." Now he just wants to be so high profile, just to stimulate other people. If anyone is dissatisfied, come up. Just blow them all up, killing the 8-star Grandmaster with 1 blow. Qin Heng had a new definition of his own strength. Mingyu had explained to him the difference in force between the various masters, which meant that his attack power was at least comparable to that of an average 9-star Grandmaster, coupled with a powerful defense, magic shield, and dog. It is estimated that not even the 9-star peak Grandmaster can do anything to him, especially dogs. When you become the 7-star Grandmaster, what you summon is the 8-star Divine Beast. Then what could it be that his 8 stars summoned? 9-star dog? At least it's at this level anyway. Then who else is he afraid of? Anyone who dares to disobey will be beaten to death. Qin Heng and Mingyu kissed each other. After everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment, Qin Feng was the first to laugh. "It's ridiculous. Are you fighting life and death just to rob such a woman who doesn't know how to love herself? Ha ha! Brother Qin Huang is right. Others have already fallen in love with him. It's ridiculous that these people are so desperate. Killing me! The man next to Qin Feng was also overjoyed. TSK. TSK. There were rumors that Mingyu was cuddling with someone a few days ago. The leader of Feng Yu sect came out to refute the rumors, saying that he was a disciple of Mingyu and could not fly. Now it seems that he can't fly? Ha ha! TSK. TSK. I'm afraid they both slept together. And they even brought it out to recruit a husband. I don't know what the Feng Yu sect master is thinking about. Ha ha! This is really the biggest joke ever. Humph. This is nothing but fun for you guys to play with. It's interesting. Master Feng Yu sect behaves like this. He is treating us like monkeys. It's really hateful. Ha ha. Poor brother Qi Xian is still so proud. Ha ha. Qin Feng took the lead in speaking, and the people around him immediately laughed and agreed, becoming more and more unpleasant as he spoke. Soon, all the dignitaries and heroes around him burst into laughter. The only ones who couldn't laugh were the people in Feng Yu sect. And everyone's hearts trembled. Secretly said, "Oh no!" Zhou Qiaoyu even stared at Qin Heng and her daughter with eyes that were like fire, with a look of hatred on her face. You said you wanted to run away, so why did you run back? Now that's good. What should I do now? However, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Qin Heng could actually fly? Could it be that you were just pretending before? Bright Moon. Qiaoyue, the eldest daughter next to Zhou Qiaoyu, was also stunned. She really admired her sister's courage. But who is the person next to her? Now that things have ended like this, what should we do next? These people were worried. But some of them were stunned and dumbfounded. On the rooftop far away from the martial arts arena, Niu Air, Lao Jin and others were completely dumbfounded. They had no place to sit, and could only watch from a distance on the roof. Hey, brother Niu, isn't this that boy Xiao Qin? The figure looks similar, and the voice sounds similar. Is it him? It feels a bit like it. Didn't brother Niu say that he moved to Sun Moon Pavilion? He became Sister Yu's celebrity. Yes, he is indeed Xiao Qin. But I didn't expect him to become a grandmaster. Holy shit! How could he practice so quickly? Niu Air looked like he had seen a ghost. Qin Heng stopped working as a handyman. At first, he didn't know what Qin Heng was doing. But his best friend is Yuan Yuan's apprentice. Yuan Yuan was also the kind of gossip girl who kept her mouth shut. And she let Niu Erxiang know when they were chatting. When Niu Air was having sex with Niu Air, he naturally told Niu Air. Niu Air was envious for a long time at that time. In the end, I can only lament that Qin Heng is indeed a pretty boy. Although Qin Heng often smeared ash on his face. Niu Air knew from close observation that this guy was at least a pretty boy. But, that's all for the pretty boy. How could this originally ordinary person suddenly become a master? Even if Sister Yu taught me personally. How long has it been since then? Is there a month? Niu Air is completely dumbfounded. Damn! It's really him. Then we have one more grandmaster brother. Ha ha. Stop dreaming. It looks like he is almost becoming Sister Yu's husband. Yeah. We might have to call him sect master from now on. Niu Air and others were shocked, while other people in Feng Yu sect were struggling and worried. The ones who couldn't laugh out loud were the warriors who had just participated in the competition. At this time, each of them felt as uncomfortable as eating flies. Especially Zhao Kuang and others who had received a beating were really livid. As for Qi Xian, who was still in the air, his face turned green and red for a while, which was a sign of anger. After taking several deep breaths, Qi Xian asked coldly, Master Feng, didn't you say that a few days ago it was because this disciple couldn't fly that Miss Mingyu took him to fly? So, now, can you give us an explanation? Facing Qi Xian's inquiry, Song Yuan was covered in cold sweat. Feng Yu sect is really finished now. If Mingyu ran away, he could still use the excuse of not knowing, since he still had an eldest daughter anyway. But Mingyu didn't run away, and even brought Qin Heng back in a grand manner. This is a naked slap in everyone's face. Caused public outrage. Song Yuan ignored Qi Xian. The matter was already at this point, and it was useless to talk more. It's better to think about how to run away with two daughters. Why are you coming? Song Yuan said. Dad? Of course, he is here to participate in the competition. Mingyu replied. Nonsense! Song Yuan shouted softly, just when he was about to say something else. Qin Heng let go of Mingyu and took a step forward. Master Feng sect, I'm here to participate in the competition. No problem. Song Yuan was a little surprised to see Qin Heng really flying in the sky by himself. He had always thought that his daughter was secretly taking Qin Hengfei with him. After all, The opponent's cultivation level is considered to be a 1-star warrior. Now that I think about it. No. At least, he is a 7-star grandmaster. Very good. I accept your challenge. Lord Feng Sect. Why don't you go down with Ling Qianjin? Before Song Yuan could speak, Qi Xian moved forward coldly. Song Yuan was stunned, narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and flew away with Mingyu. Both of them are 7-star grandmasters. No matter how hard they fight, Qi Xian will probably have some difficulty in killing Qin Heng. It would be nice to let Qin Heng suffer a little. I shouldn't be able to die if I'm by my side. However, can we pass this test today? There are so many powerful young heroes coming, and there are many 8-star grandmasters who follow them. There may even be a 9-star grandmaster hiding in it, making it difficult to escape. If you get to that point in the end, even if you can escape, all the Feng Yu Sect's foundation will be exhausted. Song Yuan was uneasy, while everyone in the audience was watching the show. TSK! TSK! Tell me, who among these two will win? Ha ha! Of course it's Brother Qi Xian. He is at the peak of 7 stars, and has already stepped into 8 stars with 1 foot. Yes! Yes! I think Brother Qi can blow his little head off with 1 punch. By the way, does anyone know that clown? I don't know. Didn't Master Feng Sect say that this is their disciple? He looks like a 1-star grandmaster. Idiot! He must be hiding his cultivation. Haha. How strong can a disciple be? He can only be at the 7-star intermediate level at most. Mingyu is only at the peak level. Haha. The angry brother Qi Huang will probably hammer him to pieces. Everyone in the audience was chattering, while the two people in the sky stood facing each other. Qi Xian has recovered from his original angry look. He said calmly, I'm surprised and admired that you didn't elope wearing Mingyu. However, what you have done has humiliated me, and I will make you pay the price. Haha. Mingyu and I already like each other. Why do we run away? Qin Heng said with a chuckle. Like-minded? Humph. It depends on whether you have the ability to protect her. I don't want to know your name. Die. Prince Qi Xian snorted coldly, and in a flash, he was already at Qin Heng's side, and he swept over with a fierce kick. A violent sonic boom sounded in the air, accompanied by bursts of thunder. Shock your legs. The eyes of everyone around him lit up. Qi Xian seems to be full of resentment. He performs a stunt from the very beginning, knocking his legs out. Shock your legs. The ultimate skill of the Qi royal family. It is said that after practicing it to the extreme, it can break mountains and rivers with 1 kick. Xiao Kuang had lost to this kick before. Seeing Qi Xian directly use his special skills, Song Yuan secretly sighed that something was wrong and tightened his body, preparing to save people. But the next moment, he suddenly felt 7 or 8 auras locking on him. In particular, there was a terrifying breath that almost made him breathless. 9-star Grandmaster. Song Yuan was shocked. The body collapsed instantly. Jiuxing locked onto him, obviously warning him not to interfere. Otherwise, boy, just wish yourself well. With a sigh, Song Yuan gave up struggling and could only watch and prepare to watch Qin Heng get beaten. The same was true for the Feng Yu Sect disciples below. Zhou Qiaoyu even turned away, not wanting to see that scene. Only Mingyu raised her hands excitedly, ready to cheer for the little man. Bang! There was a loud noise, accompanied by a high-pitched scream. The aggressive Qi Xian was kicked by Qin Heng and was instantly knocked to the floor of the martial arts arena. A huge human-shaped pit was smashed directly on it. Quiet! The originally noisy sound in the air disappeared without a trace in an instant. Everyone stared at Qi Xian, who was embedded in the ground and struggled to get up, but couldn't get up. They were all stunned. Destroy a 7-star pinnacle with 1 blow. What is this concept? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. After being stunned for a moment, a uniform sound of inhalation sounded. Then, various voices sounded. It exploded instantly. How is it possible? Qi Xian, who is at the peak of 7 stars, has no power to fight back. Oh my god. Qi Xian is also a strong one among the 7-star masters. Last time he fought with an 8-star grandmaster for a long time. Haha. It's possible that someone else gave in to him. But it's not that outrageous, right? Ordinary 8-star grandmasters can't destroy Qi Xian so casually, right? Could it be that Qi Xian was careless? Didn't he dodge? What the hell? The two of them are not in the same realm at all. Could it be that that boy is the 8-star grandmaster? Some people speculated. It's possible. His cultivation seems to be that of a 1-star warrior. And it's very possible that he is an 8-star warrior. Nah. Is it too unfair to have an 8-star hidden cultivation level, but a 7-star one? Fair. What is fair? Even if you have 8 stars or above in this competition. It is allowed. Having said that, he will probably be in bad luck if he beats Prince Qixuan like this. Everyone was talking here. And on the other side, Song Yuan was also stunned. This kid. So strong? That random blow just now had at least 8 stars of strength. Yura has found a good man. Glancing at his excited daughter next to him, Song Yuan finally showed a smile. But immediately, his face became gloomy again. Here is the 9-star Grandmaster. I hope it's not hostile. Otherwise. At the same time, Mom! Look! 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 Xiao Yue shook Zhou Qiaoyu's arm. Is he okay? Zhou Qiaoyu heard the huge vibration on the ground and didn't dare to look. He won! Brother-in-law! He won! Xiao Yue immediately changed her tune when she saw the mighty Qin Heng. Ah! Really? Zhou Qiaoyu turned around and saw Qixuan lying on the ground like a dead dog, while Qin Heng stood unharmed in the air. So powerful that Zhou Qiaoyu was stunned. Niu Er and others in the distance were also dumbfounded. Especially Niu Er. He was completely unable to connect the Qin Heng in front of him with the Qin Heng who killed the cow together in his memory. This guy. Want to become a dragon. Just when everyone was talking about it. Brush. A figure flew out from the crowd and landed next to Qixuan. This is a middle-aged man wearing brocade clothes and a sword. He is Qixuan's follower this time. 8-star Grandmaster. He frowned, stepped forward to check Qixuan's injury, and with a wave of his hand, a golden light struck Qixuan. The next moment, Qixuan jumped up. Thank you, Master Li. You step back first. Master Li waved his hand and rose slowly, arriving not far from Qin Heng. He spoke coldly. Young man, is it too harsh? Master Li, this is a normal competition. Please do not interfere. Song Yuan spoke and wanted to step forward at the same time, but suddenly found that more than 10 auras were locked on him, including the 9-star aura. It seems that as soon as he moves, he will immediately be attacked by a group of people. This made him dare not move at all. Ha! How are you doing? Qin Heng chuckled. This person is not Little Red Dot. And neither is Qixuan. Otherwise, he might directly defeat Qixuan. Take my knife. Forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Li suddenly drew his sword, and there was a loud choking sound. The sword came out, and a shocking sword energy instantly cut through the sky and went straight to Qin Heng. Qin Heng replaced the sword with his hand, and the same sword energy blasted out. There was a loud bang. Master Li was blasted thousands of meters away, and then he stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood with a loud sound. Quiet. Everyone was stunned again, looking shocked. The next moment, the entire martial arts arena exploded. Oh my god! He easily defeated the 8-star intermediate Grandmaster Master Li. How can this be? You are blind. Didn't you see? How is that possible? Awesome. What kind of cultivation level does this clown have? 8-star peak Grandmaster? It's possible. Otherwise, how could he defeat Master Li at will? Isn't he the 9-star Grandmaster? Impossible. How can there be such a young 9-star Grandmaster? Everyone was talking, but Song Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Qin Heng's strength seems to have exceeded his knowledge. Master Li, even if he goes up, he can't defeat the opponent so easily. Right? Brush. Master Li flew back, bowed respectfully to Qin Heng and cupped his hands. Thank you. The other party looked calm, obviously holding back. Otherwise he might end up like Qixuan. Ha! I'm a guest. Please. Qin Heng made a gesture to invite him back to the banquet. Feng Yusek still needs to develop, and he can't offend everyone. Ha! It's good that the visitor is a guest. Li Shifei flew down and landed next to Qixuan, pulling him, who was still a little confused, to sit down again. Master Li, let's just forget it, Qixuan said in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Your Highness Xian, this person is unfathomable. Don't provoke him easily. Besides, aren't there Qin Feng and the others? Let's just watch the show. Qin Heng, who was in the sky, looked at the banquet below, cupped his hands and said, Everyone, is there anyone else who comes up to compete? If not, Miss Ming, you will be mine. I come! Brush. A figure appeared in the sky. When everyone saw it, they were all a little dumbfounded because this man was an old man. What followed was a hilarious meal. Ha ha! Old monster Feng, the 8-star peak grandmaster, actually went up. What is he doing? What else can I do? Be someone's son-in-law. Are you going to be a father? He is older than the Feng sect master. Ha ha. Isn't it? It's strange. Old monster Feng, who always lives alone, came out of here? I haven't seen him before. You all shut up. There's a good show to watch. Everyone was talking a lot. But Song Yuan was a little anxious and said angrily, Old man Feng, are you crazy? You are older than me, and you still want to be my son-in-law? Ha ha. Why not? Old monster Feng said in a dry voice. I have already made a rule to only recruit those under 30. You are violating the rule, and I will not admit it. Song Yuan snorted coldly. Ha ha. Look, he's wearing a clown mask. How do we know how old he is? As long as he takes off this clown mask, I will not participate. Old monster Feng said calmly. The person wearing a mask on the other side must have a purpose of not being able to see people. This is what young Master Qin Feng said. Xiao Qin, why don't you take it off? Song Yuan heard this and turned to look at Qin Heng. No need. This kind of thing is no match for me. Qin Heng said lightly. Take off the mask? Joke. There are 30 or 40 little red dots underneath. Especially the table in the middle has a bunch of little red dots. He didn't know anyone else. But there was one person he knew. Although he didn't know the name. He had seen it in Yorong's room. At that time, I wanted to wait for him to come out and kill him. But who knew that after he finished leveling, he ran away. When they searched all over the city, they couldn't find the man. Instead, they killed Ling Hong's family. Now that he saw it again, of course he took it seriously. This is a person who inquires about the Jude village. And he must be his enemy. Under the attention, he has excellent hearing. Naturally, I quickly figured out who the most dazzling person at the table was. The 9th Prince of Qin. Still a red dot. Looks like the big enemy is coming. But are these just some of them? Or are they all here? Qin Heng is more inclined to the former. With so many enemies present, he did not dare to take off his mask. Otherwise, if his identity is revealed after taking it off, he will have to kill all the little red dots in front of him. But in full public view, what would be the consequences of killing the opponent? Thinking with your toes will also lead to crazy revenge from Qin. His strength is strong now. He can handle 1 or 2 9 stars. But what about a bunch of 9 stars? What about the pinnacle 9 stars? When the time comes, he can only run away. And Feng Yu sect is definitely over. Unless he is promoted to 9 stars. He will be invincible at the same level. Or level up with hundreds of millions of experience points and improve it first. But that's definitely not possible now. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. You have to endure it when you have to. Wait until I am invincible. The other party can outrun the monk, but cannot outrun the temple. What? You dare to insult me as a piece of shit? Very good. Just let me try how many pounds you have. Old Feng gave a weird laugh and wanted to take action. Qin Heng chuckled and said, Don't be anxious. After finishing speaking, he said loudly to the people below, I wonder if anyone else wants to come up to compete. You can come up together. No limit on number of people. Doing it one by one is a waste of time. Indeed, Qin Heng was a little tired of them one by one. He wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible. As long as they show enough strength. I believe Fenji Weeman should be able to recuperate for a while. He can also level up and reach the realm with peace of mind. Quiet. The entire martial arts arena became quiet again. After a while, the entire martial arts arena exploded again. What? Is he challenging all 8 stars? Ha ha. Old man Feng was actually ignored by him. Arrogant. Are you going to challenge all 8 stars here by yourself? So arrogant. Who does he think he is? That's unreasonable. It's so high and low. Does he think he is the 9-star grandmaster? And he wants to pick a group of people? There was a flurry of discussion. Brushing. 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 20 people instantly flew out from the crowd. They are all 8-star experts. There are even 10 peak 8 stars. Among them are the master of the Kagura sect, the master of the Jueqing Palace, and the master of the Yuan sect. Ha ha. As you wish. How to fight? The leader of the Kagura sect said with a smile. He has long wanted to take action. However, Qin Feng never gave the order, so he could only endure it. And now, this ignorant thing wants to challenge a group of people. If you don't show up to others, won't you make others laugh? Kill him! This is what His Highness Qin Feng means. It's too small here. Come with me! Qin Heng swiped and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters above the ground, and the other 8 stars followed him instantly, surrounding him. Dad? Seeing this scene, Mingyu was so anxious that she was speechless. The little man is very strong, but he can beat a group of 8 stars. She was still panicking. It's okay. He should be sure. Song Yuan actually didn't know what he was feeling, but he had to comfort his daughter. Right? At the same time, he was equally excited. If this battle is won, Qin Heng will win. Then his strength is at least the 9-star Grandmaster level. Feng Yu's sect will definitely be stable for a while. But the second-class Neo in the distance was completely dumbfounded. Qin Heng, in their minds, has become a fairy-like figure. Suddenly the distance between you and the other person becomes very, very far away. In the sky, kill! As the Kagura sect master roared, all the 8-star Grandmasters surrounding Qin Heng roared, and their inner strength was released. The huge aura swept across the surroundings, earth-shaking. Kill! Everyone blinked and launched their strongest attack. The sword energy soars to the sky. The sword is full of energy. Countless powerful attacks gathered into a rolling dragon and pounced on Qin Heng. Brush. 2 soul fire talismans exploded. A green dragon phantom and a Xuanwu phantom turned into a big word defense and enveloped Qin Heng. A layer of flame armor suddenly appeared on Qin Heng. Zilyu. A golden edge, L-like shield enveloped Qin Heng again. Ouch. A dog roared, and the huge divine beast was summoned by Qin Heng from a distance and stood in front of him. Rumble. In a blink of an eye, countless energy bombarded the dog in him. Boom. Boom. Qin Heng was drowned in the energy attack in an instant. Soon, the smoke and dust cleared. A golden figure appeared in front of everyone with blood on the corner of his mouth. Zilala. Thousands of thunders flash. The golden figure flashed. Fluffy. All the masters screamed and fell to the ground. Chapter 205 Battle with 9 stars. Game changes. Financial management expert is online. Zilala. Hell's thunder. Thousands of thunders flash. Qin Heng's figure flashed and circled around the people around him. 1 punch per person. Bang bang bang. All the 8-star Grandmasters screamed and were blasted off the ground, creating a bunch of huge human-shaped craters. Ow. Those great masters struggled to get up and wanted to continue fighting. The romantic dance steps. Brush. Qin Heng turned into 20 shadows and punched and kicked them all. They were beaten until they screamed, and they had no strength to fight back. From a distance, it looked like Qin Heng instantly transformed into more than 20 clones, beating these 8 stars at the same time. In fact, it was because he was too fast and there were afterimages in the sky. Seeing a group of 8-star Grandmasters being pinned to the ground and beaten into dogs, everyone present was stunned. Crush. This is naked crushing. Stop! There was a loud roar like thunder. A figure appeared in the field instantly, and struck Qin Heng with a sword. Before the sword arrived, the poisonous snake-like sword light with a strong white halo was already overwhelming. Everyone present looked confused when they saw this sword light. Bang! Qin Heng kicked off the ground to avoid the blow, and the next moment, he appeared thousands of meters in the air. Brush. Not far away, a figure, holding a long sword, appeared in the air. This is an old man wearing a white robe, who looks just like the neighbor's uncle. But at this time, the aura exuded by the other party was as deep as the ocean. Overwhelming, covering the entire Feng Yu city. Have a break in both law and martial arts? Not bad. He was able to struggle out of the old man's law soul sword. The old man spoke calmly, with neither joy nor sadness on his face. 9-star Grandmaster? Who are you? Qin State. Qin Chi. Who are you? When the old man finished speaking, the pot below instantly exploded. What? 9-star Grandmaster. Qin Chi. This is one of Qin's 9-star Grandmasters. And he's here too. Grandmaster Qin Chi entered the 9 stars 100 years ago, and his cultivation seems to be even more unfathomable. Yeah. That sword strike just now made me feel like my soul was almost gone. Now, this arrogant boy is finished. Let him go crazy. Yes. Once the 9 stars appear, he will definitely die. Not necessarily. He just dodged Qin Chi's lost soul sword. That is spiritual swordsmanship. Below 9 stars, there is no way to escape. What? So, this clown wearing a mask is also a 9-star Grandmaster? Nonsense! If you're not Jiuxing, can you escape Jiuxing's surprise attack? Can you crush a group of 8 stars? Hey, look at him. He has a shield like an egg sh. all over his body. There were also the thousands of thunder and lightning just now, and the ferocious beast next to him. He is a practitioner of both law and martial arts. What? Magic and martial arts cultivation. 9-star Grandmaster plus 9-star Dharma King. Everyone was deeply shocked again. The 9-star Grandmaster is terrible. But this is the 9-star Grandmaster, which is even more terrifying. People are talking a lot. The people in Feng Yu sect on the other side were ecstatic. What? 9 stars. Qin Hung is the 9 stars Grandmaster. He is also the 9 stars Great Dharma King. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. The little man is a 9-star? Not an 8-star? Ming Yu was almost knocked unconscious by this huge sexual blessing. Mom! My brother-in-law is Jiu Xing. He is the 9-star Grandmaster, the great master of both law and martial arts. Xiao Yue shook her mother equally excitedly. Qin Heng's 9-star Grandmaster and 9-star Dharma King. The second-class Niu people are completely numb. Air. Feng Yu Gate. Yu Hung. Faced with the old man's question, Qin Hung did not tell the truth, because the old man is a little red dot. Needless to say, the other party must be his biggest enemy. Why are the people on Mao Qin's side full of red dots? Qin Hung glanced below. Qin Feng was almost surrounded by people. Yue Heng? The old man frowned slightly. Ming Yu, Song Yuan, and others were also stunned. Qin Hung is hiding his identity. What is he afraid of? Qin Qi. Qin Hung. Is there any connection between them? Thinking of this, Ming Yu instantly turned pale. Is Qin Hung from Qin? Qin royal family? No. Impossible. In the mainland of China, there are many people with the surname Qin, and Qin Hung is not necessarily related to the royal family of Qin. Besides, he was just a villager from Juma village, and they had already checked Qin Heng's details. Huangma village belongs to Feng Yu city management, and there is information about Huangma village in Feng Yu Gate. Therefore, if only the Qin royal family had the surname Qin, Qin Hung would have been massacred by Feng Yu city when he was a child. However, the little man said that he had a big enemy and could ask people from the hidden sect to kill him. Could it be that the little man's biggest enemy is the Qin royal family? Yes. Only in this way can it be explained. So, I and the little man have a common enemy. Ming Yu, who was thinking about this, became excited. This is a common goal. Yu Hung? What a good name. I didn't expect that Feng Yu sect would have a great master who practiced both magic and martial arts. If my hands are itchy, I need to ask for advice. Ha ha. That's what I meant. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hung continued to fly high into the sky. The 9-star Grandmaster takes action with all his strength. If he gets too close to Feng Yu city, it will be a disaster. It doesn't matter to Qin Qi. He can't ignore it. Brush. The two of them flew high until they were 5,000 meters in the air. And then, they stopped. Looking down, with Qin Heng's eyesight at this time, he could still see Ming Yu's worried eyes. Clairvoyance. Omniscient. For a super warrior, it is not a myth. As soon as the two people stopped and looked at each other, their aura gradually increased, getting stronger and stronger. Although they are 5,000 meters in the air, everyone below can still feel the endless pressure. Looking up, the two people high in the sky are like two suns, getting brighter and brighter. The stimulation made everyone's eyes hurt and sore. Soon, all the warriors below 5 stars gave up looking directly. Their eyes simply couldn't stand the stimulation of this light. Even Lu Xing was forced to watch it until he was dizzy and burst into tears. Let alone ordinary people. The people in the whole city could hardly stand. Some were holding on to the wall, and some were slumped on the ground, trembling. Little man must win. Win. I will be yours tonight. Soon the bright moon will pray silently. Qin Hung must win. If he wins, Yor will definitely marry you or Qiu Yu. No problem. Song Yuan prayed silently, high in the sky. Finally, the two guys who had accumulated their energy to the extreme moved. Qin Hung took the lead and raised his hand, and a barrel-thick thunder and lightning suddenly struck down in the air. Brush. The figure flashed, and Qin Qi easily dodged the blow. Appeared behind Qin Hung. The long face in his hand emits light like the sun, and with the sound of thundering swords, it cuts down fiercely. Before the sword arrived, an invisible coercion enveloped him, as if the air in all directions formed a wall, make Qin Hung unable to escape. Space compression. The power of heaven and earth under the initial control of the 9-star Grandmaster can initially control the surrounding space, making the opponent unable to move. Z-la-la. Thousands of thunders flash. Qin Qi's body suddenly stiffened. Before he could react, His whole body suddenly turned red and green. Defense down. Less vitality. What kind of poison is this? So domineering. Qin was shocked. But he was paralyzed by lightning. And he hadn't recovered yet. However, Jiuxing's constitution was good, and he was relieved quickly. Zilala. Just as Qin's body was relieved of the paralysis, thousands of thunders flashed again. The body was frozen again. Qin is going crazy. What kind of ghost magic is this that has such a magical effect? Before he could move, a soul fire talisman struck fiercely on top of his head. It not only caused severe pain in his head, but also made his soul instantly feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. And he was filled with fear. But the 9-star Grandmaster's mental power was extremely strong, and he easily broke free in the next moment. But, Zilala. Thousands of thunders flashed again, and he was frozen again without any surprise. What the HL? What kind of magic is this? Qin is on the verge of going berserk. This situation of being beaten without being able to fight back is really too bad. Zilala. A flash of light instantly hit his head. It blasted him thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Asshole. Qin, who finally escaped from Qin Heng's clutches, roared and raised his torn head. The next moment, golden light flashed and he recovered as before. But his eyes immediately widened. Because there is a red monster that is more than 7 meters tall and looks like a giant dog in front of me. Roar! The giant red dog roars, opened its huge mouth, and spit out countless flames in an instant. The flame turned into a giant flame dragon in an instant, and swallowed Qin in one mouthful. Ah! With a roar, Qin, who was covered in green smoke, broke through the flame dragon with a sword. The next moment, his eyes widened again, because there was another giant flame dragon in front of him, swallowing him up in one bite. Boom! This time the flame dragon exploded completely. The explosion left Qin in tatters. Before he could distance himself, Zilala. Qin appeared beside him at some point, and thousands of thunders flashed again, instantly froze him again. Hula-la. This time it's not a flash movie. It's ice roar. The huge blizzard hit Qin's body like a knife, cutting, freezing, cutting, and freezing all over his body. Not to be outdone, the dog spit out dragons of flames, which continued to explode on him. Every time Qin's body was about to release the paralysis caused by Hell's Thunder, there was another Hell's Thunder. Hell's Thunder. Ice roars. The dog squirted wildly. This caused Qin to instantly fall into an endless loop, unable to get out at all. Perhaps he felt that the attack power of Ice Roar was low. But after another Lish Thunder, a huge butcher knife appeared in Qin Heng's hand. Feng Yu Heart Sutra. The huge kitchen knife exploded into thousands of rays of light, and stabbed Qin hard on the neck. Bang! Go down with this knife. Qin was directly chopped away. But what left Qin Heng speechless was that there was no shortcut situation as imagined. I only cut a third of it in. But I can't cut it in anymore. The 9-star Grandmaster's defense is truly astonishing. Ahoy! Qin, who finally got a chance to breathe again, went crazy instantly. Red light flashes on the body. The vitality of heaven and earth within 10 miles around him violently rioted, converging on him in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand lit up like a bloody sun, and in an instant he slashed tens of thousands of bloody sword energy towards Qin Heng. Each bloody sword energy carried the power of heaven and earth, turning into fierce bloody dragons, and struck Qin Heng in the blink of an eye. This time, the opponent's attack speed suddenly increased, and Qin Heng was hit before he could react. Rumble. Rumble. Qin Heng was completely submerged in the endless sword energy. Call out. The next moment, the invisible Qin Heng appeared in the center of Fengyu City, not far from the gate of Fengyu Gate. You? Qin Heng, who was dressed in tatters, pale, and dripping with blood, couldn't help but spit out blood. At this time, his magic shield has been broken. The injuries on the body were very scary. There were injuries on the head, hands, and feet that were so deep that the bones were visible. In some places, only white bones were left, and all the flesh was gone, covered in blood. Ring 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 group healing technique. Gula gula. Powerful solar water. Thousands of years of snow and frost. The next moment, Qin Heng recovered from all his injuries, and took out a clown mask again, and put it on. The original one has been broken. But in the sky, Qin didn't know that Qin Heng had run away, and was still frantically attacking the location where Qin Heng was just now. But in fact, only the dog was left carrying it. The dog was summoned by him, and its aura was the same as his. So Qin probably thought it was him. The 9-star Grandmaster went crazy. It was terrifying. Qin Hung frowned, as the sword energy filled the sky above him continued to explode with rumbles. It seems this plane can only go so far. In a battle with the opponent, it is impossible for the opponent to kill you. But if you want to kill the opponent, you cannot kill him for a moment. Besides, I can't kill him now. Too many people. If you kill him, it will trigger crazy revenge from the Qin state. And the Fengyu sect will be completely finished. By now, it should be almost done. However, Qin Hung didn't go up either. He was in no hurry, as he was invisible. If the other person wants to go crazy, then go crazy. He chuckled and returned to the sky above Fengyu Women Martial Arts Field. Glancing at the people below, everyone was basically divided into two categories. One is the fanatical expressions of people like Qin Feng, and the other is the pale-faced people of Fengyu sect. Especially Mingyu. She could hardly stand. Fortunately, Yuan came over at some point and supported her. Otherwise she would have fallen down long ago. Did the little man lose? Seeing countless terrorist attacks bombarding the little man in the sky, Mingyu was really worried. But there was nothing she could do. Yuan also looked as pale as a sheet of paper. Qin Hung was defeated. Faced with being surrounded by enemies, what should they do? As for Song Yuan and his wife, they held hands and looked at the sky, not knowing what they were thinking. It's just that my body is shaking slightly. Fool! I'm fine. Qin Hung appeared next to Mingyu and said through the message. Mingyu was startled and thought she was hallucinating. I'll be right next to you. Don't make any noise and let him play for a while. Qin Hung chuckled, reaching out and pinching Mingyu's pale face. Mingyu reached out and touched her face. She felt relieved when she touched the hand that was causing trouble. My whole body suddenly felt relaxed. The scenery above the sky is really scary. That 9-star Grandmaster's bloody energy seemed to be endless, constantly bombarding him. The entire Fengyu city was enveloped in a layer of red light. Qin Hung was too lazy to care about the other party. He hugged Mingyu and raised and lowered his hands. Yuan is also supporting Mingyu, which makes Mingyu extremely embarrassed, and at the same time feels very exciting. This made her afraid to move. Sensing that Mingyu's breathing was a little abnormal, Yuan comforted. Sister Yu, don't worry. He won't die. Huh? No. Your body temperature is based on your height. Yuan sniffed. And your mood is wrong. Huh? You're not in heat. Are you? Shoot. The angry Mingyu slapped Yuan on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm worried about him. Keep an eye on him while I go to the toilet. After saying that, she flew away in a hurry. Brush. Mingyu flew directly into her residence in Fengyu Gate and closed the door with a bang. He hugged the little man with his backhand, and the two began to bite each other. Mingyu asked, Did you think about me every day before? What are you thinking about? Miss you at night. The two of them were affectionate for a moment, and after enjoying themselves, they arranged their clothes, and Qin Hung became invisible and flew out again. Now is not the time for war. There is a big enemy outside. By the way, the 9-star Grandmaster is really fierce. He and Mingyu had been sucking away for a long time, and the other party was still attacking crazily. I guess the dog was almost beaten to death by him. He already felt that the dog's breath was weak. The dog was left there by him, and would not move without his command. I guess the other party thought it was him. So he tried even harder. Right. After the two went out, Mingyu flew back with a slightly red face. Why have you been here for so long? Your man feels like he's almost beaten to death? You seem to have just gone into heat. Yuan said anxiously, and then stared at Mingyu suspiciously. Black lines appeared on Mingyu's forehead, and she was so embarrassed that she almost crawled into a hole in the ground. Maybe it's because my stomach has been feeling bad for a long time these days. After explaining in embarrassment, Mingyu looked at the sky and stopped talking. Yuan sniffed suspiciously and said nothing. But I was speechless in my heart. Sister Yu didn't even smell like a toilet this time. Her whole body was in a state of being in heat. She thought I couldn't tell. Sister Yu will not be my poor Qin Hung. Feeling that the breath in the eye of the storm was getting weaker and weaker, the people around him began to talk wildly. Ha ha! This kid is finished. I feel like he is going to die. Isn't that right? If your lord takes action, that's not just raising your hand to kill. Ha ha. Well done. Make him crazy. Get ready. And when he dies, we will take action. Song Yuan and his wife frowned deeply, feeling that Qin Heng's breath was getting weaker and weaker. They both panicked. Let's go to Ur. As soon as Qin Hung dies, we'll run away. Can you run away? There is a 9-star Grandmaster up there. Zhou Qianyu sighed. Song Yuan. There is a 9-star Grandmaster. So there is really no way to run away now. I guess they haven't gone far. Others have already come to kill them. Run now. Isn't that too unjust? Moreover, there are so many people around who are watching eagerly, and it is impossible to escape. Just thinking about it. There are finally new changes in the sky. Boom. Rumble. After another frantic attack, the dog in the storm finally screamed. Got blown away. Dead? Sensing the other party's breath disappearing, Qin Shi finally panted and stopped. The people below also held their breaths and widened their eyes, wanting to see if Qin Hung, who was bombarded by the wild bombs, was dead. The smoke and dust dissipated, and there was nothing. Where are people? Where did it go? Buzz. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they immediately went crazy. Ha ha! Is that arrogant guy beaten to death? Ha ha! Make him crazy! Are all the corpses gone? Good death. Bastard. It hurt me so much just from the beating. The Fengyu sect is over. Ha ha! Amidst the crazy discussion, Song Yuan and others turned pale and earth-colored. When I was thinking about what to do, a hearty laugh came from higher in the air. Ha ha! Grandmaster Qin is so capable. I admire him. With laughter, Qin Hung slowly flew down. The people below fell silent for a moment. Dumbfounded, Qin Shi also frowned. It looked like Qin Heng's clothes were in tatters, and not even his clown mask was broken. I have borrowed a lot of the power of heaven and earth. But he didn't take action again. After the crazy attack just now, he had reached his limit. If they fight again, he is not sure that he can beat Qin Hung. Little brother is also very capable. This hide-and-seek technique is pretty good, Qin Shi sarcastically said. Ha ha. Grandmaster Qin. Why not stop here? There is no point in continuing the fight, Qin Hung suggested. Very good. I have exactly what I mean. Qin Shi nodded. Then, Grandmaster Qin, please take a seat again and let us entertain you properly. Qin Hung stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. No need. I've just eaten and drank enough. Thanks to Fengyu women for their hospitality. I and others will go back now. After Qin Shi finished speaking, the next moment, he appeared in front of Qin Feng. Let's go! Hearing that Qin Shi and others were leaving, Song Yuan and his wife quickly came over to see them off. No matter what the purpose of the other party's visit was before, they still haven't broken the relationship yet. So they still have to follow the proper etiquette. When Qin Shi was about to leave, the Kagura sect, Yuyin sect, etc. also left one after another. Fengyu sect actually hides a 9-star Grandmaster. Who dares to stay here? Who dares to cause trouble here? You know, any sect with a 9-star Grandmaster can rank among the top 20 sects. If you don't follow me now, you may not be able to leave later. Of course, compliments are indispensable when leaving. For example, congratulations to Fengyu sect for producing a 9-star Grandmaster, etc. In the end, less than half of the people left. This half of the people have a relatively good relationship with Fengyu sect, and many of them are married to Fengyu sect. Before, they were also waiting and watching, but most of them were second-rate sections. They could only wait silently, and did not dare to speak at will. This is also a sad part of Fengyu women. The network of connections is spread all over the world, but there are few strong allies. For example, although Mingyue's aunt is married to a prince, she actually only sounds nice. Normally, these people are quite close to each other. But when it comes to the catastrophe of annihilation, many people will consider the pros and cons. After sending away the plague gods, Song Yuan came to Qin Hung. After looking up and down, he smiled and said, Well done. I'll leave it to you after Mingyu. Thank you, Master. Qin Hung quickly bowed. Huh? What did you call me? Song Yuan glared. Father-in-law. Qin Hung scratched his head in embarrassment. Come on. Come on. Meet some old friends with me. Okay. But please, father-in-law, please don't say my real name. Just call me Yu Hung. Qin Hung said through a message. Okay. Don't worry. Song Yuan immediately sent a message to his wife, Qiu, Mingyu and many 7-star elders, asking them to immediately send a message to the disciples below that Qin Heng's name is absolutely confidential. No external information is allowed at all. Otherwise, he will be killed without mercy. Next, Song Yuan took Qin Hung and Mingyu to meet with the remaining people. It can be regarded as confirming the relationship between the two. Although Qin Hung wore a mask to meet everyone, no one dared to have any objections. This is a 9-star Grandmaster. If he can come and see you once, he will give you enough face. What else do you want? While Qin Hung was dealing with the crowd, he was also scanning these people. See if there are any little red dots here. As a result, there were more than 10, all sitting at the same table. Qin Chi and the others were gone. How could Qin Hung be polite to these people? This is obviously the spy left behind by the other party. Therefore, when he came to the last table, Qin Hung suddenly killed him without any warning. In a flash of figures, these warriors, including several 7-star Grandmasters, were beaten to a pulp by Qin Hung without even making a sound. Spy! Qin Hung dropped 2 words coldly, flew up, and looked around the entire Fengyu city. This thunderous method immediately frightened the others, but they were extremely lucky. Fortunately, I resisted the temptation. Otherwise, I might be lying on the ground by myself now. On the other side, Qin Hung searched all over the city. Not to mention, he found quite a few. But he killed them all one by one. Not a single one was spared. Among them, Qin Hung interrogated a few. But they were all small minions, and couldn't find anything out. After cleaning up the whole city, Qin Hung did not return to Fengyu Gate, but returned to Sun Moon Pavilion. Hello, Uncle! As soon as Qin Hung came back, Chuanju, Xiaoju, Xiuju, Dongmei and Dongxue stood upright and said respectfully in unison, with a look of fanaticism on their faces. Shanju, who was at the scene, had come back early to tell everyone what happened in Fengyu sect. Therefore, Xiaoju and others now worshipped Qin Hung completely fanatically. They thought this sloppy man who only slept and ate every day suddenly became a 9-star Grandmaster. This really shocked and aroused them. This is my uncle, and he will also be their man from now on. Their man is actually a 9-star Grandmaster? Several girls almost fainted from being smashed by this huge pie. Uncle, thank you for your hard work. Take a shower first. Look, your clothes are all torn. Several people moved forward, and without any explanation, they followed Qin Hung to the hot spring in the backyard. After entering, without saying a word, several people started to pull Qin Hung clean. Tear. Several girls looked at Qin Hung and gasped at the same time. What made Qin Hung's eyes bulge even more was that these girls also came down to help him clean up. It was a real wash. No part of his body was rubbed again and again, which made Qin Hung get angry. Uncle, please calm down. We can't do this without Sister Yu's permission. Chunju smiled. Qin Hung, your sister? No, you're still waiting in front of me. But Chunju smiled and lowered her head. After an hour, refreshed, Qin Hung changed his clothes and returned to the hall. After drinking a cup of ginseng tea made from Chunju, I dropped this sentence. When Sister Yu comes back, tell her not to disturb me. I want to practice. Yes, Uncle. Sleeping is cultivation. Chuanju and others have linked the two. Brush. Qin Hung logged into the second floor of First Line Tuching Inn. It's been more than 3 days. I haven't played for more than 3 days. I don't know what has changed in the game. I looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Sign in! There was no sign in today. So as soon as Qin Hung came online, the system asked immediately, Ding dong! Congratulations on getting a demon slaying ring, a copy of Holy War Armor, and a bottle of God of War oil. 50,000 gold coins. 10,000-year-old snow frost packs 10. Qin Hung. This signing gave me a lot. Is this a reissue for the past few days? Never mind it. Just give it. Just after signing in, there was a sudden explosion in the guild. Xingya's sadness. Holy crap! Boss Prodigal Son. You showed up. Fearless Lone Wolf. Oh my god! Boss Prodigal Son. If you don't come out, that guy Xingye is going to report the crime. Mu Shui. TSK. TSK. If you haven't come up for 3 days, is it because your girlfriend dragged you to harvest rice? Guan Hai. Hey, it's possible. Now is the time to harvest rice. And Yuan Jian Tianmu. Uh-huh. Maybe I have gone to the world of 2 people. Dujala. Hey, Boss Prodigal Son. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? The Legation Surgeon. Pull it down. Let's get your little red and pink hooves done first. Naming a household in difficulty. Hey, brother. I'm level 37. If you don't come up, my brother will catch up with you. Tianya Prodigal. I'm sorry to make everyone worried. Something happened at home. My girlfriend was almost kidnapped. Suifeng Shuquan. No way! My sister-in-law was almost kidnapped? Are you okay? Crazy Dance 220. Who the H? L has the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. Tell me. Brothers, go and do their damn thing. Edgeworth goes to hell. +1. The man who tricked the horse and said. +1. The little mushrooms of Jigglyang. Add 1. In an instant, thousands of replies appeared. Tianya Prodigal. Uh-huh. It's okay. Thank you everyone. Where are you playing? Foreman 123. The first line pigs have 6 levels in the field. Dragon Tattoo. +1. Night Owl. +1. Crazy Mo. I'm working with the named boss in an unknown dark palace at Arrogant PK. Okay Icing. We're on the front line Zuma 5. Mr. Payne. One-line Death Coffin. The slot machine spits out game coins. The palace of the first line Corpse King. Remnant Dream. Butterfly Love. Second line Maze Leveling. Clouds in the Hurricane. One line Zuma 4. Tang Bohu is happy. Flowers are happy. Mood is cool. Xiaoxiang is happy. PK outside the first line Tuching safety zone. Xiaoyu. I'm upgrading weapons. Boss. I've upgraded several valuable ones out of the pile you gave me. Haha. Household with difficulty in naming. Damn! I told you not to upgrade weapons in the guild. Tianya Prodigal. What's wrong with upgrading weapons? Naming a household in need. Heck! 3 more handfuls of Jing Zhongyue were broken yesterday. Game puzzle. Shenhao. Bai Yifei. 1+ for the powerful. Emperor Yun kills the god. God is awesome +1. Xin Hung. He chatted privately. Boss, don't just throw Yusheng into the well. Put some garbage knives first. And I'll tell you. Needless to say, it's too much trouble and takes too long. Besides, do I need to use that junk to pad my knife? Who do you look down on? Although I broke 3 Jing Zhongyue, I upgraded 1 to 24/7. Hee! It just dropped a few points for a long time. That's it. Black lines appeared on Qin Heng's forehead. He was instantly reminded of an eccentric talent of his former college roommate. At that time, a long-distance call usually cost $1 and 2. But if you dialed 12593 first, the long-distance call would cost 60 cents. But this roommate never added 12593 when he called. Qin Heng reminded him many times. As a result, others were ungrateful and said, it's too troublesome. Do I need to call 12593? Who do you look down on? Then at the end of the month, this awesome guy sold his phone for 100 yuan and exchanged it for a meal card. After I get money from home, I will spend 700 yuan to buy a new one. I have no money at the end of the month. I need to sell it for another 100 yuan to exchange for a meal card. After going back and forth several times, those in the class who lack mobile phones would greet him in advance. If you sell a mobile phone, charge 150. Qin Heng was helpless when he encountered such a helpless roommate. I don't even know how he got into college. These are all memories from past lives. These images flashed through his mind instantly. And Qin Heng sighed. The past is past after all. No longer thinking about the past. He chatted privately and told the poor family the secret of black iron ore and endurance. The other party is a rich man, so he probably wouldn't think of hoarding black iron ore to sell. Holy crap! Is there such a thing? No wonder. Thanks, brother. The person who had difficulty naming was overjoyed. After naming the difficult households, Qin Heng heard from several other people in the meeting that they were leveling up on the 6th floor of Zhudong. This made his heart skip a beat. Tianya Prodigal. Zhu Lu, do you know how to get in? Dog-headed strategist Husky. Yes. A master has cracked the method and published it online. Holy crap. Who is it? So awesome? Qin Heng was a little depressed. Now it's better. A special map is gone again. If I had known earlier, it would be better to let the little one break the news when I was offline last time. And maybe I could get a lot of benefits. But what can we say about this kind of thing? He is not a god. How can he predict things like a god? One less day of breaking news. One more day of leveling and more things for him. Forget it. It's just a matter of time. After all, the players are not stupid. Jiuechen. It's a great god named Mo Guzhong. I don't know how he found out this pattern. Damn it. His post is so popular. It's making him crazy. Ancient wooden house clock? The guy who runs the studio? No way. Qin Heng was a little confused after hearing this. This guy spends all his time swiping blessing necklaces. And still has time to crack the pig hole maze? Before he could think about it, a voice caught his attention. Magic evasion 70 luck 5 tiger teeth. Brothers, how to get to the maze pharmacy? There is no medicine. Do you know? Please tell me. Misha. I don't know. We are all like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Xinghen Bingxue. I have never been to a drugstore. Last time, I entered a jewelry store for no apparent reason. It's really hard to come up with a good name. I've only been to a clothing store. But I'm not sure how to get there. Everyone was stunned. But Qin Heng's eyes lit up. It seems that the various shops in the maze have not been explored yet. So this can be announced. It is better to take advantage of others than to take advantage of your own brothers. But who are you looking for this time? Just as countless people flashed through Qin Heng's mind, there was a crisp sound, and a private chat came over. Brother Qianya, you are finally online. Little one, why are you up here? Qin Heng asked in surprise. Hee hee. It was the naming brother who just told me. My illness is almost healed. And the doctor said that I can now come up and play for a few hours every day. You can wait a little longer. If you haven't come up these days, I saw that you weren't here. So I came down. What are you selling? Let me help you sell it. Ha. Okay. But wait a minute. Go to the website to announce the various store paths in the Pig Cave Maze. Qin Heng finally decided to tell Xiaodian this. After all, the other party could not always rely on naming the needy households. It would be better to have more income of your own. Those paths? Do you know how to do it? Xiao Budian asked in surprise. Although she has been online less recently, the thing she hears most every time she goes online is how to get to the maze pharmacy. How to get to the jewelry store. Too many people asked. There are a lot of people leveling there. If you don't know clearly, it's really painful to have to come back with myrrh and a full backpack. Next, Qin Heng began to sort out the path of the Zhulu maze for the little one. Although nearly 20 years have passed since his previous life, Qin Heng still remembers it clearly. After all, these lines have been firmly engraved in his soul and will never be erased. Just like when he occasionally got together and chatted with his former friends in his previous life. Everyone talked about Legend. Those guys who are almost 40 years old can still clearly tell how to navigate each map of Legend. What can you find if you go there and fight monsters? What was the first good thing you discovered? I was defrauded of a kitchen knife by someone there. When I was the most awesome. I stayed up all night for 7 days and 7 nights. I picked up a handful of 35 verdict in the fantasy world. In short, after half a lifetime, many people, many things, and many things have been forgotten. But as long as it's about the legendary game, it seems to be engraved in the soul. You don't need to think about it hard. There will be various maps in your mind. What have you done on these maps? With a sigh, Qin Heng sorted out the path to the pig cave and sent it to the little boy. Pig hole maze. 1. From the starting point to the jewelry store, lower right. Lower right. 2. From the starting point to the pharmacy, lower left. Lower right. Lower right. 3. From the starting point to the weapon shop, lower left. Upper right. Lower left. Upper right. 4. From the starting point to the clothing store, upper left. Lower left. Upper right. 5. 5. From the jewelry store to the starting point, lower right. Upper left. Upper right. 6. From the pharmacy to the starting point, upper left. Upper left. Upper right. Lower left. 7. From the weapon shop to the starting point, upper left. Upper left. Upper right. Lower left. 8. From the clothing store to the starting point, lower left. 9. From the weapon shop to the pharmacy, upper left. Lower right. Lower right. 10. From pharmacy to weapon shop, upper left. Upper right. Lower left. Upper right. 11. From the jewelry store to the pharmacy, lower right. Lower right. Lower right. 12. From jewelry store to weapon store, lower right. Upper right. Lower left. Upper right. 13. From the pharmacy to the 6th floor, lower left. Lower left. 14. From the 6th floor to the pharmacy, lower right. Lower right. Lower right. 15. From the starting point to the 6th floor, upper right. Lower left. Upper right. Lower left. Upper right. Lower left. This is a complete version of the route map, with Qin Heng also adding a video. He has done it so many times. He has already recorded these things. Ah! It's so complete. The little one was overjoyed. She made a lot of money from the revelation of the prayer suit last time. I haven't told my eldest brother yet that I want to share the money with him. But the eldest brother sent me another big gift. Hurry up and distribute them. I will give you some things after I distribute them. And you can sell them first. Okay. Wait for me. The little boy excitedly posted on the internet. Jin Hung began to take out a bunch of skill books and equipment from the warehouse, preparing for the little boy to sell them. He can already open a third career. But now, he needs money to open it. This little financial expert appeared just in time. Chapter 206 Who in the world doesn't recognize you? Grab the devil's bell. On the legendary official forum. Although it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, there were still many people browsing the forum. These are all people who are tired from leveling, or are working overtime and unable to play the game. Or maybe the lights in the dormitory are turned off and students are not allowed to go online. Legend Official Forum. This is a forum for making wealth. In the past, there was a legendary trumpet who posted various strategy posts and made a lot of money. Later, Feng Shiguo revealed the hidden map of Sabak. Guan Hai and others revealed the unknown dark temple. And Xiao Budian revealed the prayer set. The most popular one recently is the post about how to move on the 6th floor of the pig cave, revealed by Wooden House Ancient Clock. Every big revelation has gained considerable and astonishing wealth, making these people very profitable. Getting rich overnight is no longer a dream. It can be said that as long as the legend does not fall, they will always be full. Under this amazing effect, countless people are constantly exploring various potential gameplays of the legend, etc., and then releasing them one by one. Although it is not as profitable as those aniseed materials, it is still quite rewarding. For example, beep 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 beep. Even though this guy is a rich second generation, he is not short of money. But he accidentally discovered that using the light of temptation can immobilize a boss. Especially a boss that moves at high speed, like the Dark Palace Chicken. You can also use the light of temptation to immobilize the Taoist player's baby. Once this kind of post is posted, it will naturally attract onlookers. Not to mention making huge profits. At least you can make a lot of money. There is also a story about the importance of a Taoist baby. The post uses various data in a very professional and detailed manner, listing various numerical changes such as attacks, blood volume, attack speed, defense, etc. from level 0 skeletons to level 7 skeletons. Let's use various data to introduce the data changes of Taoist dogs in detail. The final summary is that if a Taoist priest with a skeleton has not cultivated his skeleton skills to level 3, he is a waste. Taoist priests with dogs and Taoist priests without dogs are two completely different professions. Judging from the video he posted, a Taoist priest with a dog can clean any map by himself. The dog's defense and attack are very powerful, and the Taoist priest's leveling speed is greatly accelerated. PK is also fierce, not to mention fighting the boss. His current level 5 dog has no problem single-handedly defeating the leader of Woma. This post is written with very professional data and very rigorously. Even a hardcore player like Jin Hung would have to submit to it after reading it. Give me another thumbs up and say, so awesome. After all, he really couldn't make Jin Hung cry like he cried over the Great Wall to compare with rigorous data. There are specialties in the art industry. The Great Wall in tears is the kind of person who has good literary talent and is an academic master. Last time, I wrote an article that was so impressive that it almost forced the authorities to jump on the bandwagon. Therefore, as soon as his professional post about Taoist babies was published, it was really sought after by countless Taoist players. To put it in one word, it's a rush. Netizens directly made him a god. Short name, God of Tears. This post also made the Great Wall of China earn so much money. However, his companion Feng Shiguo did not publish any experience posts on upgrading weapons. I don't know if he relies entirely on his sixth sense, or if he is hiding it and trying to do it on his own. In short, the entire legendary official forum is like a cornucopia. As long as you can explore new things in the legendary game, you may become rich overnight. Officials are becoming more and more particular about who breaks the news first. For example, when Xiao Badian breaks the news about the prayer set, after the official determines that it is first-hand information, an official certification will be issued. From now on, regarding other prayer sets, as long as there are no new highlights, the likes, rewards, etc. functions will no longer be enabled for that post. This is also to motivate players to better explore the game. Under this wealth-making myth, countless new posts appear every day. There are records of monster fighting experiences, PK records, and walks in the Viper Valley with girlfriends. In short, everyone has a dream of becoming rich. In order to promote the legend, the official also published this myth of wealth creation to major media, attracting more new players to enter the game to explore treasure hunting. At this time, among the ups and downs of posts, One post was quickly pushed up. Detailed explanation of the detailed paths to major stores in the Pig Cave Maze. This post was naturally posted by Xiao Dodian. The post introduces the detailed steps of the major shops and the lower 6 floors of the maze. Once it was posted, it was immediately hailed as a divine post by netizens. The pig hole maze is really confusing to many players, except for the entrance, which has an extra staircase. Every other maze yurt looks the same. There are several similar holes. It can completely make people feel dizzy. And currently, this map is extremely popular. The reason is that it refreshes too fast. This is the first choice leveling place for advanced players. Does rank matter these days? Important. It's so important. Didn't you see that in the Sabbath competition a few days ago? Tianya Prodigal and Tianya Mingyu, with their level advantage, crushed more than 30 high-level players? I was stunned that the two of them were chasing more than 30 others. In addition to the equipment advantage, there is undoubtedly the level advantage. A great god analyzed the reason why Tianya Prodigal and Tianya Mingyu were able to drive a group of people to fight. The most important thing is to wear the best tiger tooth necklace with 50% evasion, which greatly reduces the spell attacks they receive. As for the former allied mages, who also wore 50% tiger teeth, why couldn't they be shocked? But they can attack people who were former allies. There is no explanation other than the difference in level. If I have to come up with another explanation, I can only say that they are also wearing some Zuma brand name equipment. But Zuma's brand name equipment, official data has been given, does not have a hidden magic evasion function. Therefore, everyone believed that the reason why Tianya Prodigal and Tianya Mingyu had high magic evasion was because their levels were too high. It's several levels higher, and has special suppression and special effects. This seems to have become a concept that players agree with. Therefore, advanced players have been working hard to level up recently. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. No matter reality or game. These are bloody lessons. There is another reason why a group of first-line players take the initiative to level up. That is, their current equipment has reached a certain stage. For example, the names of the families in need, Starry Night Sadness, and others are all wearing Walmart brand name suits. The cool stuff is still top quality, and there are 1 or 2 Zuma brand items. When the equipment has reached this stage, it is a bit difficult to improve, because the explosion rate of Zuma's brand name equipment is really touching. After a whole day, with so many lines, it's hard to say whether one can be found. After all, if many people hit it, it might be stored in the warehouse first. Anyway, there are really not many circulating on the market. Individual players occasionally found one, and it was quickly bought by the bosses of major forces at a high price. No merchant can receive it, because there is no shortage of buyers for this thing. All that's missing is the goods. Under such circumstances, these guys wearing Walmart brand names do not have a strong desire to hunt for treasure. I spend most of my time every day leveling up in the Pig Cave Maze. When I feel really tired, I go to play treasure hunting. When leveling up in the Pig Cave Maze, one of the biggest problems faced is the problem of potions and equipment repairs. A group of people with a bunch of potions on their backs can't level up for long. What's even more annoying is that in the maze, they can't even find someone to send medicine, because they couldn't find their way back to the entrance of the maze. Therefore, this potion problem and equipment repair problem confuse all players who are leveling in the maze. Now that Xiao Budian's post is out, how can it not be taken seriously? It's like a heifer riding a rocket. Suddenly he rushed to the top of the forum. The official gave the official certification immediately. With this certification, it proves the authenticity of this post. Could it not be popular? Countless players left messages, all praising the little one for being a good person. I am KK. Thank you. The poster is a good person. Yamamoto. Good people have a safe life. 50 oceans for you. Red-haired Bucky. The good poster has a safe life. I'll take 100 oceans without any thanks. Grumpy PGG. +1 for good guys. Little kitten. +1 for good people. This post comes at the right time. Yenshi got her. +2 for good people. Water Dance 1005. +3 for good guys. Ayin Shirshian. Holy crap! It was actually a little guy who discovered it. How awesome! Clouds in the hurricane. No, the little one is at a low level, so she probably didn't find out about it. Maybe Brother Luangzi told her. Bye, Ife. The little one is getting rich again. Please take me to the prodigal brother. Not to mention how people on the internet liked and commented on it. The little boy hurriedly entered the game again after posting the post. Soon, Qin Heng and Xiao Doyan met at the inn. Hello, Brother Tianya. Hello, sister-in-law. The little boy greeted me obediently. Okay, Jin Hung replied, and then said, your sister-in-law has a bad voice and doesn't like to talk, so don't pay attention to her. Oh, alright. For some reason, Jin Hung always felt that the little one seemed to have changed after a serious illness. It seems a little more stable. Jin Hung was about to trade with the other party when the little one said first, Brother Tianya, give me your bank account number. I will transfer money to you after the settlement is completed. What's the price? Jin Hung was confused. The little one smiled and said, tell me the secret of the prayer suit. In just a few days, the rewards for the posts I posted have already reached tens of thousands. And this time, there are posts about the Pig 6 maze. So there should be more. It seems to be a weekly settlement over there. You can give me your bank card and I will give you 90% of the payment after the settlement is completed. Okay? If not, I can take a little less. Jin Hung. Bank card. Damn. I really want it. But I don't have it. Otherwise, just post it yourself. Depressed? He said. No. I'm not short of money. You can keep it for yourself. Isn't this good? The little boy hesitated a little and looked at Tianyao Mingyu beside him. Ha ha. Your sister-in-law won't have any objection. Okay. Thank you, Brother Tianyao. Next, Jin Hung began to trade with the other party. This time there are mainly intermediate skill books and some equipment. Jin Hung was still very relieved of the little one without asking her to pay first. The other party doesn't have the money to pay the bill first. Now that the little one is still recovering from his injuries in a private hospital where a needy family is located, can he still run away? Besides, Jin Hung didn't trade all his belongings at once. Just a small part. If the other party really runs away, consider yourself unlucky. Finding someone to sell things to is an urgent matter, and someone has to do it. And Yuan, Jiang Tianmu and Guan Hai all have their own accounts, and they help Jin Hung sell them. So they are not as good as playing by themselves. Jin Hung may not be very confident about them yet. In fact, after all is said and done, Jin Hung is most at ease with naming the households in difficulty, because there is no shortage of money for this product. Now that the little one is on the side of a household that has difficulty naming, the confidence factor has naturally increased greatly. Soon, the little one started shouting, no, that's enough. Don't give me any more. My side is full, and I can't swallow so much. How many copies have been released? Are there 200? Jin Hung was speechless for a while. Spend 5 million gold coins to upgrade the warehouse. Jin Hung traded 5 million gold coins. Wow, it's improved a lot. You can store a total of 500 things. The little one said in surprise. Improve it again. Jin Hung traded another 10 million gold coins. It's so expensive. It cost 10 million gold coins this second time. However, the warehouse has been increased to 1,000 grids, which is not bad. The little one sighed. Now it's easier to handle. 1,000 grids. That's almost it. Jin Hung traded a total of 500 intermediate skill books and 500 pieces of ordinary equipment. Oh my god! Brother Tianya, you have so many goods! The little one was really shocked to receive so many things suddenly. My little mouth has never been closed. Ha ha! This is just a small part. Remember? After shouting, someone asks about the price. All skill books can be sold for 100,000 gold coins cheaper than others. The equipment is also slightly cheaper. Jin Hung said with a smile. 100,000 gold coins cheaper? Brother Tianya, you are too generous. It's just 50,000 gold coins cheaper than the market price. The little one corrected. Okay, it's up to you. Anyway, it's a little cheaper. Higher than the merchant's purchase price. Sell it faster. I'm short of gold coins now. Don't worry about the supply. I still have a lot here. The main thing is to sell them quickly. You can sell it in the guild, or you can promote it in the area and do it together. If you have more money, occasionally come to the whole district to sell. Also, when you log out, or switch out to watch other things, remember to go back to the store and log out first. Jin Hung warned. Okay, I understand. Are you afraid that others will use the prayer set? I'll go lower the price now. Xiao Budian returned to the city alone and arrived at the first line Tuchingseki zone. Intermediate skill books for sale at low prices, including Fire Wall, Bursting Flame, Summoning Skeletons, Sacred Armor, etc. We sell level 22 professional attire, various high-end equipment, and top-quality equipment at a cheap price. You can get whatever you want. After the shouting, just wait for others to ask the price. However, She felt refreshed. Brother Prodigal Son said he was short of gold coins. He doesn't want the Chinese coins I gave him. But I can use the Chinese coins to buy gold coins for him. Yes. That's it. The little one shouted again on the guild channel. And soon many people asked about the price. After hearing that it was indeed cheaper than the market price, many people went to Tuching's safety zone to buy it. Qin Hung solved the problem of selling things. But now he is worried again. The 6th floor of Pig Cave was exposed. And he no longer had a dedicated map to defeat monsters. So where should I level up now? While I was troubled, the private chat with the wooden house ancient clock came over. Boss, come up here. Do you still want the blessing necklace? I still have more than 2,000. Yes. Why are there only more than 2,000? Come to first line Tuching Inn. Qin Hung thought for a moment. After completing this transaction, he still had to go to the gold mines and black iron mines. The moon at the end of the world couldn't wait forever. So Tianyang Mingyu went to Zuma Temple alone. He would like to team up with Guan Hai and the others. But he will need to switch routes from time to time to stock up on goods later. It's not good to bother others like this. So I might as well go alone. Tianyang Mingyu's level is so high, so it's not a problem to farm Zuma monsters alone. On the other side, Qin Hung soon met the wooden house clock. Boss, you haven't been online for 3 days. And I couldn't contact you for the past 2 days. How dare I continue to make so many blessing necklaces? Mu Guzhong said depressedly. Ah. Ha ha. So you went to explore the pig cave? That's awesome. How did you figure it out? Qin Hung asked curiously. Hey, it's a secret. The wooden house clock chuckled. In fact, Qin Hung, the big boss, stopped going online and suddenly lost a lot of income. So he started browsing the official forum. I wanted to find another way to get rich. And after watching it for a long time, I found that exploring new maps was the most profitable. But he only has a few companions. How difficult is it to go down and find out? But he doesn't give up. He has been a maze enthusiast since he was a child, and has always studied mazes and mazes. Bored, he began to study the videos posted by others of people occasionally entering the 6th floor of the pig cave. Needless to say, after watching a lot of videos, he gradually figured out some tricks. After summarizing, he took his companion to experiment, and sure enough, he found the path to get off Zulu. Then, as soon as the post was posted, gold started rolling in. He was so excited that he took his companions and went to karaoke and drank all night long to celebrate. It wasn't until just now that I woke up and wanted to continue studying the routes to the major stores in the pig cave maze. Who knows? Man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. When I woke up, someone else had already cracked it perfectly. This made him so angry that he vomited out all the wine he drank last night. Drinking makes things worse. If you finish your research and celebrate, you probably won't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Depressed, he entered the game, and was surprised to find that the big boss Qin Hung was online. Now I feel better. Forget it. Nothing is perfect in the world. Being able to crack Zhu Lu's path has already made him a lot of money. After he figured it out, he continued to buy blessing necklaces after completing the transaction with Qin Hung. Although I made a lot of money, I can't forget my old profession. However, with the support of that post, he decided not to be so aggressive in the future. You can go shopping with your wife and children. Just after the transaction with this product was completed, several other studios contacted me again. After some transactions, Qin Hang's blessing necklaces reached 36,000. At this time, a small voice chatted privately. Brother Tianyang, the current market price of Half Moon Scimitar and Magic Shield is 6 million gold coins. Summon the Divine Beast, Ice Roar, Fire Sword Technique, Hell Thunder, Group Healing Technique, and Savage Clash are worth 4 million gold coins. Holy Word and Trap Charm cost 3 million gold coins. As for the medicinal powder, the small package costs 20,000 gold coins. Paying attention to the prices of high-level skill books and medicinal powders was another thing Qin Hung asked the little boy to do. Qin Hung has a lot of advanced skill books, so he must find out the prices in this area. As for the medicinal powder, he just asked in passing. He only has tens of thousands of bags in his hand, and if he were asked to sell them, he wouldn't sell them. After all, one pack sells for 20,000 gold coins, and 10,000 packs only sell for 200 million gold coins. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. It still consumes a lot of money. As soon as the leveling started, the mage set fire in mines, And the Taoist priests of course accelerated the leveling speed. After all the transactions were completed, Qin Hung went to the weapons store in Mengzhong touching to start sweeping gold mines, black iron mines, etc. He felt that there wouldn't be many opportunities to stock up on these two items. Currently, only half of the Rich World version is open. Next time, Zhu Qi and Zuma Qi will definitely be released. Along with it comes the mission of the Unknown Dark Palace. Whether you are doing the Ghost Gloves quest, the Orc Tomb quest, or the Destiny Blade quest, you need gold mines. Where can I stock up on goods then? Deer blood is almost extinct in the outside world. And he didn't get it last time. Fortunately, he has 30,000 bottles. If each bottle is sold for 1 million, this is a sky-high price. How much it can be sold for, I can't say yet. After all, a Ghost Glove sells for 25 million gold coins. The reason why he started the raid in Tucheng was just to give it a try. Maybe the system had been refreshed a lot. Once you enter, you will see that there are indeed many high-quality gold mines inside. There are hundreds of pieces with quality above 15. And there are also many pieces of black iron, or with quality above 10. Buy them all. Anyway, there is a little one selling things, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of money. Although you still have to save money to activate the third character. You can't save hundreds of millions in stocking up. Stock up on 400 million at a time. From now on, it will be normal for a piece of gold mine to be sold for 300,000 gold coins. No matter how much it is. This is at least 10 times the profit. Must do it. And black iron ore is even more powerful. He now buys a piece of quality 10 for 2,500 gold coins. According to the market situation in his previous life, it would start at least 50,000 gold coins. Those with quality 15 are more than 100,000 gold coins. And those with quality 20 are even more powerful. About 300,000 gold coins. As for the rare varieties with quality above 25, they all start with 1 million gold coins. A quality 30 mine king will get millions of gold coins. How many times does this have to be doubled? Therefore, while you have money, just buy. 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 Perhaps the weapon shops here are not in Beach City or Viper Valley. So Qin Hung bought more than 100 pieces of high-quality black iron ore. During this time, someone was also collecting high-quality black iron ore, resulting in him not being able to eat much in the Viper Valley. Now that he had harvested more than 100 pieces of black iron ore with quality above 20, he was of course happy. In addition to these more than 100 yuan of high-quality products, which have been accumulated for so long with quality above 10, Qin Hung also swept away thousands of yuan. This excited him even more. There are still 19 routes left. If you go to Novice Village and Woma Forest to have a look, you might gain a lot. With his thoughts on his mind, Qin Hung returned to the city with a hiss, then teleported to the Viper Valley and started scanning goods. As a result, he almost vomited this time. Not to mention high-quality black iron ore. There are not many black iron ores with quality above 10. In a huge Viper Valley, countless miners were constantly mining. But he only received a few hundred pieces of black iron ore with a quality of 10 or above. Haven't checked in for 3 days. That's it. Apparently, some people estimate that goods are being scanned 24 hours a day. Most likely every hour. Who on earth is it? Qin Hung glanced at the countless players around him with a nod. But there are so many people. Who knows who? Besides, it's not clear whether others are here or not. Next, Qin Hung went to the Beach City weapon store. And it was the same. A large amount of black iron ore with quality above 10 is gone, leaving only a few. Fortunately, the gold mine is still there. Hey, Qin Hung came to the border village. The weapon shop here was pretty good, and he could still receive a lot of quality items above 10. But Qin Hung knew that after sweeping away this wave, it would take some time to accumulate it. After all, no players here will come to sell it. It all depends on system refresh. While sweeping up the ore, Qin Hung went to the drugstore to have a look without giving up. As a result, there really is no deer blood. Not a bottle. Should this be good news or bad news? A mixed blessing. Here, the prodigal son of Tianyao encounters trouble while scanning goods. On the other side, Tianyao Mingyue's leveling was also not smooth. Entering the first and second floors of Zuma, there are people everywhere. Most of them are players with not too high levels. That is, more than 20 levels, who have just put on professional attire. Among them, there are many mages, such as electric rats, wedge moths and so on. The third floor of Zuma. On this floor, there are not many people but many monsters. The reason is very simple. There are not many abnormal Zuma monsters on this level. And ordinary Zuma monsters are also difficult to kill. Who knows how to fight them? After the pig cave maze is opened, the players who come to Zuma are basically divided into two groups. The first and second floors are where players over level 20 level up. As for advanced players entering Zuma, it is naturally to hunt for treasures. At first, everyone didn't know that the third level Zuma would also clean up everything. But after killing him many times, everyone was no longer interested. In fact, there are very few perverted Zuma here, so it is difficult to find good things. Killing them here is a waste of time. Therefore, advanced players should skip this. Go directly to Zuma 4 and Zuma V to play in a team. Killing the perverted Zuma alone? Most of the current warriors cannot be defeated. Only mages and Taoist priests. After the key Zuma 4, the major forces will reserve the venue in sections, and the individual players will have no chance at all. I finally met a perverted Zuma, and he was eliminated after a few blows. The truth is so cruel. If you want to farm Zuma 4 and Zuma V alone, you can only go to the 2nd to 20th lines. One line is impossible. Therefore, Tianyaming randomly went down all the way and reached the 3rd floor. But she was not interested in fighting. Entering the 4th level, it is the segmented territories of the major forces. The 5th floor is okay. There is territory belonging to the Marfa Friendship Alliance, so you can attack it at will. But there are really many people. After all, there are several guilds here. When Tianyaming came, the people in the guild naturally pulled her into the team. But when Qin Hung finished stocking up, he didn't meet any perverted Zuma. I did see Pretty and Pink beating up a few of them, but they were all allies, so it wasn't easy to rob them. I stood aside and watched the show for a while, but nothing good came out. At most, the God of War armor dropped. After chatting with a hoarse voice, Qin Hung finally understood. As a large number of players flock here, the chance of abnormal Zuma getting good products is getting lower and lower. In the past, Woma brand names and advanced skill books would drop from time to time. But now the chances are almost catching up with other routes in the past. In other words, the explosion of ordinary equipment is pretty good. Occasionally, I will get excited when I hear someone reveal Zuma brand jewelry every few days. I fantasize that the next pervert Zuma I beat will come out with something good. Qin Hung naturally understands this mood deeply. Not to mention that it took a few days without a Zuma brand. In the previous life, someone had been playing in Zuma for a year, but he still didn't get one. It all depends on character. In fact, with so many lines, there may be a few, or even more than 10 Zuma brands released every day. But compared to the tens of millions of players, this is really pitiful. In addition, some people hide it and don't say anything about it. So most people may think that one may not come out in a day. All in all, it's hard to explode. Qin Hung didn't think he was very good as a person. At the beginning, he reserved the game for Zuma. After playing for so many days, he only produced 2 Zuma brand name equipment. I got the soul bracelet later when I booked the venue with others. Precisely because it is too difficult. People who have difficulty naming are now mainly trying to level up. When you are tired of leveling, you come here to try your luck. During this period, Tianyaming was bored and formed a mage mind formation with 7 or 8 great mages including an Yuanjiang Tianmu. How sugarcoat? And Yume? What surprised Qin Hung was that an Yuanjiang Tianmu had reached level 31 in the past few days. I also put on a wand and a few Walmart brand names. After asking, it turned out that this guy had just reached level 31 and had finished leveling up. Can't help but try my luck here. Xingye felt the same sadness. He was already at level 35 after not seeing him for a few days. So he took the dog with him. There is also an old acquaintance who is not good enough and is still struggling at level 34. He is probably going to have a dog soon. Every time it is refreshed. Mu Shui and Xingye's sadness and others will poison the nearby Zuma monsters to lure them over. Before the monster could reach them, the ice roared and the bursting flames hit the wedge moss first, killing them. 7 or 8 mages rushed in and had a blast of thunder and lightning from HL. There are only 5 of them who know how to shield. But there are many people, and the other 3 don't have shields. So it's okay. This is the advantage of having a group of mages. The mines will blow up so that the monsters can't move. Some equipment was dropped during this period, but Qin Hung didn't grab it unless it was right at his feet. The ones who enjoyed the fight were Mu Shui and Yuanjiang and Tianmu. After only playing with everyone for more than 10 minutes, Qin Hung changed lines because the prodigal son of Tianya ran out of stock. In a corner of the 5th floor, putting on the invisibility ring and blessing necklace, Tianyaming switched to the 2nd line. The second line of Zuma 5 has more monsters. As soon as Tianyanmingyu came online, the surroundings were densely packed with monsters. There were 5 or 6 wedge moths right next to her. In this situation, Qin Heng simply acted randomly, without the restraint of the Taoist No. Once the wedge moth breaks through its invisibility, it would be very dangerous if there is a perverted Zuma beside him. After several random attempts, Qin Heng finally saw someone fighting monsters. Only then did he feel at ease and began to clean up on the other side. Soon, she met a perverted Zuma guard. He ran quickly to distance himself, took off his invisibility ring, put it on again, and then became invisible. The perverted Zuma guard stopped not far from her. Qin Heng looked at his surroundings and felt an instant pain in his balls. This is a corridor without any obstacles. No wonder there are fewer people here. Without a big force to reserve the field, it would be difficult for an individual, even a high-level mage, to fight this thing. There are too many monsters to run away from. There was no other choice but to take risks and use the old method. Rush into the monster pile. Quickly take off the invisibility ring. And put it on again. Lure a bunch of monsters to surround you. Boom boom boom. Even though Qin Heng was fast, there were still 2 Zuma guards and 2 Zuma statues attacking her. -5. -6. -7. Not bad. Under the 3rd level magic shield. Each time these ordinary monsters attack, they will have about 5 drops of blood. She can still hold it while drinking the powerful goal-creating medicine. At worst, I'll drink a bottle of powerful solar water. At this time, the perverted Zuma guard was wandering around Tianyanmingyu with small steps. Boom! The bright moon from the end of the world goes down in a flash of lightning. A direct hit. Her weapons are more accurate. Her official position system is more accurate. And her own attributes are more accurate. Therefore, the hit rate is extremely high. A thunder and lightning strike can take away about 50 of the HP of the perverted Zuma guard. But the second the thunder and lightning went down, Qin Heng found that the opponent's health had increased by more than 10 points. This is the terrifying blood regeneration speed of the boss. If your attack speed is slower, or your attack power is low, you will not be able to kill the boss even if you kill him. If the mage is running and fighting at the same time, it will be really painful. And the fighting will not be as fast as the opponent's blood recovery speed. Without the poison of a Taoist priest, it would take a long time to grind him to death. But now in a safe environment, Qin Heng's attacks are naturally not slow, but fast. There was no one else around, so he simply put on a 1/6 life necklace, which speeded up his blood flow again. After more than a minute, Qin Heng defeated the opponent. As expected, no brand name equipment was dropped. Only a blue jade necklace. Better than nothing. There are no top monsters in the surrounding circle of monsters. Qin Heng directly blasted it with the thunder from H.L. It's level 40. With high defense, level 3 magic shield, and good equipment, there is no problem in detonating thunder in a group of monsters alone. As long as there is powerful solar water. Z-la-la. Z-la-la. After a thunder explosion, Tianyanmingyu will be attacked by 8 monsters during each interval of H.L. thunder. Fortunately, with powerful solar water, this is not a problem. Soon, the monsters in a circle fell down. After Tianyanmingyu killed for a while, it was time to change lanes again. But this time, he didn't log off on the 5th floor. The terrain on the 5th floor of Zuma is still too unfriendly for single-player mages. After a random meal, I came to the middle of the 5th floor and returned to the 4th floor from here. Put on the blessing necklace and the invisibility ring, and go offline directly at the entrance to the 5th floor where there are no monsters. After coming up again, 3 lines of Zuma and 4. Arriving on the 4th floor, Qin Heng obviously found that there were more small groups of individual people here. They were all Taoist priests, who blocked the door and killed them one by one. It's easy for Tianyanmingyu to do it alone. At the door of the small room in the corridor on the 4th floor, put 2 fires to block the door. Then use ice roar to clear away the wedge moths and horned flies in the room. Usually the wedge moth is already dead by the time it flutters past the fire at the door. After cleaning up these 2 annoying things, Tianyanmingyu opened his shield and rushed in to revive the petrified Zuma monsters. Then he quickly ran out and ran to the wall next to the door of the small room. The monsters roared and chased after her. But when they reached the door of the small room, they did not dare to take another step forward. Tianyanmingyu first roared over with a piece of ice and hit all the monsters on the head. See if there is a perverted Zuma monster. As luck would have it, there is actually a statue of perverted Zuma. Use the lightning technique and turn on the electricity directly. Just after a few fights, 4 players came over, and they didn't show their guild. At first glance, they were individual players. 2 mages, a warrior, and a Taoist priest. The mage took the Inu. The Taoist took the subduing demon with a skeleton. And the warrior was slightly better, and took a purgatory. Qin Hung glanced at them, and saw that the 4 of them were not of high levels. The highest level is the warrior at level 27. And everyone else is at level 26. The 4 of them watched Qin Hung beating the perverted Zuma statue. But they didn't leave, and stood nearby to watch. Qin Hung didn't know what the 4 of them were worried about. But she put on a tiger tooth necklace that was 50% evasive. Mainly mages, warriors and Taoist priests. Qin Hung can simply ignore them. After wearing the tiger teeth, he can ignore all 4 people. Qin Hung was on guard, while the other 4 people were also muttering in the team channel. Half the life is full of hardships and half the life is full of sorrow. She is Tianyang Mingyu. Why don't you mess with her? She is wearing luxurious equipment. If you do, I'll poison her first. My little white pig. I agree. If you are poisonous, I will directly assassinate you. The little prince of Western Guangdong. I think it can be done. If we 2 attack at the same time, there is a high chance of killing her. My peace of mind is my hometown. What are you thinking? Are you stupid? Didn't you see 50% of her tiger teeth? Did you forget that there were so many mages who couldn't kill her in the battle for hegemony in Sand City a few days ago? Have you forgotten that she killed a level 35 shrimp with a few blows? This hacking person is a big pervert. If she doesn't mess with us, she's just having fun. After finishing speaking, without waiting for others to react, he immediately smiled and said to Tianyang Mingyu, "Wow, my sister's equipment is so weird. Can I help you fight?" After saying that, a thunderbolt hit the statue of perverted Zuma. No, you can go. Qin Hung was speechless. Then, sister, take your time and play. Call us if you need anything. We'll be there whenever we call. By the way, can I join you, Shabak? If you really want to join, just find a person from a household in need and tell me what I recommend. Several Saturn wanted to join, but Qin Hung didn't care. Ah, thank you. Thank you. We'll go there later. I felt at ease in my hometown. Thanked several people profusely, and went to fight monsters. Soon, the statue of perverted Zuma was blown up by Qin Hung. A bell rang loudly, and a dragon ring fell on the ground. A few people who hadn't gone far turned around and saw the red beam of light. They glanced at it with envy, but in the end, they didn't come up to snatch it. Tianyang Mingyu quickly cleaned up the monsters at the door and picked up the dragon ring. It was ordinary and not bad. It's a famous brand after all. Then we cleaned up the monsters and met many players during the process. Those people just took a look and then left. No one dares to take action against Tianyang Mingyu. There is no way. The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. Tianyang Mingyu became famous in one battle. She may not know anyone else, but most players know her. In one sentence it is, who in the world doesn't know you? Time passed quickly, and Qin Hung swept to the 7th line. And Tianyang Mingyu also changed lines to the 7th line. Just after changing lanes, Tianyang Mingyu saw 6 players not far away fighting the perverted Zuma guard in the room. And these 6 people are all arrogant. And the leader is the archenemy. The rocking girl, the eldest cousin and the Taoist priest were dragged wildly to block the door. And the 4 mages outside kept shutting down the power. When Tianyang Mingyu came over, there were only 200 drops of blood left. Seeing this scene, Tianyang Mingyu no longer hesitated, rushed forward and pushed open the door blocking the fire ring, pushing them into the pile of monsters inside. Before Guangzhao's cousin could react, the perverted Zuma guard knocked him to death several times. With the sound of a bell, a large amount of equipment and items exploded on the ground. But there were no name tags. It looks like it should be the ordinary equipment that was exploded from the monster just now. Another Taoist priest was also hammered twice by the perverted Zuma guard and flew away quickly. Boom. At this moment, the crazy girl and others outside also electrocuted the perverted Zuma guard. The bell rang loudly, and an orange light shot into the sky. Devil's bell. It turned out to be a devil bell. Tianyang Mingyu excitedly used a ring of resistance to push the rushing girls and others far away. He rushed in and stepped on it. Ah! Zuma's brand name equipment. Kill her quickly! The rocking girl screamed crazily as she pulled her wildly. Chapter 207 The Terrifying 80% Magic Evasion. The perverted hidden properties of the Devil Bell. In the corridor on the 5th floor on the leftmost side of legendary 7th line Zuma 4. This is not far from the entrance to the lower 5th floor. He arrogantly won the 7th place. And after occupying the 7th line Sabbath, He surrounded the entire 7th line Zuma temple. Once you get to the 5th floor, it's all their people. Not only that, such as the 7 Lines Corpse King Palace, Death Coffin, Wamasan, Pig Cave, and Unknown Dark Palace are all. They are also learning from their former alliances and developing their own lines. Although the explosion rate is not as high as the first line, it is still very objective when it is rounded. It's not like being on the front line, where there are too many big guilds, and fights happen at every turn. Of course, they also have people on the front line to grab it. But the focus is on the 7th line. This is also the reason why as soon as Tianyao Mingyu came up, she encountered crazy rocking girls and others. From Tianyao Mingyu rushing up and pushing Guangzhao's cousin and the others away, to them electrocuting the perverted Zuma guards, to Tianyao Mingyu stepping on the devil's bell. That is a matter of lightning and flint. In fact, when Tianyao Mingyu pushed the others away, the mage who was dragging the girl and waiting outside to fight monsters didn't take her seriously at all. Because the perverted Zuma guard will die immediately. It is impossible for the opponent to grab the monster. Besides, this is their base camp, and Tianyao Mingyu is looking for death alone. All they thought about was to kill this perverted Zuma guard, and then deal with Tianyao Mingyu. Who knew this perverted Zuma guard was so powerful? He just dropped a Zuma brand name equipment. The Devil's Bell. What is a Devil's Bell? This is the Master Zuma designer necklace. As a mage, the crazy girl and others have already seen the introduction on the official website. The Devil's Bell has abnormal properties. Hidden attributes are even more perverted. They were already drooling after seeing it at 9 AM. Every time I fight the perverted Zuma monster, I pray for a Devil Bell. Now it's really out. But his enemy is standing on him. Obviously, he wants to steal their treasure. He dragged the rocking girl wildly and went crazy on the spot. He roared and asked everyone to start attacking Tianyao Mingyu. Rumble. Rumble. Z-la-la. Uh-huh. The 4 mages have a clear division of labor outside. The one who set fire at the feet of Tianyao Mingyu. The one who stood at the door with a flash of light. And the one who attacked with thunder and lightning. One operation is as fierce as a tiger. Looking at the results, it's 0 points and 5 points. Tianyao Mingyu didn't even drop a drop of blood. Instead, she faced the mage at the door. Sizzling, sizzling, and knocked him to the ground. There was a jingle, and a ruby ring exploded. Tianyao Mingyu rushed out in one step, pushed away the rushing girl and others, stepped on the ruby ring, then re-entered and stepped on the Devil's Bell. Bitch! Bitch! She's wearing a top-notch tiger tooth necklace! Call someone! She was dragging the rocking girl so hard that she went crazy. In the arrogant guild channel, crazy drag girl. Brothers from Zuma Temple, come here quickly! Zuma's brand name equipment, the Devil's Bell, was taken over by Tianyao Mingyu. She wants to rob us. In the corridor in front of the entrance to Zuma 5 under the coordinates 2233. Come on! We can't beat her. Hurry up. Others were also anxious to call for help. Guangzhao Princess. Here they come. A few of them. Alone. She is level 40 and has 50% of the best tiger teeth. She can't be beaten. Dragging the prince madly. We'll be there soon. Let's consume her blood first. Zuma's brand name was robbed. All the arrogant people in Zuma Temple did not fight the monsters, but just flew over randomly. Ha ha! This is our territory. The army will be here soon. You are dead. Bitch! The girl was dragged wildly and cursed fiercely, while the thunder and lightning technique in her hands was constantly electrifying. Although it may be of no use. You can't just watch it. Right? A large army? Jin Hung was stunned and stopped frantically dragging Yao Mei and the others. He put on the flame ring and began to throw a wall of fire at the door and around himself, covering everything he could throw. Then opened the portable warehouse and take out a large amount of Wanyang Shuang and powerful golden sword medicine, and prepare to carry it to death. He is level 40 and is so arrogant that no one can push him. As long as the opponent can't stop him, he can resist. The most dangerous people now are the soldiers. Soldiers rush in to assassinate. Fierce fire. The damage done to her was quite high. After thinking about it, he took out another sturdy glove with Defense 4 and Magic 2, replacing it with the Dragon Bracelet. The other one is the Defense 3 and Magic 3 Siberian Bracelet, but there is no need to change it. In short, he increased his defense a little. As for the ring, he wears Invisibility and Purple Snails. The flame ring was replaced after setting it on fire. The Invisibility ring must be worn. After all, there are many monsters in this room. Fortunately, the wedge moth was cleared away by the other party first. Then, He used Ice Roar to fight back at the rocking girls, who were standing in the wall of fire. The three mages basically didn't lose any blood when they beat her. But he beat the other one. The second level Ice Roar plus Fire Wall is still very sharp. The opponent's blood volume was so low that he couldn't hold it for a few times. So he ran far away, replenished his health, and then came back. It's a pity that he hasn't had time to practice being Roar to the third level yet. The third level requires level 40 to practice. And he hasn't finished it yet. Soon, a large number of arrogant members arrived. The leader of the group pulled the princess and shouted, "The Taoist priest poisoned her!" And the soldiers rushed forward and stabbed her to death. "Kill!" The Taoist priest rushed forward and applied poison to Tian Mingyu outside. The soldiers rushed up, picked up Purgatory, and were about to give Tian Mingyu a hard blow. And a bunch of mages were outside frantically attacking Tian Mingyu with thunder and lightning spells. Although most of them are immune to the opponent, there are always some who get hit. It's a pity that every time he hits, he only loses 10 or 20 drops of blood, which is not enough for the opponent to take a powerful golden medicine to replenish his blood quickly. But the mages didn't stop and attacked like crazy because they wanted to consume the opponent's blood. How many blood bottles can a mage carry? Under normal circumstances, there are at most 2 bundles of powerful golden potions, 7 or 8 powerful solar water, and the rest are powerful magic potions. This is the standard potion for a mage to go out. Therefore, they feel that if they continue to consume like this, they will definitely consume the other party's powerful golden sword medicine. As for the powerful solar water, you can buy it at the guild store, but it can consume the gold-creating medicine, and it can also greatly delay the opponent's blood recovery. After all, the powerful solar water also has a usage time. It is normal to kill the opponent during the interval. Coupled with the attack of the warrior Taoist priest, it will definitely speed up the opponent's death. But how did they know that they were meeting a cheater? Qin Heng directly took out a package of Wanyan Shuishuang, the powerful golden medicine. The medicine is open to drink. As long as he doesn't die immediately, it's impossible to kill him. Wanyan Shuishuang can bring back 100 drops of blood in one go. At this time, Tian Mingyu, who was drinking potion, was not idle either. The blood caused by poisoning and the mage can basically be ignored. The most important thing is the warrior. The warrior's assassination swordsmanship. Even if she uses a level 3 shield, the damage to her was also quite great, because the assassination sword skill can ignore the magic shield. In other words, she has a level 3 magic shield. If the opponent uses the assassination sword technique and stands in a good position, and she is at the fatal point where the assassination sword technique does the maximum damage, her magic shield will have no effect. Usually a short distance away, this position is where the assassination swordsmanship deals the highest damage. Otherwise, it won't have such a big effect if it's close, and it won't hit anyone if it's far away. Of course, the average mage will not stand at the fatal point where the warrior is assassinating. But now Tian Mingyu can't walk away. The warrior can stand in the most comfortable position and use the assassination sword to kill her. Assassination swordsmanship breaks shield. As the number of high-level players increases, it has already been posted online and spread online. Therefore, what Tian Mingyu fears most now is that soldiers will rush up to assassinate him. Fortunately, the door is not big, so at most 2 people can rush up at the same time. And Tian Mingyu is not dead. She just stands and gets beaten without fighting back. When the soldiers rushed over from a distance, she had already taken the initiative and rushed into action. Zila. A flash of light shot down, killing the leading prince with more than 70 drops of blood. At the same time, he also took away more blood from the 3 or 4 warriors following him. Flash movie is a long-distance piercing magic. Enemies on the same line will be attacked at the same time as long as they are within the scope of the flash movie. More than 70 points of damage may seem like a lot, but for the crazy prince, who is already level 35, it is naturally not a problem. The one rushing up alongside him at the same time was Iquang Wala, also at level 35. The 2 of them rushed forward, wanting to assassinate Tian Mingyu. Although the 2 of them already knew the fire sword technique, it was useless now. Level 0 fire sword technique could not even break the shield. He's really not that good at assassination swordsmanship. Both of them were veterans, and they did not rush too far forward. If they were too forward, they would not be able to exert the power of the assassination swordsmanship. At this assassination position, Tian Mingyu's ring of resistance could not push them away. They made good calculations in their hearts. But how could the bright moon at the end of the world make them realize their wish? If the opponent didn't rush forward, Tian Mingyu suddenly rushed forward. I almost bumped head to head with the two of them. Hooray! Before the two of them could unleash their assassination sword skills, a halo of flames lit up, immediately pushing the two of them away along with the warriors, who rushed up from behind. Zla. Tianyang Mingyu took the opportunity to add a flash movie, and the wall of fire on the ground continued to burn. This time, everyone lost almost 100 drops of blood. Of course, these injuries were not enough to kill them instantly. They almost made up for it with the powerful golden sword medicine and the group healing technique of the Taoist priests behind them. At worst, drink some powerful solar water. Everyone rushed forward again. But it's no use. Tianyang Mingyu firmly grasped the door of the small room. The opponent wanted to assassinate him from a distance, so she rushed forward and pushed it open. A quick movie. She retreated into the room. Others tried to rush in, but they pushed her away again. In short, she stood at the door, either taking a step forward or taking a step back. No matter where the other party wanted to assassinate her, she would not give him a chance. Assassination requires a certain distance. If it is far away, it cannot be hit. If it is close, it cannot achieve the maximum effect. It's close. If you use a level 3 shield, you'll only lose 10 or 20 drops of blood. Tianyang Mingyu understands this, and has been firmly controlling the rhythm. The small house is an extremely favorable terrain for her. Every time except for the mages and Taoist priests outside who attack, the soldiers can only squeeze in 2 people from the gate. He was pushed out by her. After beating the warrior a few times, she simply stopped beating him, because she found that the biggest threat still came from the mage. Although she wears the best tiger teeth with 50% evasion, her official position still has 20% evasion. But it can't stand the crowd. She could withstand hundreds of people. But now more than 200 mages have arrived. There are hundreds of Taoist priests. When a round of lightning comes down, 4 or 5 lightning bolts will always hit her. If the Taoist priest's soul fire talisman hadn't crossed the wall of the room and couldn't hit her, she would have been attacked even more. But there were 20 or 30 Taoist priests standing far away from the door, constantly taking pictures of her. What's even more frightening is that more and more mages are gathering. This is the base camp of the arrogant mage Wuyang who spawns monsters on the 1st to 5th floors. If this continues, she will be hit more than 10 times by the time hundreds of mages gather together. This is different from the last old league game. At least then she had a companion to share the firepower, and she could continue to charge and dodge, killing people in seconds. And now, she is a complete target. During this period, after the magic shield shattered, her blood volume was instantly reduced to residual blood, and she died by more than 20 drops. Fortunately, Wanyan Shueshwang pulled me back and opened the shield in an emergency. That is also extremely dangerous. She can't go on like this. Otherwise she won't be able to bear it if the mage comes more. Are you going to give up on the devil bell just like that? Of course not. It is extremely difficult to get Zuma equipment now. How can you give up after finally catching one? No longer hesitate. Qin Hung directly promoted the official title of the mage. 5 billion to promote him to captain. The last shot. Anyway, this thing will be improved sooner or later. As for opening a third career, I can't take care of it now. There are little ones selling things continuously, and I believe they will collect the 20 billion gold coins soon. If it was opened and still couldn't withstand it, Qin Hung would have no choice but to withdraw. For a demon bell, if he hangs up his invisibility ring, he will probably cry to death. Ling's voice was heard, and 5 billion gold coins were directly deducted from Tianyao Prodigal on the other side. Fortunately, the official promotion system will directly deduct it from his account. Otherwise, where did Tianyang Mingyu get the 5 billion? Ding dong! Congratulations on your successful promotion to captain! Following the system prompts, the properties of Tianyang Mingyu changed instantly. Not to mention other things like adding a little bit of defense, a little bit of attack, a little bit of luck, etc. Her magic evasion increased by 10% again, reaching the terrifying 80% stage. If you dodge 50% of magic, you will miss 6 or 7 times out of 10 attacks. What is the concept of evading 80% of magic? Anyway, after Tianyang Mingyu was promoted, more than 200 mages outside came down with a round of lightning attacks, and she only received 2 attacks. With this amount of blood, she could fill it up with a powerful solar water. What's even more terrifying is that sometimes she doesn't suffer any damage after several rounds of attacks. Very often. This is so awesome. Although it is not yet 100% immune, it is very close. It is estimated that a single mage could shock her 50 times and still not be able to hit her once. I'm dizzy! Why doesn't her HP drop? You should hurry up and power up. Don't stop the Taoist priest's soul fire talisman. Tianyangming's blood volume changes immediately attracted the attention of Princess Quantua and others. Why the hell is it that I can't lose any blood while I'm beating him? So, Princess Quantua angrily urged everyone to continue the electric shock. The warriors also charged forward. It's a pity that I couldn't rush into the small room. Occasionally, if he cuts Tianyangming with a knife, it will only drop 10 or 20 drops of blood, which is of no use at all. There are more and more mages gathering outside, reaching 400 to 500 people. But there could only be more than 300 people surrounding the small room. No matter how hard I squeeze, I can't squeeze it in. There are so many people. Crazy thunder and lightning Tianyangming. But Tianyangming's blood volume is still occasionally reduced one after another. This made Prince Quantua and others almost crazy. How can it be? Why can't you hit her? Didn't we still hit a lot just now? Heck! Isn't she using a plug-in? That's right. It's impossible for 50% of tiger teeth to have this effect. This bitch must have used a plug-in. But despite the criticism, they actually know one thing. Now that this is a virtual game, it is simply impossible to use plugins, unless the game company cheats on her specifically. Amidst the curses, Tianyangming is also fighting back. She only pushed away the soldiers who rushed in from the door, but did not hit them. Those mages were crowded together, and she was not polite. The wall of fire is full. Bing roared and smashed it wildly. Wow! Hula la! With so many mages crowded together, those mages had no way out. Even if they dragged the princess madly, they won't be allowed to retreat. Don't retreat! Hold on! She can't get out! Don't be afraid even if she dies! The result was that Tianyangming roared over with a blast of ice and kept smashing people to death. Fortunately, the Marfa Friendship Alliance and Quan Lareo are running guild battles 24 hours a day. Otherwise Tianyangming will definitely become a famous name. After smashing a bunch of people to death with Ice Roar, the mage behind them added a bunch of people. At this time, 3 of the people who were added directly threw 3 Ice Roar over. Wow! This time, Tianyangming finally lost blood. 3 Ice Roars. 2 hits. Dodged 1. Ice Roar can hit her! Use Ice Roar quickly! Drag the princess and roar. But after the roar, she had to face an embarrassing situation. There were only these 3 senior mages above level 35 at the scene, plus a crazy rocking girl. 4 people in total. I didn't expect it at the beginning when I was dragging the rocking girl wildly. Seeing that the Ice Roar was effective, the 4 of them continued to send out Ice Roars to attack Tianyangming, but with little success. Although Ice Roar is the top level 35 skill of the mage, it is a group attack magic. The attack power is much weaker than that of thunder and lightning. What's more, these 4 people have just reached level 35 and have level 0 Ice Roar. Level 0 Ice Roar hits level 3 shield. Not to mention the attack power. It drops about 10 drops of blood each time. Sometimes there are even just a few drops of blood. What good could this do? What makes a few people even more depressed is that it is useless for them to fight Tianyangming. Tianyangming used level 2 Ice Roar to hit their level 1 shield. That was a big deal. Mainly because Tianyangming's equipment is abnormal. Seeing that the soldiers couldn't rush in, she had already put on the dragon bracelet. At this time, the mysterious helmet of MO2, the wand of MO8, 1/5 demon robe, 50% magic evasion, top quality white tiger tooth necklace, magic 3 dragon bracelet, magic 3 Siberian bracelet, magic 3 mysterious belt, magic 5 purple snail. Add your own magic. Official position bonus. The dragon's bracelet and purple snail's demon breaking powers also have magical bonuses. With this kind of super magic power, it's really not fun to beat the other mages. Ice Roar's attack speed is very fast. Almost twice as fast as the lightning technique. A loud smashing attack, taking away more than 30 drops of the opponent's blood every time. 1 Ice Roar will break the opponent's shield before the opponent can open the shield. 2 more will hit the opponent's HP. Drinking powerful solar water can't even add up. Ice Roar's attack speed is too fast. The 3 of them were unable to retreat, and as a result, they were killed by Qin Hung. Seeing this, Princess Guangzhou and others were completely desperate. At this time, a thought came to their minds. It turns out that if the level is high enough, you can really do whatever you want. If they had level 41 warriors or mages today, where would they receive such insults? Just go up and do a brutal charge or resist the fire ring and you're done. But it's a pity. They do not. The highest level is only 36. It's not here yet. It's no use here. Next, There was no longer any suspense. After another half-minute, Tianyao Mingyu calmly stepped on the devil bell on the ground. Ha ha! Thank you for dragging Princess Kwang. Qin Hung said nothing. And in the angry and helpless eyes of Guangzhou Princess and others, he randomly flew away with a hiss. Call out. What a coincidence. He flew directly to Princess Kwangtua. Hula. Qin Hung resisted the fire ring and pushed her, and gave her a hard blow at the same time. Amidst the opponent's high-pitched screams, he flew away again. Bitch! The princess cursed angrily. And Ling 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 added blood to herself. Princess, are you going to let this go? Asked the crazy rocking girl lying on the ground. Impossible. Something is obviously wrong with her. Later you arrange for someone to write an article, and then post this video to make a fuss on the internet. Just say she is cheating. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the blood was lost at the beginning, but not much later? This trick is too powerful. There are so many of us, and we can't kill her alone. How can we play? Other side. Tianyao Mingyu sent the video just now to Tianyao Longzi. Afterwards, Tianyao Longzi thought about it, and immediately chatted with Night Owl privately. Brother, this is the video of your sister-in-law fighting alone, dragging hundreds of people, and snatching their Zuma brand name equipment. If you post it online, just say that the level is 5 levels higher, and you can single out a guild. The Night Owl is also an old man in the club, and he is not a wealthy person. Qin Hung is familiar with him, so he naturally has to take care of him. As there is a saying, rain and dew all get wet. Once this post is posted, it will definitely have a huge impact. The gimmick of one person taking on a guild alone is enough to attract people. Not to mention how much the reward is. The traffic will explode. It's a lot of advertising money. The reason why Qin Hung asked Night Owl to post this post was to take a preemptive strike. This is not the first time with the crazy princess. The two of them are already very familiar with each other. Every time the other party is hacked by Qin Hung, it always causes trouble online. Breaking the news. It must cause a big fuss. Therefore, Qin Hung simply stabbed him out first this time. Even if you don't poke it, because to be sure, he did secretly cheat this time. In the past, I lost health when I played Tianyao Mingyu. Once the official position system is upgraded, I will basically lose no health at all. Anyone with a clear eye can see there is a problem. But let's talk about level suppression first. As for the final result, Qin Hung is still very sure. I have experienced the Invisibility Ring controversy and the Walmart 3 controversy. During maintenance, I went alone. None of these were punished. This is enough to prove one thing. If you use the official function provided by the system can help you settle it. Otherwise, why would you give your official position a hard time? Just like the Invisibility Ring. The game company must have checked his information. Didn't you cover for him in the end? What do you mean by beating the boss? This is enough to show that the Invisibility Ring and official position system are within the acceptable range of the game company. In other words, the other party can't do anything to him. Therefore, he is not afraid either. Anyway, someone else will do the butt wiping thing. As for how to polish it beautifully, that is something that the girls from the game company need to consider. Therefore, Qin Hung is now a dead pig and is not afraid of boiling water. If the other party wants to break the news, let your companions break it first. Let's get this money first. Sure enough, after listening to Qin Hung's words, the Night Owl's eyes turned green. Ah, thank you, the prodigal boss. I'll do it right now. This is an awesome video. If you post it, it will definitely go viral. Hurry up and send it now. Otherwise, if you send it arrogantly, nothing will happen to you. Okay, if you make money, you must share it with the boss. After leaving a few words, the Night Owl hurriedly logged off to post. Qin Hung first moved to the 8th line. After Tianyao Mingyu cleared away the surrounding monsters on the 8th line, Zuma 4th took a closer look at the demon bell in the package. These are two pale golden bells strung together by a string that exudes a faint red light. The whole body exudes a faint red light. Devil's Bell. Magic 0 out of 7. Accuracy +2. Durability 8/8. Weight 1. Requires 27 mana. Hidden properties. 1. Attack speed is increased by 2. Accuracy is increased by 2. 2. Increase the maximum magic attack probability of the whole body. 3. Magic damage increased by 10%. 4. The baby's rebellion time is extended by January 3rd. Note: the bell, which was eroded and evolved by the power of evil thoughts, was once a plaything in the hands of the devil. Beware of the evil forces within. It will devour the hearts and souls of those who are weak-minded. According to legend, The devil's bell is a personal accessory of the evil god, because the soul of the devil is sealed in it. The bell gives people powerful abilities, and at the same time corrodes their minds, eventually becoming the monster's puppet. After the gods retreated, the devil's bell was kept by his then younger brothers, Master Woma and Master Zuma. After that, because the divine dragon guarding the Marfa continent was invaded by the will of the Red Moon demon, it began to corrupt and lose itself, becoming an evil centipede. From this, a long war between humans and demons began. At this time, 3 heroes rose up and led humans to defend their homeland tenaciously. In order for the Marfa continent to inherit the will and martial arts of the 3 heroes, they imparted their skills without hesitation. Among them was a pair of lovers, who were the most proud disciples of the Dharma god. The man broke into the house of the leader of Zuma alone, and took away the devil's bell. The god of Dharma once tried to destroy the demon bell, but failed. After that, the disciple of the god of Dharma began to change his temperament. The soul of the devil continued to erode him, and he fell into the devil step by step, and his former comrades became enemies. During a fight, the young man's former lover blocked him with her own body. When her tears and blood spilled on him, he finally regained a trace of his will. He broke free from the control of his soul and tore off the bell around his neck, hugging his lover and crying bitterly. But everything was irreversible. Her body gradually disappeared, and her tears and blood solidified and turned into a string of life necklaces representing hope. She was using her last ability to tell him to live well. Since then, this young man has never appeared in the Marfa continent, and no one has discovered him. But he must still be alive, because the demon bell and life necklace that disappeared with him reappeared in the Marfa continent, and the magic of the new demon bell has been completely eliminated, replaced by unpredictable and powerful hidden attributes. My day! What a powerful hidden attribute! It is indeed Zuma's famous brand equipment. Qin Hung was very happy to see it. Chapter 208 Strong Official. The third career. Warrior Duanmu is dejected. After reading the super attributes and introduction of the Devil Bell, Qin Hung smiled so much that his eyes almost narrowed. In the legendary game of his previous life, he didn't know what the hidden attributes of the Devil's Bell were, because there is no official introduction. It is all up to players to guess and experiment. Anyway, it is more powerful than the life necklace and the like. But this thing appeared very rarely in the early legends. And it is very rare. Taoist priest, warrior, mage. Among these 3 professions, no matter in the past life or now, the mage's equipment has inevitably become the cheapest equipment among the 3 professions. For example, rings. As a large number of players level up, boss monsters become more and more powerful, and the official vigorously promotes brand name equipment. Therefore, all Woma brand names and Zuma brand names are rising. A ruby ring belonging to the mage has now been sold for 5,000 Chinese dollars. The warrior's dragon ring reached 6,000 Chinese coins. The most expensive Taoist platinum ring reached an astonishing 6,500 Chinese dollars. The difference in weapons is even greater. A mage's wand is worth 6,000 Chinese dollars. A purgatory wand is already worth 10,000. And as for the silver snake, it's a terrifying 15,000. There is no way. There are more wolves and less meat. The number of tens of millions of players is really too big, compared with tens of millions of players. The goods shipped every day are really a drop in the bucket. As everyone's levels increase, the demand for these brand name equipment will naturally become higher and higher. Who doesn't want to wear designer gear and look awesome? Not to mention wearing a set. Just wearing one. It is also a matter of honoring the ancestors. You can brag in front of your classmates and friends who also play Legend, and your status is almost superior to others. Anyway, when Qin Hung played the legendary game in college in his previous life, every time he went to the dining hall, he could hear people bragging everywhere. I have a Magic 2 bracelet. I have a Purgatory. Its attack power is awesome. I grabbed a strong glove. I'll fight until I get the verdict. Let's have a barbecue tonight. There are really countless such things. Therefore, today, history is playing out in the same way. There is no way. This is the charm of the legendary game. Especially now that the prices of ordinary equipment are extremely high. Not to mention brand name equipment. Qin Hung often heard people in the guild curse and curse when they were robbed of a piece of heavy armor and a ring for subduing demons and slaying demons. Don't underestimate this common equipment. The price of a demon subduing has not dropped with the opening of the 6th floor of the unknown dark hall and the pig cave maze. Instead, it has increased a bit. And now it is around 8 million gold coins each. What is this concept? 1,600 Chinese dollars. Ordinary players can wear the ring to subdue demons and slay demons. They are all awesome players. Ordinary people would make a fortune if they found a demon-conquering and demon-killing ring and sold it. The world's first virtual game. The only one. A game for all. Can it be popular? Can the price of equipment be high? Many people play games to collect equipment and make money after get off work. In short, brand name equipment is getting more and more expensive, which is naturally a good thing for Qin Hung. A dragon ring that used to cost 25 million gold coins can now be sold for 30 million gold coins, which is certainly not bad. This is also his cleverness. He now owns a lot of Walmart brand name equipment. But from the time he bought the first Walmart brand name piece, he has never sold one until now. Why? Because he understands that no matter how depreciated these equipment will be in the future, selling gold coins will only become more and more expensive. For example, a dragon ring is currently sold for 6,000 Chinese coins and 30 million gold coins for game coins. If it depreciates in the future, it may be sold for only 200 Chinese dollars. But the gold coins sold will not be less than 30 million gold coins. Because with the increase in the number of people mining, there will also be the opening of Demon Ceiling Valley, Sonyu Island, etc. in the future. The gold coins will only get more and more. More and more. Gold coins are also depreciating. But it is depreciating in value, not in quantity. At that time, a dragon ring may only be worth 200 Chinese coins. But selling gold coins may cost 50 million gold coins. Therefore, for Qin Hung, there is no such thing as depreciation of brand name equipment. Only ordinary equipment will really depreciate in value. Because in the middle of the game, with the opening of the Zhuqi and Demon Sealed Valley maps, a large number of ordinary equipment will appear. At that time, the most expensive common equipment, such as the God of War armor, will be reduced to store-style equipment. Therefore, you can keep the famous brand equipment, but you can't buy ordinary equipment now. Gotta sell it as soon as possible. Not to mention opening up the Demon Ceiling Valley. Even opening up the 7th Pig Queen would be terrible. There are too many white wild boars brushing there. It's all black and white. Brand name equipment is difficult to explode, while ordinary equipment will definitely explode a sack. In addition, players gradually have these common equipment. It will be strange if the common equipment does not depreciate in value by then. The depreciation of ordinary equipment is truly accompanied by the depreciation of gold coins. Maybe the heavy armor that used to sell for 700,000 can only be sold in the store for less than 10,000 gold coins. It seems that I will learn about it later, and let her get rid of ordinary equipment at a cheaper price. Among all brand name equipment, mage equipment is the cheapest. This is all because too many people play Taoist priests and warriors, and mages are too expensive. Many people were playing mages, but had to switch to playing Taoist priests because they couldn't afford potions. Although Taoist priests fight monsters a little slower, they save money. Players who save money when they go out to fight monsters don't need to repair their equipment. Wear whatever you get directly. Anyway, you rely on babies and slashing to defeat monsters. This is the most economical way. If you want to level up quickly, you will be crazy and poisonous. This is not something an ordinary player can bear. As for the fact that there are so many people playing warriors, of course they have a lot of health, are awesome at PK, are handsome, are brainless in operation, and are the favorites of rich people. It's not as cumbersome as the wizard's dozen or so skills. When a warrior fights monsters, he just has to go up and chop without thinking. Considering all factors, there are few people playing mage, so the price of equipment will naturally be cheaper. But among the equipment, mages also have sky-high price equipment items. Among the Woma brand name equipment, there are no sky-high priced items for mages. Zuma's brand name equipment is available. And this is the Devil's Bell. The standard set of Mage Zuma is the Bone Jade Scepter, Devil's Bell, Dragon Bracelet and Purple Snail. The most expensive one is the Devil's Bell, followed by the Purple Snail. As a weapon, the Bone Jade Scepter is not very expensive. After it is opened, it will be easier to break out when beating the little white pig. How expensive are Devil Bells? When Qin Hung was playing in the early stages of his previous life, on the server he was on, one demon bell could be exchanged for 2 staffs of judgment, or a dragon-marked sword. This is the value of the Devil's Bell. Of course, prices vary in each area, but Devil Bells were indeed ridiculously expensive in the early legends. It's so rare. That was still the era when Chiyu Canyon was open to the public. But Chiyu Canyon was too abnormal in the early days. It was impossible to get the Dharma God necklace at that time. Therefore, the price of Devil Bells has always remained high. In the previous game, Shin Hung took his female apprentice to Zuma 4, defeated the perverted Zuma archer, and was lucky enough to burst out a demon bell. At that time, there were no more than 5 in the entire district. After the devil bell exploded, Shin Hung was so nervous that he stepped forward to pick it up and returned to the city with a hiss. There is no way. This thing is too valuable. And I feel it is not safe if I don't go back to the city to store it after picking it up. At that time, the lovely female apprentice was dumbfounded and asked him repeatedly what he had picked up. Shin Hung told her it was a devil bell, but she didn't even know it or heard of it. When she returned to the city and the transaction was shown to her, she was completely confused. What happens next will be interesting. The 27th level female mage apprentice scraped together magic power here and there, and finally put on this devil bell and wandered around. As a result, if you stand in a safe area or store, you will be the target of being watched. I was chased when I stepped out. The most dangerous time was when she got off Zuma. After entering, she waited for Shin Hung at the door of the 4th floor. The 2 people passing by were almost beaten to death, randomly fly into the pile of monsters, and finally use the scroll of return to the city to return the flying corpse to the safe area of Tuching. Almost exploded. The 2 couldn't stand the excitement, so they directly exchanged the Devil's Bell for a set of awesome equipment from Taoist priests and mages. These are all memories from past lives. In short, the Devil's Bell is horribly expensive. Of course, whether this world is expensive or not depends on how much it explodes. But with tens of millions of players, Zuma equipment is inherently difficult to explode, which means this thing is destined to be anything but ordinary, even more outrageous than the previous life. After all, one server supported more than 100,000 people in the previous life. But there are tens of millions of players communicating with each other here. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. And with a ringing sound, Shin Hung changed his voice to the Devil's Bell. Don't tell me. Once you put this thing on, it looks much better than the life necklace you originally wore. The faint red light makes this equipment look different from other equipment. It is beautiful and conspicuous. 3 words. So cool. With it, it seems that the entire character becomes different and looks stronger. At this time, a system prompt rang. Ding dong! Do you want to sign in? Yes. Congratulations on getting a handful of Frost, a bottle of God of War oil, and 50,000 gold coins. Huh? Not bad. This time I signed in to Ningxuang. Is there any chance to sign in and get the dragon-slaying knife in the future? After thinking happily for a moment, Shin Hung began to fight monsters. As a result, not long after, the guild channel suddenly exploded. Qingxi was speechless. Holy shit! Sister-in-law Mingyu is so awesome! She was so arrogant in a one-on-one challenge. And she even got a Zuma brand devil bell. Okay, sugarcoating. Is it really fake? Tian dodgy. It's true. I just saw it. It was posted by a night owl. Night owl? Ah. Ha. It was the prodigal boss who asked me to post it. Thank you, the prodigal son, and your 18 generations of ancestors. I will definitely take revenge on you and repay you. That post was so popular that whether it was one person challenging the entire guild or snatching Zuma's name tag, it attracted many people's attention, countless clicks, and rewards from time to time, making the night owl extremely excited. I'm stammering when I speak, and my speech is incoherent. There is only one thought left in my mind. I will make a fortune. I will really make a fortune. It's commonly known as being a little too floaty. I'm a little unsure. Mu shui wei. Holy shit. My sister-in-law is so awesome. Fearless lone wolf. Oh my god. My sister-in-law is so awesome. Xingye sadness. My sister-in-law is awesome. The ligation surgeon. My sister-in-law is awesome. Tian. Let's have a sister-in-law. Yu Jing goes to HL. You're upstairs. You're hopeless. Crazy MO. Wait to be chased by the prodigal brother. While a bunch of people were joking and chatting wildly, another player discovered a new continent. The little mushroom said, Oh my god. Sister-in-law. Your devil bell attributes are so awesome. Can Mengji Dai Lien? Oh my god. 0 out of 7 magic. +2 for accuracy. What kind of magical equipment is this? Sister-in-law is awesome. I really want one. Game puzzle. I'll go. This is our mage's ultimate dream equipment. My life necklace is only 1/5. SA World. Uh-huh. Didn't you see the official website introduction on your website? It's such a fuss. And the hidden attributes are even more perverted. Doodle-da-da-da-da. You can't say that. Can the picture compare with the real thing? I really want a sister-in-law. A bell. Tang bo hu shuang hua shuang yu shuang qiu xiang. Brother upstairs. You are testing like crazy on the edge of death. Bai Yifei. +1 for crazy death. Regaining the river and the mountain. Crazy and seeking death +2. Xiao Yu. Crazy temptation +3. Just when everyone was laughing and joking. At this time, another panicked voice suddenly sounded. And you all in Jiangtianmu. Brother Luangzi. The arrogant person also posted. They said that my sister-in-law cheated, that they couldn't touch her, and they were trying their best to cause trouble. Crazy Dance 220. Yes, they are complaining desperately on the website. What do you think we should do? Guan Hai. What should I do? I believe my sister-in-law didn't cheat. Guan Yun. I believe it. Little one. I believe sister-in-law. The man who tricked the horse and said, +1. Clouds in the hurricane. +1. Sui Feng Shuquang. +1. Listening to everyone's words, Qin Hung fell into deep thought. Sure enough, the madman who dragged the princess was unwilling to accept it after being hacked by him. It really got into trouble. He didn't care about it anymore. And Qin Hung didn't go online to read it. He liked it as much as he wanted. Anyway, it was someone else who had a headache. Not him. He continued to stock up on the large account. Spawn monsters on the small account. Bragging to everyone in the guild. And change lines. Qin Hung didn't care anymore. The legendary official website forum outside was really going crazy at this time. When the level is high, you can really do whatever you want. One person crushes a guild. Easily grabs Zuma's brand name equipment. This post with a crazy title was picked up very quickly and pushed to the front row. It's comparable to the Pig Cave Maze strategy post posted by Little One not long ago, but complements each other. Countless people were shocked after watching it. Stunned. Countless mages burst into tears after watching it. The previous fight for hegemony in Shachang and Tianyaming you were already perverted enough. Now one can directly grab a guild, although he occupies a favorable location. The mage is so awesome that he can be so defiant. Tianyaming Yu, the #1 mage in the server, has once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Can a Taoist priest stand and be beaten by hundreds of people? No. Can a warrior do it? No way. Only mages. There are overwhelming comments about all kinds of likes. Jingye-chan on. TSK. TSK. That's awesome. One person can carry a guild. The world-famous Wuan. The level gap is huge. Is wearing 50% tiger teeth so awesome? If you were 80% tiger teeth, wouldn't it mean that you will go to heaven? Make trouble when nothing happens. No. What's more awesome about her is the operation. She drank the powerful solar water very quickly. And she blocked the soldiers and pushed them to prevent them from assassinating. Starless rain. Yes. Drinking powerful solar water also takes time. Soldiers cannot be stuck in the assassination position. And the assassination will not cause much damage. Otherwise, how could she bear it? Kana Wuhui. While attacking, drinking medicine, and calculating the positions of warriors to assassinate. This operational awareness makes her the most powerful woman in the server. Xiao Xiaomi. Indeed. We lost unfairly last time. However, she is not invincible. Ice Roar can hit her. It's a pity that there are not many mages who can Ice Roar these trashes like crazy and arrogant. It seems that in the future, senior mages need to train more. Otherwise, if they encounter a pervert like Tianyamingyu, they will only be able to stare blankly if their equipment is snatched away. Dragon Tattoo. Haha. That's right. A bunch of trash. They were robbed and confused by our sister-in-law Mingyu. Haha. Emperor Yun kills the god. Trash +1. My sister-in-law is mighty. Yuing Xinghuan. Trash +1. My sister-in-law is invincible. Quan 1. Trash +2. My sister-in-law is awesome. Shine Yun Shiyu. Don't break the formation upstairs. +1 for useless. Sister-in-law is domineering. Tears fell on the Great Wall. There is a Zuma brand name equipment. It's a pity that I'm not here. Otherwise it would make her arrogant. Feng Shigua. That's right. The accuracy in my hand is increased by 3. The strength is increased by 1. And the Wuji stick with a Taoist skill of 3-7 will definitely hit her and make her call her daddy. Flower Blossom 63. Can the people upstairs please stop bragging? Be careful that the weapon has been exploded again. Feng Shigua. Damn. Come on. Who the hell are you? You want to explode my equipment? I wear a blessing necklace every day to see how you explode. Of course. After this post became popular. In addition to praising Tianyamingyu for being awesome, there were also many doubters. especially Princess Guangzhou and the others, as well as the sailors they invited, used offensive language overwhelmingly, pulling the princess. Protest. Tianyang Mingyu. This bitch obviously used a plug-in. Even if you hit her, she won't lose any blood. Princess Guangzhou was really going crazy at this time. I just asked the crazy girl to ask someone to write a better protest post. As a result, an opportunity to make a lot of money was missed. This post is so eye-catching. In just a short while, the number of clicks exceeded 10,000. If this kind of click rate is converted into money, how many devil bells can be bought? Of course, what she lacks is not money, but the devil bell. She has money, but devil bell is hard to deal with. Although she is a Taoist priest, she also practices the trumpet. The trumpet is a mage named Miss Guangtu. I'm already level 24. It's so refreshing to wear a devil bell and show off. Well now, the bell is gone, and there are still a lot of people in this post calling them trash. Can you not get mad? By the way, every time she is hacked by this damn Tianyang prodigal, Tianyang Mingyu, her aunt is no longer normal. I guess it's going to be messy again these days. Crazy drag-rocking girl. Protest. Tianyang Mingyu bitch hack. Protest. Dragging the prince. Hundreds of people can't kill her with electric shock. Her blood will fall off at first, but it won't fall off much later. Can the official come out and explain it in 2 steps? How the hell are we supposed to play games with this stupidity? Prince of the dynasty. That's right. We also watched this video. Something is obviously wrong behind it. This bitch is obviously cheating. The iron-blooded overlord. Hack me. Protest. King of Brago. Hate. Protest. And basking in the sun. I'm just protesting. It's not like she doesn't shed any blood. It's you who are so rubbish. Jiuechen. Just look at what others are equipped with, and what equipment you are equipped with. You deserve to be crushed. Mr. Payne. A bunch of rubbish. If you can't beat them, then you'll have to wait and see. Like a pussy. Can you be tougher? The slot machine spit out the starting coins. Ha ha. Brother. Princess Guangzhou is indeed a girl. I can't even recognize her with her clothes on. A person's journey of cultivating immortality. Upstairs. Can you share the story you and Princess Guangzhou have to tell? Car dealer. What's going on? Why don't you let me talk about the accident? John Sherwu. Say yes. Show us the evidence. Young Master Blagaji. She won't lose much blood when I hit her later. Isn't that enough? Pink little Lang Hu. Uh-huh. Won't you lose blood when you hit me with Ice Roar? Are you really blind? If you can't do it yourself, why don't you just tell others to kill you? Blue Dragon in white. That's right. If you had 50 level 35 mages, each with an Ice Roar, you would crush her to death. A bunch of trash. Spicy to shiitake mushroom. There is no way. The waste is just pretentious. It just doesn't want our mage to become stronger. Rubbish. Naming the households in difficulty. Trash. If you can't beat them, you will cause trouble. Mushui. Garbage +1. At the bottom of the post, there are many people saying that Tianyang Mingyu is a fan. But there are even more people who support Tianyang Mingyu. Guilds such as the Mafa Friendship Alliance, Pink Beauty, the Temple of War, the Alliance of the Past, and the Bachelor's Legion, as well as many passerby fans, especially many mages, support Tianyang Mingyu. Those who say Tianyang Mingyu is crazy include those from the 1,000-Year Dynasty, Iron Blood Alliance, Brago, etc. Both sides are shouting at each other. In the end, they each posted posts to continue scolding each other, and soon there were only a dozen heated posts in the entire legendary official forum. There are posts full of quarrels between the two sides. Directly slaughtered. What other players posted about their gaming experience and treasure hunting experience? I was instantly flooded with these scolding posts. The entire forum is in a state of chaos. Apart from the scolding and war posts, there is nothing else. Many players have complained and asked the official to deal with it as soon as possible. And it wasn't just them who complained. There were also a large number of sailors hired by Princess Guangzhou and the others. Crazy complaints against Tianyang Mingyu for cheating. The Zuma brand is gone. So how can the princess be willing to let it go? And most importantly, it's so embarrassing. Hundreds of people were suddenly robbed of the Zuma brand by a mage. They have almost become synonymous with garbage on the entire internet. Make a fuss. Make a fuss. Turn it upside down. Don't make the official come out and give a reasonable explanation. Don't let go. Huagua. In the underground hall of the kamikaze group. Wearing a pair of slippers. A pair of big pants. a floral vest, and holding a cigarette. Mr. Chen once again stood in front of Shinjo depressedly. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was woken up by his programmer supervisor, looking at the constant scrolling of scolding posts on the big screen. After hearing the reason again, Mr. Chen said angrily, "Are you a waste? Do you need to wake me up for this kind of thing? Can't you solve it yourself?" Mr. Chen, this matter involves this player named Tianmingyu, and we can't find her specific data. I asked Shinjo, but it ignored me. Only you have the highest authority of SSS. The programmer supervisor looked aggrieved. What? How is it possible that we can't find her information? Is there no data at all? Mr. Chen frowned. Her level, equipment, and basic information are all fine. But for some reason, her magic dodge is extremely high. We wanted to search deeply for her data flow, but China refused to provide it. Shinjo refuses? Mr. Chen suddenly felt dizzy when he heard this. He remembered that there was someone in front of him called, yes, the prodigal son of the end of the world. But the in-depth information could not be found. Huh? A prodigal from the end of the world? The bright moon at the end of the world? Depend on. Could these two be the same person? In an instant, Mr. Chen realized something. Mr. Chen, why don't you use your authority and ask Shinjo? The programmer supervisor suggested. Don't talk to me about permissions. Mr. Chen glared at the programmer supervisor angrily. He felt that the other party must have done it on purpose. Tianyao Prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu have the same names and cannot be found out. How could the programmer supervisor not think of him? Therefore, he had to pull him up from his sleep. But he clearly knows that his 3S permissions are useless. He keeps mentioning them again and again. This month's bonus will be deducted from him. The depressed Mr. Chen entered the small dark room again. And soon he came out with a dark face. Shinjo did not give him any data about Tianyao Mingyu, but just told him to leave Tianyao Mingyu alone and take care of the rest. Do you care about the bright moon at the end of the world? Can I really care? I can't even find her account number. How can I disconnect from the internet? Bah. He lit a cigarette again. Mr. Chen was silent for a moment, muttering to the programmer supervisor. Is this possible? The programmer supervisor asked a little confused. Is there anything that can be done? It's not like she won't lose a drop of blood. Anyway, let's just say that they love to play. And if they don't play, they will be defeated. There are many of them. Also, announce the content of the next version to distract their attention. Okay, I'll do it right away. As instructed by the boss, the programmer supervisor immediately got to work. Mr. Chen squinted his eyes and stared at the big screen. The scene of Tianyao Mingyu snatching and arrogantly grabbing Zuma 4 is being played there. The prodigal son of the end of the world. The bright moon of the end of the world. Damn it. Who are these two? Soon, with Mr. Chen's permission, the official forum of Legend instantly cleared away all the posts of scolding. At the same time, 2 announcements were issued. Announcement 1. Some players questioned Tianyao Mingyu's use of cheats. After investigation, Tianyao Mingyu did not use any plugins. There are many unknown skills in this legendary game that players need to discover on their own. Our company solemnly promises that no player can use any cheats, so everyone can rest assured. From now on, no one is allowed to quarrel on the forum. Otherwise, their account will be banned. Finally, let me tell you some good news. The remaining versions of Fu Jia Tianxia will be launched in the near future, so stay tuned. Announcement 2. Version 1.28 is rich in the world, and the remaining version, version 1.29, will be launched in the near future. Preview of version 1.29. 1. Open the White Boar's Paradise. The mysterious and rich stone tomb formation on the 7th floor. On the 7th floor of the stone tomb array, there are many terrifying white wild boars carrying treasures. Players are welcome to explore. 2. Open the 7th floor of Zuma and the house of the leader of Zuma. The terrifying leader of Zuma comes online with a special divine ring. In addition to getting a lot of treasures by killing the leader of Zuma, you can also get the portrait of the leader of Zuma, which can be used to apply for siege warfare. 3. Open 3 heroic weapons. Please click for details. 4. Open new intermediate tasks. Version 1.29 is about to be launched. Dear Marfa warriors, are you ready? 2 consecutive announcements immediately aroused all the players. Players who had previously scolded each other and supported Tianyao Mingyu naturally stopped making trouble. They were all checking the attributes of the newly released 3 divine weapons and discussing the mysterious Yu Qi, Zuma Qi, Zuma leader, etc. But the sailors hired by Princess Guangzhou are still making trouble. They have no choice but to use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. And they still have to do their work. And they are also testing the official bottom line. So people continue to post, saying that Tianyao Mingyu is a cheat. As a result, the post was deleted as soon as it was posted. When I looked at the forum account again, I saw that it was permanently blocked. After several accounts were blocked like this, those people stopped making trouble. Because the official intention is very clear. That is, the bright moon at the end of the world is normal. This made Princess Guangzhou and others grit their teeth with hatred. Have you not found any information about the prodigal son of Tianyao in the outside world? Princess Guangzhou said fiercely. This Tianyao prodigal and Tianyao Mingyu are so hateful. They always have trouble getting along with her. Therefore, the princess has been dragging people to search for information about the prodigal son from the end of the world. But there has been no information. No! We will step up the search. Guangtua's cousin replied solemnly. Not yet? The madly pulling princess frowned. The prince group has industries all over China. But no one can be found. This person is really well hidden. Perhaps only the core employees in the underground hall of the Kamikaze group understand. But even the huge energy of the prince group cannot penetrate the Kamikaze hall. Because the supercomputer Shinjo is not only involved in the virtual game Legend. It also provides a large amount of black technology to the Kamikaze group and the country. Otherwise, Kamikaze group would not be able to become the world's top technology company. And with the opening of the virtual game Legend, its importance becomes even greater. Because it is more than just a game. It is affecting tens of millions of people in China. There are hundreds of millions in the future. It also affects the whole world. Now the whole world is online simultaneously. In the future, when the national war is launched, the money and economy will affect not only the game, very likely to affect global development. Therefore, the Kamikaze group is now under militarized control. It represents not just a group or a company, but the influence of China in the world. In this situation, the prince group that Guangzhou belongs to is also helpless. No matter how awesome a businessman is, it's okay not to mention him in front of the state machine. When the new announcement came out, Qin Hung naturally heard the discussions among the people in the guild. After asking about it, Qin Hung began to think deeply. Officials are finally opening rooms for Zhu Qi and Zuma Qi, which is good news for Qin Hung. During the maintenance period, he can get in first to make a fortune. However, the opening of Pig Cave 7 should depreciate the value of ordinary equipment a lot. So it seems that Xiudian has to hurry up and sell it. 3 divine weapons were born. The Staff of Judgment, the Bone Jade Scepter, and the Dragon Pattern Sword. I wonder if I can explode a few by killing 20 Zuma leaders first. There are also special rings available online. Isn't this a must-have explosion for killing the first Zuma leader? It would be really nice if this were the case. No matter what special ring is revealed, it will greatly improve oneself in the outside world. The last intermediate mission is online. This is not detailed. Are you making ghost gloves? Or can I buy a level 26 Woma brand name weapon skill book from the mysterious store? Or is it the mission of the Blade of Destiny? No matter which one you choose, you must seize the time to acquire high-quality gold mines during this period. Otherwise you will have little chance. He needs more and more gold coins. If ordinary equipment becomes worthless and cannot be sold at high prices, and he can only sell brand name equipment in the future, it will be even more difficult for him to accumulate wealth. So, it's good to hoard more now. Don't be miserable if you can't get it when you need the money. For example, now, it is obvious that you can open a third career. But because you have no money, you can only stay stuck for now. However, in the end, he was certain of one thing again. He cheated in the game. And the game company really had nothing to do with him. Then there's no problem. Next, Qin Hung privately chatted with the little one and asked her to quickly sell off the ordinary equipment. Of course, the price must be much higher than selling it to a merchant. Otherwise it would be better to just sell it to the merchant without selling it. Let's sell it first, when the update is about to be released. And if you really can't sell it all, you'll give it to the merchants. In addition to selling things, Qin Hung also asked Xiao Duan to purchase prayer sets. Mainly buy necklaces, prayer blades and prayer bracelets, prayer helmets and prayer rings. These 2 items are produced in large quantities, so there is no need to collect them. Leader Zuma is coming out soon, and the siege is about to begin. As a first-tier Shabak city, it will definitely become a thorn in the side of countless guilds. It is very likely that 7 or 8 guilds will attack the city at the same time. When the time comes, the prayer set will be a good thing. But if it is used a few times, the official will definitely limit the output of some of these components. In my previous life, the prayer necklace on the back almost never fell off. completely killed the prayer suit. An hour later, Qin Hung finished stocking up. Bored, he drove 2 accounts alone to the 20th line Zuma 4 and started leveling up and collecting treasures. He had no choice but to go to other places where there were too many people and he couldn't get what he wanted, such as Woma 3. There are so many people that it is difficult to rob Woma cult leader. Apart from the slight possibility of dropping a special ring, there is no other attraction for Qin Hung. Qin Hung didn't go to the front line either. Treasure maps like Zuma were full of people everywhere. Qin Hung didn't want to hang out with the guild, so he beat him up. Although the explosion rate is relatively low, both of his numbers are large. With a top-notch body, he can kill quickly. In a place like the 20th line, Zuma 4 didn't have many people fighting monsters, so there weren't enough monsters for him to fight. Time flies to 8 o'clock in the morning. Qin Hung, who had been playing all night, finally went offline. During this period, except for some ordinary equipment, no brand name equipment was revealed. The only good news is that Xiedian helped him sell equipment and skill books for several hours, and has already sold 1 billion gold coins. In the meantime, he replenished the goods for Xiedian, but Xiedian was forced to go offline at 4 o'clock in the morning by Qin Hung. She was just in good health, and Qin Hung didn't want to break her down again. Qin Hung got up, and Mingyu, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing next to him, immediately opened his eyes. "Husband, are you awake?" Mingyu said with a smile. "Husband? What? Don't you want to?" The answer to Mingyu was that a pair of salty hands stretched out, and then started to bite hard, sucking and sucking. Mingyu didn't seem to be ready for the last step. After biting each other, she ran away in a hurry. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Qin Hung had been stocking up on goods, stocking up on blessing necklaces, spawning monsters on the second line of Zuma N4, and occasionally taking out some things for Xiedian to sell. In these 3 days, Qin Hung did not upgrade his weapons. He is about to use the 3 divine weapons, and he has no intention of upgrading the Wuji stick right now. After leveling up, he didn't get any more brand name equipment, but his experience increased a lot. But it hasn't been upgraded yet because there are many players. Although there is no shortage of monsters to fight, it is impossible to kill monsters on a large scale, just a little faster than normal players. Therefore, Qin Hung's 2 numbers have not been upgraded. One is 42, and the other is 40. Too much experience is needed. It's strange that this speed can rise so fast. If this continues, you won't be able to upgrade within a few months. However, there is great news. The little one finally helped Qin Hung collect 20 billion gold coins. Originally, the little girl couldn't do it alone, but the next day, she roped in more than a dozen of her companions to do it together. These companions are all orphans adopted by needy families. In order to help Qin Hung sell things, he started leveling up a few days ago. Although the level is not high now, there is no problem in buying and selling. With these more than 10 subordinates, they kept selling on various routes. Qin Hung's goods naturally sold quickly. Under Qin Hung's instruction, the little boy sold all of Qin Hung's ordinary equipment. There are also a lot of top-grade mysteries, such as those belts. Ordinary top-grade. Anyway, I sold everything that could be sold. Even some good things, like Magic 3 bracelets and Attack 3 bracelets were sold. But in fact, more than half of the gold coins obtained were exchanged for intermediate skill books. What Bao Bao gained from his rebellion, plus Qin Hung's own top-grade mysterious equipment, etc., were only sold for more than 6 billion gold coins. The remaining 14 billion gold coins are all for selling intermediate skill books. With this funding, Qin Hung can finally start a third career. Login interface. Qin Hung contributed the remaining gold coins in one go, reaching 20 billion gold coins. Finally unlocked the third career. What name should I give? The bright moon at the end of the world. The prodigal son at the end of the world. This makes people look like they are in the same group. It's not convenient to do anything secretly. It would be bad to take another Tianyan or something. After much thought, Qin Hung gave a name to his third career. Duanmu is dejected. This was the best brother's name in his previous life, and it was just right to use it now. Is it male or female? If you choose a female character, you can immediately wear an ATK2 female Ares armor. After thinking for a moment, Qin Hung chose the man, because he feels that it is more domineering to wear the demon armor and fight as a dragon-slaying warrior. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The third career was successfully created. Following the system prompts, Qin Hung finally opened his third career. But he did not log in immediately, but looked at the character creation interface again. Will I still be able to continue building a career? If it could, it would be awesome. As a result, he no longer saw the new creation interface. It seems that only 3 characters can be created at most. Forget it. The 3 professions have been added. It's already very good. The requirements can't be too high. Qin Hung immediately put aside this regret and logged into the game happily. Chapter 209 The Perverted Little Warrior. God Refining Array. Domineering Guild? Brush. Qin Hung logged into the game and looked at the time. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Heng's 2 large accounts were put online at the 20th Line Beach City and Warehouse. This was naturally to support the small accounts. The trumpet Duanmu sadly appeared in Ginkgo Village wearing big underpants. The 3 numbers were operated at the same time. And Qin Hung did not feel any violation. Everyone was doing their own thing without being affected at all. Just like his mind was divided into 3 parts. Hey, the prodigal son of Tianya appeared in Ginkgo Village. And sadly traded 50 million gold coins to Duanmu. And made it casually. Duanmu sadly pulled into the guild. Call out. Number 3 was teleported directly to the Tuching safety zone. Where should I go to level up now? The level of the zombie cave is too low. The pig cave has black evil maggots and attacks quickly. The Zuma monster is too strong. And there are not many monsters in the Woma temple. After thinking for a while, Qin Hung decided to take the trumpet to Centipede Cave for brushing. After a random teleportation, the 3 of them arrived at Centipede Cave. Not to mention, except for the Centipede Cave, where Qin Hung went to fight the evil centipede with a large army when he first founded the guild. He had never come here specifically to practice leveling. The 3 people entered. No longer random, but cleaned up all the way. There is no way. After all, Duanmu is only level 1. How dare he be random here? Just now when he was flying randomly outside, Duanmu was sadly licked by a tiger snake and almost died. The prodigal son of Tianya summoned the dog, and the 3 of them began to clean up inside. There are also a lot of people in the Centipede Cave on the 20th line. This place is different from Zuma 4. The attack of Zuma monsters is too high, so even those with low levels dare not go there. Centipede Cave is just right. This is suitable for players from level 22 to level 30 to level up. There are tens of millions of players. At least 7 to 8 million online at the same time. Divided into 20 lines. There are really many people except Zuma where there are relatively few people. Therefore, Qin Heng's 3 accounts ran forward for a long distance along the east right passage on the first floor of the dungeon. Except for the players waiting for the refresh and the running players. They did not see any monsters. This map is really big. It took me 6 or 7 minutes to run from the entrance to the top of this passage. Duanmu was so sad that he drank a bottle of Xia Jingqing medicine sent by the system to replenish his blood volume. He was only level 1. And if he ran around for a while, his health would keep dropping. There's no way. That's what low-level characters are like. The higher the level, the more blood. And the loss of more than 10 drops of blood is not noticeable. After arriving here, Qin Hung and the others encountered a monster spawn. Wow! Wow! Seeing the monster spawning, Tianya Mingyu quickly smashed a bunch of ice and roared out to grab the monsters. There are 6 or 7 players around who are waiting to be refreshed. As soon as the monsters are refreshed, just as they are about to start fighting, all the monsters around them have been snatched away by the ice roar of Tianya Mingyu. Damn! You're blind! Didn't you see anyone here? Seeing this, a Taoist player holding a magic weapon and calling, I am Napoleon, began to curse. Oh my god! Leave quickly! Otherwise I will chop you to death. A warrior named, looks like he has some shortcomings, holding Shura was also furious and was about to take action. Get out of here! Otherwise I'll chop you to death. For legendary players, the most important thing is experience and equipment. If someone grabs equipment, kill him. Someone grabs the monster, kill. Therefore, regarding the behavior of Tianya Mingyu and the others, if this group of people did not see the other party's high level, they would take action directly. Hearing this, Tianya Prodigal turned his head. Just when he was about to say something, a mage named Nwomi Nuamijiangai rushed out from the opposite side, apologized profusely. Boss Prodigal son, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They don't know you. You fight. Let's go. Let's go. I am Napopo and said dissatisfied. Boss, why should we give it to them? This territory belongs to us. Shut up. Let's go. Nwomi Jianji scolded. The prodigal son of Tianya chuckled and said, Brothers, I'm sorry. I'm going to take the newcomers by and leave after finishing this round. Someone from the other party came out to apologize. And Qin Hung was not an unreasonable person. But monsters still have to be defeated. It's impossible for me to be at a high level and not grab monsters when they spawn. Right? So what's the use of this level of equipment? I'm not trying to steal their territory. Besides, even if they are trying to grab territory, isn't this normal? If you have the highest level, the most expensive equipment, and are still timid and give way to others when you hear others yelling at you, then you should just stop leveling up. Because there are people everywhere in the game. Ah! Ha ha! It's okay! It's okay! Brother prodigal son, you guys fight. We happen to be tired. Let's take a rest. Nwomi Jianji chuckled. Boss, why are you afraid of them? There are only 2 of them. And they have a trumpet. He muttered in the team channel with a look of dissatisfaction, as if he had some shortcomings. Afraid? Of course I am. You may not know it when you go to school every day. In this Tianmingyu, a mage singled out others and acted arrogantly. How do you think we should fight? So awesome! Holy shit! Several people exclaimed, and automatically stepped aside, becoming a crowd. Later, they understood why Nwomi Nuamijiang I9 did not dare to fight. I saw Tianmingyu roaring over the ice and attracting all the monsters. The dog of Tianyao Prodigal rushed forward, and after a roar of flames, the big man grabbed the hatred of all the monsters. Tianmingyu went around and threw a few fires into the pile of dogs and monsters, and then roared with ice. And all the monsters lay on the ground with a click. All dead? Brush, brush, brush. A burst of white light rose, and Duanmu sadly soared several levels in a row, promoted to level 6 in one breath. Such an efficient method of killing monsters makes Napopo and others envious of me. They finally understood why the boss apologized profusely. After clearing the wave of monsters and stepping on a pearl ring that fell on the ground, Qin Hung and the others continued to run forward. At level 6, his blood volume was much higher. Duanmu started running sadly, finally no longer needing to drink potions to replenish his blood. After running all the way to the entrance to the lower level, I saw 7 or 8 players in front of me fighting monsters at the entrance. Wow! Tianmingyu threw ice and roared at the pile of monsters that others had not yet hit. Brush. The 7 or 8 players were startled by the sudden ice roar. Looking back, I saw an archmage holding an ice-roaring wand, and a Taoist priest holding a Wuji stick and a dog. My heart skipped a beat. Take another look at their names. Depend on. It turned out to be 2 big perverts from the Tianyao family. The 7 or 8 player monsters did not fight anymore and ran to the side in panic, looking at the equipment of Qin Hung and the others from a distance. Hiss hiss. My day. Holy shit. I'm dizzy. I'll pour it. So awesome. Then, there was a sound of inhalation and surprise. Enemy! They were all shocked by the equipment of the 2 men. This group of people obviously knew the Tianmingyu duo very well, and ran away on their own initiative. Qin Hung is already used to this state of things. When he was leveling up a few days ago, his 2 large players were on the 20th line. Zuma 4. And they were always going where others let them go. I saw the 2 of them turning around and leaving. What's more, there was a female mage who was fighting the perverted Zuma archer. When she saw the 2 of them coming and standing aside, she immediately stopped fighting and flew away with a whoosh. The celebrity effect and the visual suppression of higher levels are a bit difficult for ordinary low-level players to handle. This is no different from playing Legend in the previous life. When low-level players fight monsters and see a Taoist priest with a dog, a mage with a bone jade scepter, or a great warrior with a staff of judgment, they will get out of the way and panic. Otherwise, be prepared to run away at any time. In this case, Qin Hung didn't mean to use his power to bully others. He just passes by and fights any monsters. Others are playing strangely, but he doesn't steal it. But there were a lot of monsters, and if others didn't hit them, he would just hit it and leave. Otherwise, there would be people everywhere and everyone would give in, and there would be no way to play. The gang got out of the way, and Qin Hung didn't bother to say, "Come back. I won't hit the one you are fighting." They don't hit it right. The world is inherently unfair, whether in reality or in games. He does not bully others, but relies on his own advantages to obtain some extra privileges. That is normal. However, this time after Tianmingyu set a fire, she began to sizzle, and squirt. Qin Hung planned to clean up all the way to the death coffin. If you encounter an evil centipede, you can naturally use this pincer. Click, click, click. As the dog spat wildly, Qin Hung applied poison and soul fire talisman, and soon there were a bunch of jumping bees. centipedes, and giant worms lying on the ground. Swish. Duanmu sadly rose to level 8. I quickly learned the first skill of a warrior. Basic swordsmanship. The blood volume is also a lot thicker, so it won't die so easily. After cleaning up this wave of monsters, Tianyang Mingyu seduced 2 pincers. The 3 of them entered the gloomy stone house, passed through, and entered the north first floor of the dungeon. When we got here, Qin Heng's 3 numbers still didn't fly randomly. The small one is still a bit crispy. I just ran along the valley passage on the left side of the map. If you encounter any monsters on the road, you will fight them. Most people will be angry but dare not say anything when they see these 2 giants. By the time I reached the lower left corner of the map, I had already killed several waves of monsters. Tianyang Mingyu gathered together the 5-headed pincer worm babies, and Duanmu sadly was promoted to level 9. Almost level 10. The 3 of them went in along the entrance at the bottom left corner of the map and came to Stone Tomb Creek. After crossing the Dolmen Creek, we entered a dark area. It's better to continue running forward, cleaning up, and leveling up with the trumpet. Just when Qin Heng was taking the trumpet to level up like crazy, in a mysterious canyon in a corner of China mainland, a sacred temple is hidden inside. In the main hall, there was a huge altar emitting a hazy red halo. At the top of the altar, there is a statue of a mighty man wearing a crown. In front of the altar, a group of men in black with patterns on their heads were kneeling on the ground, praying and worshipping toward the altar. After kneeling and praying, everyone stood up and came to a huge sand table not far away. If there are scholars who are proficient in the geography of the Chinese continent, they will definitely be surprised to find that this sand table is the topographic map of the entire Chinese continent. It has marked the various countries, powerful sects, and famous mountains and rivers in the Chinese continent. After the group of people watched for a while, one of them, who was obviously the leader, asked in a hoarse voice, "How is the investigation on the immortal of Fengyu City going, Master Qi?" After investigation, it is completely false. They only have 1 9-star Grandmaster, so there is nothing to worry about. A subordinate replied respectfully, "Sure. Well, we searched the entire Fengyu City and couldn't find any trace of the immortal. It seems like it's gone." "That's good. How long will it take for the god refining array to be repaired, Lord Qi? Since the coup of Qin State more than 10 years ago, without the restraint, the repair of the magic circle has gone smoothly. It will probably take about a month." "Very good. Wait until the magic circle repairs the entire Chinese continent." Ha 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 ha. Seemingly thinking of something satisfying, the man in patterned black clothes looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. On the other side, the 2 sisters Mingyu were also busy receiving many businessmen. They came to purchase Fengyu Sect's new services. The new women's clothing called Chongsam, launched by Fengyu Sect a few days ago, has been well received by all the visiting sects. Fengyu Sect gave some to many power groups that were friendly to them when they left. As a result, when these masters and others returned, the Chongsam quickly became a demon in the places where the major forces were located. In the past few days, all the merchants who heard about it rushed into Fengyu City to place crazy orders. There are even many high-ranking officials and ladies, and the lady personally comes to tailor them. The constant influx of so many people has made Fengyu City, which was already booming because of Fengyue's business, even more prosperous than ever before. Seeing the huge business opportunities, many businessmen came here inexplicably and prepared to open shops and do business here. This makes the already prosperous Fengyu City even more popular. Suddenly, Fengyu City once again became the focus of various forces. Song Yuan, the leader of Fengyu Sect, simply ordered his disciples to completely transform Fengyu City, demolish some dilapidated houses, and build new ones entirely. He paved all the uneven streets with good floor tiles. The street isn't big enough? Even if the house next door is demolished, we need to expand it. The second-class Niu people no longer kill cattle, but go to the outside of the city to bring all kinds of flowers and plants to decorate the streets of Fengyu City. In short, Song Yuan wanted to completely build this originally chaotic city into the true Fengyu City in the entire continent. In the past, when his power was not strong, he did not dare to act like this, afraid of finishing it. I made wedding clothes for others, but it's different now. Fengyu Sect has a 9-star Grandmaster. How can he be afraid of others coming to pick peaches? Although this 9-star Grandmaster has a foreign surname, what does it matter? I heard that his daughter Mingyu and Qin Heng both slept in the same bed. So Qin Heng was Song Yuan's real son-in-law. With the son-in-law of the 9-star Grandmaster sitting in charge, Song Yuan could finally start construction in Fengyu City. Qin Hung didn't know that his existence had affected the entire Fengyu sect, the entire continent, and some existences. He is still continuing to brush. After passing through the dark zone, Duanmu sadly reached level 11. He put on a suit of abnormal equipment that had been prepared for both defense and attack. Light armor with 3 out of 6 defense. A bronze helmet with 0/3 defense and 1 attack. Prayer necklace. A dagger with an attack rate of March 15th. A steel bracelet with defense 0/4. Magic defense 0 out of 2. And attack 2. A big bracelet with defense 1/4 and attack 2. A horn ring with a defense of 0 out of 3 and an attack of 2. A horn ring with a defense of 0 out of 3 and an attack of 1. These perverted equipment were naturally reserved by Qin Hung for this warrior account. Further up, there are even more perverted equipment waiting to be used. With this defensive equipment, Qin Hung did not need to let the third number continue to run around. His goal is to get to the death coffin. If he keeps running like this, he probably won't be able to make it past lunch. The 3 numbers flew randomly along the way, and each of them did not fight the monsters they encountered. The target was the death coffin. Sure enough, after Duanmu, who was wearing the best abnormal equipment, sadly flew into the monster pile. Pincer and other monsters beat him, so that he lost less than 10 drops of blood. It was probably because the level was too low and he was critically hit by a monster. Otherwise the blood would have dropped even less. This resulted in him once flying into a pile of monsters that others were fighting, making the players who were fighting monsters look dumbfounded. A little warrior of the 11th level. He was attacked by a group of monsters at the same time. As a result, he only lost less than 10 drops of blood each time he was attacked. When I checked the opponent's equipment again, I became jealous on the spot. Wanting to fly, the ostrich said. Damn! What kind of magical equipment is this? Beloved Wu Dan. I'll go! Any piece of this equipment can match all the equipment of the several of us. Yen Ryu. This must be some boss's trumpet. I want to join it. Wanting to fly like an ostrich. Okay. Let's shout 1, 2, 3. Kill! Yen Ryu. Are you crazy? I mean, I want to go fishing for Kaizi. Several people chatted. Duanmu only stayed for a moment sadly, and then flew away with a hiss. TSK. Duanmu is sad. Okay. My sister has decided on you. Want to fly like an ostrich. Sister, can you do it? Yen Ryu. Nonsense. Are you questioning my aunt's charm? Wanting to fly like an ostrich. No. I mean, you got rich after you shot him. Don't forget, brother. Ha. Sister, I don't have any potion now. Please help me carry it. Okay. Wait. Call out. Duanmu felt sad for a while, and a person named Yen Ryu came in for a private chat. Handsome guy. Do you want a date? Who are you? Qin Hung asked speechlessly. Beauty, do you want to date me? Oh, come to Fengyu City in China mainland to find me. Qin Hung said casually. Yen Ryu. Ha. Boss, you really know how to joke. If you don't believe me, I'll throw you down. Qin Hung replied and stopped talking to him. Several numbers randomly rushed all the way to the death coffin, and then started to level up. Although there are evil centipedes in the death coffin, all but the powerful ones will be here. Ordinary players. Who will come? It's too far away. It's mainly just a trip. And I have no chance of meeting the evil centipede. There are usually guilds or powerful forces that book the venue here. Qin Hung met people from the Bachelor Legion here, but after seeing them, they took the initiative to give up a space. I guess he was scared by Qin Hung when he was fighting for supremacy in Sabak. On the way to leveling up, that Yen Ryu was like candy, constantly flirting with Qin Hung in private chats. He also revealed the specific data of his body measurements to him. Those data were really hot. He also said that he could go offline and play with him in real life immediately. Qin Hung, who was bored, dealt with her casually, and finally asked, Are you black or red? What's black and red? Yen Ryu was confused. Just when Qin Hung was about to explain this profound issue to her, there was a loud bang. When Tianyaming Yue's baby claw crawled onto a cliff, a big guy suddenly emerged from the edge of the cliff. Evil centipede. Qin Hang's eyes lit up. He was so lucky. Just when he was about to start, a group of people suddenly ran over from behind. Qin Hung turned around and looked. Domineering Dharma God. Domineering and crazy fighting. Domineering and seasoned. Domineering guild. Qin Hung knew that this guild ranked 13th in the last Sand City battle. Ha! It's the evil centipede. You're lucky. Get out of the way of anyone in front of you! From a distance, domineering Quangzhan shouted from a distance, with a domineering look on his face. Chapter 210 Super Abnormal Memory Necklace. Legend of 20 Lines. Death in the Coffin in Centipede Cave. As soon as Qin Hung met the evil centipede, a group of people appeared not far away. Domineering Guild? Qin Hung of this guild had fought against each other when the guilds were competing for hegemony. At that time, relying on the bright moon from the end of the world, I tortured the other party to pieces. Except for that time, I don't usually interact with each other much. But judging from the Marfa Friendship Alliance's 24-hour guild war with the Domineering Guild, it is obvious that this guild is not a very easy to talk to. After all, there are not many people who can be hung up by the Marfa Friendship Alliance to fight in guilds 24 hours a day. Thousand-Year Dynasty. Crazy and Arrogant. Iron Blood Alliance. Domineering. Brago. There are only 5 of them. Most of the other guilds hold battles during the day, and rarely open after 12 o'clock at night. Unless there is an emergency, households with difficulties in naming will be opened. But the above 5 major guilds are open 24 hours a day for households with difficulties. What does it mean? That is, these 5 guilds are quite unfriendly to the Marfa Friendship Alliance. 5 of them. The only one among them is the Domineering Guild, not because of Qin Hung. The other 4 all had previous quarrels with Qin Hung and brought the Marfa Friendship Alliance into the ditch. The Domineering Guild is the result of frequent treasure hunts with the Marfa Friendship Alliance. Anyway, now these 5 major guilds and the Marfa Friendship Alliance are really on fire. I see your people. Cut them. If you see my people, kill them. There's no sense in it. Nowadays, there are only those boss. And the 20-line death coffin is also a must-have for all major guilds. It's quite normal for the Domineering Guild to come here to sweep away the evil centipedes. After seeing the evil centipede from a distance, he started shouting. After seeing clearly that it was Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal, this group of people immediately became excited as if they had been given a shot of chicken blood. Domineering Dharma God. Ha ha! It's Tianyao Prodigal's son and the others. Kill them! Domineering and crazy fighting. Hack them to death. The domineering old man said. Ha ha! There are only 2 of them. We have 4 people here who know ice and can fight. A group of people shouted and immediately rushed over fiercely. Seeing this situation, Duanmu turned around and ran away sadly. He has been leveling here for a while, and he is only level 14. It's useless in this kind of war. Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal did not run away, but immediately put on prayer necklaces. There are about 50 people on the other side. All of them are advanced players above level 30. Most of them are warriors and Taoist priests. And there are only 5 or 6 mages. The white tiger teeth with magic dodge are useless. But Qin Hung also knew that there were many people on the other side. And by the end of the fight, he would most likely be cleared away. The last time Tianyao Mingyu was able to fight against the entire crazy arrogance, it was because she had the advantage of the terrain. Although this place is not very open now, it can accommodate hundreds of people piking without any problem. Although he knew he might lose, Qin Hung had no intention of running away immediately. He also wanted to try how powerful his 2 numbers could be in such a battle. Brush. The prodigal son of Tianyao first applied the sacred armor technique and ghost shield to himself and Tianyao Mingyu. Then he was at the front to attract firepower and poison the warriors who rushed up first. Tianyao Mingyu began to set fire walls all over the ground. Qin Heng's dog had been upgraded to a level 5 dog. As soon as he rushed forward, he was killed by a mage from the other side using a holy word spell. The prodigal son of Tianyao summoned a level 3 dog again in frustration. At this time, the opponent's soldiers had already rushed to him. The first ones to rush up were 5 level 35 warriors, all holding purgatory. Papa! Baichen Xiaoya. I love reading, but I don't love studying. Bull God. Brother Hainan. Kill the mage first! Ba shouted loudly. The 5 people immediately wanted to bypass Tianyao Prodigal and chase Tianyao Mingyu. But Tianyao Prodigal rushed forward and blocked their way. The 5 people suddenly became furious, and the purgatory in their hands emitted flames, whistling and slashing at him. Fiery swordsmanship. Qin Hung dodged the attacks of 3 people sideways, and the attacks of the other 2 people whizzed down on him. HP reduced by 40. The blood volume is reduced by 45. Qin Hung was stunned after he had just hit such a small amount of blood, and the opponent was also dumbfounded for an instant. No one expected that Tianyao Prodigal's defense would be so abnormal. Even Qin Hung didn't realize that he had become a monster-like character. How abnormal is Qin Heng's defense now? The memory helmet has 3 to 5 defense, and the ghost suit has 4-8 defense. The Ghost Gloves have 0-3 defense. The Psychic Bracelet hides 2/3 defense. The Platinum Ring has 2-2 defense. The Best Platinum Ring has 2-3 defense. And the Belt has 0-3 defense. The Official Position has 2-2 defense. And the Self has 1-1 defense. This adds up to a 16-30 terror defense. Coupled with the bonus of the Holy War Armor, the defense reached more than 30 points. Even if these 5 people with Purgatory are equipped with famous brand Woma equipment, their attack power can reach up to about 53 points. Level 0 Fiery Sword Technique doubles attack power, 106 points. But the 106 points of attack power are calculated based on his maximum value. The opponent is not lucky enough to have 9 sets. So how can he hit the maximum attack so easily? Generally speaking, half of the attacks are slightly higher. If he can hit 70 attack points, he is lucky. After being blocked by Tianyao Prodigal's high defense, it's not surprising that the sword was so fierce that it dealt 45 drops of blood damage. After being stunned for a moment, Qin Hung came to his senses, laughed and put on a white tiger tooth necklace with 50% magic evasion, and ran around to poison them one by one. He even rushed into their army and arrogantly poisoned everyone inside. The domineering players instantly became popular. Arrogant! Too arrogant! He dared to rush into their team alone. He didn't take them seriously. In an instant, the soldiers gathered around and started slashing. The Mage's Ice Roar, the Lightning Movie, the Taoist Priest's Soul Fire Talisman, and the dog all greeted Qin Hung. -5, -3, -5, -7, 40 off. After the attack, everyone was completely stunned. Without a fire warrior, if there is no assassination, ordinary attacks can only hit the prodigal son of Tianyao for about 5 drops of blood. The fiery sword technique only hit about 40 drops of blood. As for the assassination swordsmanship, Tianyao Prodigal did not give them a chance to block the assassination. He is not dead. When he runs, the opponent's assassination swordsmanship cannot achieve maximum assassination. It's not the biggest assassination. It only hits him with about 10 drops of blood each time. The Mage's Quick Light Cinematic Thunder and Lightning Technique. The number of people is too small. One attack can't hit at all. Level 0 Ice Roar can hit, but it also loses less than 10 points of HP. Later, the Taoist Priest poisoned the prodigal son of Tianyao, but his blood volume only increased by 1 or 2 drops. As for the Taoist Priest's Soul Fire Talisman, almost all of them were dodged. Coupled with Tianyao Prodigal's extremely coquettish snakeskin moves, the only things that could attack him each time were 2 or 3 attacks from the warriors and the ice roars from the mages. Even if there were 8 attacks, including a fiery sword technique, in one round, the prodigal son of Tianyao would only be defeated by about 120 drops of blood. How much health does Tianyao Prodigal have at this time? 413 drops of blood. With powerful solar water, powerful golden healing medicine, 10,000 years of snow frost, and group healing techniques, there is no way they can kill Qin Hung in an instant. Qin Hung and even Wanyan Shueshuang can't use it. The powerful sun water plus other things can stretch the blood to death. The prodigal son of Tianyao, who laughed heartily, chased after the opponent, a mage named the Burning Queen, and chased him from behind. A soul fire talisman passed by and brutally knocked off the opponent's 0-level shield. Before the opponent could open his shield again, Tianyao Wanderer, who was attacking extremely fast, followed up with 2 soul fire talismans. Each soul fire talisman took away more than 60 drops of the opponent's health. He instantly beat the opponent to a pulp and flew away with a whoosh. The Wuji stick increases attack speed, and the official position system gives another 2 points of attack speed. There's also the attack speed bonus from the Ghost Gloves. How fast the prodigal son of Tianyao shot out the soul fire talisman. The opposing mage had no time to support the second magic shield and had to fly away. Drinking powerful solar water can't even add it. Not as fast as the prodigal son of Tianyao. Seeing this, the prodigal son from Tianyao laughed loudly and chased after another mage named Bogota to hack him wildly. Bogota was so scared that he turned around and ran away. On the other side, Tianyao Mingyu also changed into 50% tiger teeth again, and continued to use the level 3 shield while dodging the flying fire talisman, roaring with ice, and setting fire. When a warrior rushed up, she would run around to avoid the opponent's assassination, or she would rush forward and push the opponent directly, preventing the opponent from reaching the maximum assassination level and continuing to set fire. She completely ignored the level 0 mage ice roar. There were only a few of them. The other party may have come specifically to fight the evil centipede, and there are only 7 or 8 Taoist priests. The soul fire talismans of these 7 or 8 Taoist priests blasted some of the prodigal men from Tianya. And the few who came to attack her basically couldn't hit her. And they were all immune. After the wall of fire of Tianya Mingyu was laid out, she stopped hiding. He directly charged into the opponent's mage with Tianya Prodigal, and instantly caught a level 35 mage named Wu Ran Wu, and just pushed and hacked him. Bang! The soul fire talisman broke the opponent's shield with one strike. And it was probably a 0-level magic shield. La la. Flash movies follows. He killed the opponent in one stroke and almost got 90 blood drops. The other party drank the powerful solar water. But immediately another flash of light, and soul fire talisman hit him. Take away instantly. With the bonus of the official position system, Tianya Mingyu's spellcasting speed is also much faster than that of ordinary players. With a jingle, a lot of potions fell out on the ground. Randomly, there was also a Sibe bracelet, which was stepped on by the prodigal son of Tianya. Seeing that his own equipment was exploded, Bapa shouted, "Put on a blessing necklace! Don't let them explode their equipment!" Puff pung pung. The two attacked each other's mage. And the other party was not idle either. The soldiers chased with all their strength. The Taoist priests and other mages attacked from behind. And the dogs on both sides sprayed each other. But the Taoist priest's soul fire talisman was ignored by Tianya Longzi and Tianya Mingyu. The same goes for the mage's ice roar. A bunch of soldiers rushed up to chop Tianya Mingyu. Before they could reach Tianya Mingyu, their health had been burned away by the wall of fire. After finally catching up, Tianya Mingyu resisted the ring of fire and pushed him into the wall of fire, continuing to burn. Taking advantage of the gap and resisting the ring of fire, several warriors rushed forward. Even with one strike, they could not kill Tianya Mingyu instantly. Seeing this, Tianya Mingyu didn't care about them anymore and just chased the mage to kill them. The other party was probably taking advantage of the large number of people, and the mage had no intention of setting off the wall of fire. Now, there is even less chance. I was thrown into disarray by Qin Heng's 2 accounts. Soon they were all dead. Some were running away. All the mages were gone. Immediately afterwards, Qin Heng's 2 numbers caught the Taoist priest and killed him. Taoist priests without shields are easier to kill with the cooperation of Qin Heng's 2 numbers. In front of me is a level 30 Taoist priest named Meichi Dad. This little Taoist priest only has 239 drops of blood. Being attracted by 2 perverts, Tianya Prodigal and Tianya Mingyu, he was knocked to the ground within 3 seconds of running. But nothing came out. Apparently the other party put on a blessing necklace. Fight with them! I have a blessing necklace! So I'm scared! The domineering roar roared. Qin Heng wanted to take a turn and continued to direct the 2 large trumpets to clean up these small miscellaneous fish. At the same time, he took the time to check one by one. This group of people had good equipment. After a quick inspection, Qin Heng was a little disappointed. None of these people have a red name, and their equipment is ordinary Woma equipment. This made Qin Heng give up the idea of using the fallen magic weapon to kill. One of the hidden attributes of the fallen magic weapon is, killing the target ignores the attributes of the blessing necklace. This attribute does not require the curse of the lost divine weapon to be increased by 10. So if he wants to use it, Qin Heng can change it to the divine power ring at any time and take it. However, there must be someone in this group who has the video on. It's not worth using the lost soul weapon against these small fish and shrimps now. When the other party is exposed, Qin Heng loses a hidden trump card. If you want to use it, you have to use it on a guy with good equipment, such as Feng Shigua. That guy might have made another awesome weapon. With their thoughts on their minds, Qin Heng and his 2 accounts became red-eyed, forcing the other players to kill each other. Duanmu stood sadly not far away, watching quietly without participating. He couldn't participate in this kind of battle. His level was too low. While he was watching the excitement, Duanmu suddenly saw a level 22 warrior named Qin Feng Rogue Prince, walking around Tianya Longzi and the others and touching him. My day. This is no big deal. Come and beat me. Ha ha. Duanmu is sad. Marfa Friendship Alliance? Are you in the same group with that bitch Tianya Mingyu? You are dead. The rogue prince Qin Feng laughed and rushed over with his sword. He is a member of the domineering guild. Hearing that the big guys were coming to fight the evil centipede, he followed them over to watch the fun. As a result, the big guys fought against the 2 perverts Tianya Mingyu and Tianya Longzi. With nothing to do, he aimed at Duanmu Anren, who was hiding on the other side, thinking that killing the opponent would also leave a good impression on the bosses. I came here. What surprised him was that the low-level player named Duanmu Anren in front of him didn't even run away when he saw him rushing towards him. Instead, he happily waited for him, and even extended his middle finger to gesture at him. This time, the Rogue Prince Qifeng was offended on the spot. This gesture is an insulting gesture used worldwide. Can he not be angry? He was so angry that he laughed angrily. Ha ha! You have the guts! Don't run away! If you run away, you will be a dog. Okay, whoever runs away is the dog. Duanmu shouted sadly to the area. It immediately attracted the attention of others. Hey! Are you still dragging me down? Let my brother pamper you. While the two were talking, they were face to face in the blink of an eye. The Rogue Prince Qifeng struck Duanmu Anren with his sword. -10. Duanmu, who was level 14, had already changed to a bronze axe, and struck the Rogue Prince Qifeng with the same axe. 25 off. Holy shit! In this situation, the Rogue Prince Qifeng was dumbfounded on the spot. He is a level 22 warrior, but he can't defeat a level 14 warrior? Such a big difference? When he opened the opponent's equipment slot, he instantly vomited blood. Bronze axe with attack 0/20, magic 1, and accuracy +1. A magic helmet with 0 to 1 attack, 0 to 4 defense, and 0 of 2 magic defense. Light armor with defense 3 out of 6. A big bracelet with defense 1/4 and attack 2. A steel bracelet with defense 0/4, attack 2, and accuracy +2. A horn ring with a defense of 0 out of 3 and an attack of 2. A horn ring with a defense of 0 out of 3 and an attack of 1. A mysterious belt with defense 0 to 2. Magic defense 0 out of 2. And attack 2. Plus own attack power May 5th. Total attack at 5/35. The total defense plus its own 1 to 1 reaches an astonishing 5 to 27 points. For defense and attack calculations, everything is based on the previous data in this book. The attack power increases by February 2nd every 7 levels. But the defense power remains unchanged. What kind of magical equipment is this? His own equipment is in shop attire. 0/20 attack Shanma Dao. Heavy armor 4/7 defense. Magic helmet 0 to 1 defense. 2 out of 0 attack devil necklace. A pair of sturdy gloves with defense 0/2. A pair of 0/2 attack black crystal rings. Self-attack 7 out of 7. Defense 1 to 1. Total attack at September 31st points. Coupled with the bonus of level 1 attack and kill swordsmanship, it was enough to attack at 9/33. He can hit the opponent with 10 drops of blood, which is really an eye-opener for God. And his defense is only 5 to 13 points. Duanmu Anren's attack power is as high as 5/35 points. It is normal to cut him with 25 drops of blood with one knife. This is because he is not wearing a perverted necklace. Otherwise his attack power will be even more terrifying. In fact, Duanmu Anren's equipment changed again as his level increased. The bronze axe, magic helmet, and mysterious belt were all new ones he wore. The first two are naturally the abnormal warrior equipment that Qin Hung has accumulated over so long. These are the treasures obtained when the prayer set was activated last time. As for the mysterious belt, it is a belt that requires an attack power of 30. So naturally it is easy to wear it. In short, the equipment gap between the two sides is so huge that a strange phenomenon occurs. A little warrior of level 14 and a big warrior of level 22 had sex together. They chopped and chopped each other viciously. Duanmu sadly can take away about 25 drops of the opponent's blood with each strike. And Qifeng Rogue Prince can only cut about 10 drops of blood from the opponent every time he attacks. Seeing that the opponent couldn't kill him, Duanmu sadly changed to a gold necklace with an attack rate of 0/3. This time, each attack was even higher, causing Qifeng's Rogue Prince's health to plummet. A level 22 warrior has 258 drops of blood. A level 14 warrior only has 136 drops of blood. But the two men stood next to each other and began to chop each other. The Rogue Prince Qifeng drank the powerful golden sword medicine and was quickly reduced to less than 100 drops of blood. He had to drink the powerful solar water to hold on. Looking back, Duanmu was dejected. Drinking a powerful golden potion could easily reduce his blood volume. After the two men slashed hard, the Rogue Prince Qifeng couldn't bear it any longer, because his powerful golden sword medicine couldn't stand it. And some of the powerful solar water he brought with him had been finished long ago. Buy it from the guild store? Just kidding. One cost 2,000 gold coins. It was so expensive that after buying a few, he gave up, because his attack and defense are not as good as others. No matter how much powerful solar water you buy, it will be useless. Compete with each other for money? He's not that stupid. The other party seems to be a wealthy person at first glance. Will he be short of money to buy powerful solar water? At this time, he rolled his eyes and wanted to run away. But when he saw Duanmu looking at him sadly and jokingly, remembering what he said before, whoever said he ran away was a dog, he wanted to slap himself twice. It's okay. Why are you being so mean? Now I don't dare to run even if I want to. Helpless, he had no choice but to resist without any more blood. After a few seconds, he was sadly killed by Duanmu. Fortunately, he ended up wearing a prayer necklace and nothing happened. He could still afford 10,000 gold coins for a blessing necklace. The winner was determined with a loud sound on one side, and everyone who was still fighting on the other side immediately looked over. Then everyone's eyes widened. A level 14 warrior killed a level 22 warrior. Isn't this too fake? When everyone looked at Duanmu Anren's equipment, their eyes instantly turned red. 7 or 8 people rushed towards him to kill him. Duanmu sadly put on his blessing necklace and ran away. Stop chasing me! I'm wearing a prayer necklace! But the other party didn't listen at all. Being chased away by Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal Son, he was already angry. Duanmu is now their punching bag. Even if he can't explode the opponent's equipment, he still has to kill him. It disgusts him to death. Call out. Seeing this situation, Duanmu flew away sadly without hesitation. As soon as the trumpet left, Qin Heng's 2 big trumpets let go and hunted down the members of the domineering guild. No matter whether it's a Taoist priest or a warrior, as long as they are caught up by the bright moon at the end of the world, they can't even think about running away. With the resistance of the Ring of Fire, the Quick Light movie, and the Soul Fire Talisman of the Prodigal Son of the end of the world, the opponent's health cannot be increased at all. Soon many people died one after another. When there were only about 20 people left, they felt that they would be humiliated if they continued to fight. So they flew away one after another. As soon as the other party left, Qin Heng's 3 numbers gathered in front of the evil centipede again. Facing the evil centipede again, Qin Heng's fighting style was very impressive this time. Tianyao Mingyu put on a warrior uniform. Jing Zhongyue holding attack 24. It turns out that the helmet comes with 0 to 2 attack. Attack 2 Goddess of War armor. A pair of sturdy gloves with 4 defense and 2 attack. 0 out of 6 ghost necklace. 2-0 out of 6 dragon rings. The mysterious belt with attack 0 out of 2. The prodigal son of Tianyao also changed into a similar set of offensive and defensive equipment. Afterwards, after adding defense and magic to himself, Tianyao Mingyu rushed forward with his shield open. The prodigal son of the end of the world follows closely behind. The pincer baby tempted by Tianyao Mingyu had been beaten to death by the other party during the fight just now. Now I don't tempt the baby anymore. Duanmu felt sad that his level was too low, so he naturally watched from a distance. The evil centipede spat wildly at the 2 tubas, but it was of no use. Apart from being paralyzed, which is a bit annoying, and being poisoned and losing blood, there is a guild store where you can buy powerful solar water at any time, so it is not a problem at all. Soon, the 2 numbers finally moved to the evil centipede. After applying the poison with a loud click, he started to chop fiercely. Roar! The evil centipede desperately uses its claws and bends its head to attack. As a result, when the attack hit the 2 of them, Tianyao Prodigal only lost more than 20 drops of blood. Even Tianyao Mingyu only dropped more than 10 drops. But when the 2 of them chopped down the evil centipede, their health dropped drastically. Each time the 2 of them can cut off more than 20 drops of blood, which is very objective when added up. After all, after the evil centipede's blood volume doubled, they were small in number and only had 2,000 drops of blood. But because the evil centipede kept being paralyzed, and then paralyzed again, the 2 of them had to chop for several minutes before it burrowed into the ground and escaped. The 2 of them searched separately, found it quickly, and chopped it down again. It took more than 5 minutes to hack the evil centipede to death. When he was about to be hacked to death, Qin Heng casually put on the Z-bead necklace and replaced the ghost necklace that increases attack power. The hidden attribute of this thing can increase the drop of top quality, although it always feels unreliable. But every time Qin Heng fights the boss, of course he will wear it. The bell rang loudly, and a lot of equipment, potions, etc. exploded on the ground. A red light rose into the sky. Qin Heng looked at the memory necklace speechlessly. This evil centipede was getting more and more wet. Fortunately, some explosions are good. With a sigh, Qin Heng stepped on the memory necklace a little excitedly, glanced at the attributes, and the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Holy shit! I finally hit something incredible. Memory necklace. Attack February 5th. Luck +2. Magic dodge +50%. Weight 1. Long lasting 8/8. Requires level 26. This equipment is simply incredible. First of all, it adds a little more attack power. Secondly, 2 more points of luck are added. The necklace that adds 2 to your luck was not too difficult to get in your previous life. But here, the last time the baby rebelled, he didn't even pick up one. It can be seen that this thing is rare. And the last one, magic dodge increases by 50%. With these 2 super perverted attributes put together, this necklace is so awesome. It's so outrageous. Chapter 211 Crazy Leveling. Mingyua's Sect. Attack February 5th. Luck plus 2. Magic evasion 50%. Qin Hung had never seen this kind of super perverted memory necklace on the server in his previous life. He has seen a memory necklace that increases attack by February 8th. A memory necklace that increases luck by 4. And a memory necklace that increases magic evasion by 60%. However, the 3 attributes are all added to the same necklace. And each of them is abnormally added. This is something I have never seen before. Especially the last one. It's really perverted. Even though he has a white tiger tooth necklace with 50% magic evasion in front of him. The basic attribute of the white tiger tooth necklace is 20% magic evasion. In other words, it only increases magic evasion by 30%. And this memory necklace increases magic evasion by 50% out of thin air. Which is simply terrifying. Add a little more attack and get lucky by 2. That's it. In my previous life, I put it up for sale. Maybe someone would actually exchange it for a house in the city center. In the past, Qin Hung had heard that someone traded a house in a second-tier city for a dragon slaying. The value of this necklace was actually higher than that of a dragon slaying. But the price is definitely not as good as Tulung. Because once the dragon slaying equipment is put on, it is held in the hand. A big weapon. Others don't need to look at the equipment. They can see it clearly from a distance. What a pretentious artifact. No matter how awesome this memory necklace is, others can't see it unless they check your equipment. With this equipment element, the price of dragon slaying is undoubtedly higher than it is. It's like a fighting game that Qin Hung occasionally played in his previous life. There were weapons, but the attack power was not very good. But just because it looks handsome in the hand, it looks so good. As a result, it became an artifact of street equipment for big guys. And it was sold at sky-high prices. Putting down this heaven-defying necklace with great joy, Qin Hung continued to kill monsters. Originally, he was still thinking about who to trade with for a 50% magic evasion necklace for warriors. It's fine now. No need to replace it. After playing until around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wanmu's level rose to level 17. And Qin Hung quit the game. Offline to eat. The bright moon is not there. Uncle! Sister Yu is still negotiating business with those businessmen. Chun Ju explained when she saw that Qin Hung was a little unhappy. Isn't there an elder in Feng Yu sect who specializes in business? Qin Hung asked with a frown. As the daughter of the sect leader, she still has to participate in business negotiations. Does Qin Hung think it's a bit too much? Well, Uncle, you don't know something. Of course, Sister Yu doesn't need to go to small business. But for big business, both ladies will participate in supervision. Press fingerprints, seal, etc. Qin Hung nodded. He might as well take care of business. But he was afraid that it would delay his cultivation. Uncle, do you want to clean it up? Chun Ju glanced at Qin Hung provocatively, her eyes ready to move. Xia Ju and others also looked over, with meaningful smiles on their faces. Clean it? He glanced at Chuanju, and then at her little cherry mouth. Thinking of what happened that day, Qin Hung could not help but tremble. After a moment of silence, he said, Let's go tonight. I still have to practice. Who doesn't want the gentle countryside? But it should be done in moderation. When washing at night, you can take a haircut. But it would not be good to specifically immerse yourself in the gentle countryside. Although he can now compare with Jiuxing, he cannot yet crush Jiuxing. Not too many. Just a few Jiuxing. He can run away. What are Mingyu and the others going to do? Although Jiuxing is generally not born. When the benefits are big enough, he will also take action. Now Fenji Weeman is on track and business is getting more and more popular. It seems to be prosperous. But in fact it also hides troubles. There are definitely people who suffer from pink eye. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Fenji Weeman's business is booming. And someone's business must be declining. The market is just that big. Once your business is up, someone else's business will surely go down. Is this because Qin Hung still has no concept of money from the outside world, and doesn't know what it can be used for? Because he has been promoted through cultivation. He currently does not need external money to improve. Otherwise, he might take out Jin Chuang medicine and sell it, which would be a terrifying and profitable business. Absolute exclusive monopoly. Now that he does not rely on the outside world for cultivation, and his cultivation level has not reached an invincible state, he will naturally not come up with these heaven-defying magic medicines. Otherwise it will definitely cause trouble. Now, it's better to seize the time to practice. As long as you are invincible, you will not be able to play however you want, or for as long as you want. Okay, I can give you any instructions if you need me. Chunju came behind Qin Hung, gently squeezed his shoulders, and said in a cooing voice, Yes, uncle. If you need anything, just give me your instructions. Xiaju twisted her waist and poured Qin Hung a glass of wine with a smile, picked it up and fed Qin Hung gently. Qiuju and others also fed her, with shy faces and chirping. Fragrant breeze blows on your face. Qin Hung. My day. Did you fall into a spider sperm nest? Mingyu. If you don't come back, I won't keep your husband for you. With Chuanju and others serving them wholeheartedly, Qin Hung wolfed down the food quickly. After finishing the meal, he bent over and quickly went upstairs in a bit of embarrassment. Chunju and others were left eating and laughing. Smile, laugh. Sooner or later, I'm going to make you cry and scream, with blood splattering all over the place. With a murmur in his heart, Qin Hung lay on the bed and entered the game again. After re-entering the game, Qin Hung's 3 accounts went online at the Tuching Inn on the 20th line. First, I replenished the little one with a batch of skill books and some better top-grade equipment, as well as ordinary equipment exploded in the Centipede Cave. The little boy also gave him another 2 billion harvested gold coins. Qin Hung looked at the things in the warehouse, not to mention advanced skill books. At present, more than half of the intermediate skill books that are still available for sale have been sold, and the remaining 1/3 may not be sold for much money. After visual inspection, it can be sold for around 4 billion at most. However, Qin Hung was still very satisfied. It was with the existence of these skill books that he could open the warrior profession. Otherwise, if you just rely on killing monsters and selling equipment, you will get the year of the monkey and the moon of the horse. Fortunately, last time the prayer was activated, the baby rebelled and accumulated a lot of things. Otherwise it would be difficult to bear. In addition to these intermediate skill books, he also has a large number of advanced skill books. Woma brand names, gold mines, black iron ore, deer blood, and blessing necklaces. These are his future capital. Will he need gold coins in the future? Need. And it's extremely necessary. Although the 3 professions have been opened, the official position system has grown tenfold every time. The first time was 50 million. The second time was 500 million. The third time was 5 billion. And the fourth time, no need to think about it, it must be 50 billion. The fifth time is 500 billion. The sixth time, 7th time. In fact, Qin Heng's 2 large accounts are ready for their 4th official promotion. But they have no money. Not to mention the 4th time. The 3rd time. The prodigal son of Tianya has not been promoted yet. How about a warrior trumpet? Is the official position system important? Too important. Qin Hung doesn't know how many times he can be promoted in the end. But it is only the 3rd time that Tianya Mingyu has been promoted. And Tianya Mingyu is already so abnormal that she is going crazy. Moreover, does the official position system only improve this attribute? After being promoted to the highest level, will there be additional attributes or something? According to the legendary urine properties, a lot of perverted things will be added to the max level items. Qin Hung is still looking forward to this. In addition to the official position system, there is another sealed gold coin from the outside world. The sealed gold coins from the outside world cannot be used until now, which really makes Qin Hung speechless. But it made him even more worried that the gold coins would not be enough in the future. His own system will not know how many gold coins he will have when he reaches the current stage. Therefore, when gold coins can be used outside, it is absolutely impossible to have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of gold coins. If the amount it requires is calculated based on the gold coins he currently owns, it is estimated to start at least tens of billions. Even more than that. And one last one. In the legend of the past life, there is another very important day. That was the first special ring auction. Nowadays, although he can occasionally get one of the special rings, they are not the most powerful ones. Resurrection ring, paralysis ring, protective ring, memory ring, detection necklace, teleport ring. Of these 6 killer weapons, no one has been seen using them. I haven't heard of it. And even Qin Hung has never seen anyone wearing any divine power ring, flame ring or the like. Otherwise, there should be posts on the official forum, and the beasts in the guild would be chirping. It can be seen that the officials are suppressing this thing to death. In this way, if Qin Hung wants to get the complete set, he can only wait for the auction. But if it's an auction, how much money will it cost? For Qin Hung, he wants all the rings, because it is useful to him and the outside world. This requires a huge capital chain. It is estimated that a resurrection ring can fetch an incredibly high price. After all, there are too many rich people in China, not to mention others. All the financial resources available to the households in need could kill Qin Hung. They don't have that many gold coins, but they can buy them. Qin Hung can only grab these things if he has more gold coins than them. Otherwise, it's really no use. Therefore, gold coins, although he has hoarded a lot of things now, are really in short supply. He needs so many gold coins. Can Qin Hung get them? As an old hardcore player, he still has confidence. Although he was leveling up these days, he never stopped eating and kept eating. If you are really forced to do so in the future, you still have a killer weapon like a prayer suit. As long as the players are equipped with equipment, and once in a while, they can harvest a wave of leaks. However, he didn't want to do it unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, there are so many brothers in the club. Unless it doesn't affect them, maybe it doesn't matter? Maybe only after the national war breaks out. Going abroad to cause trouble? Qin Hang's thoughts were far, far away. But the national war, who knows when it will start? The 3 divine soldiers have not been released yet. Without thinking about anything else, Qin Hung considered another thing. The little boy and those people had been helping him sell things. But Qin Hung felt guilty. You can't let others work in vain. He had already mentioned the split to the little boy, but the other party had always been unwilling. However, he felt that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, no matter how good the relationship was, it would be destroyed. So, he said kindly, "Little one, from now on, as I said before, you can withdraw 5% of the total income as commission." Withdrawing 5% is much more appropriate than selling it directly to a merchant. In the past, he sold it to merchants in large quantities at 30% below the market price, which was a huge loss. Now it is sold at a lower price than the market price, or sold at the market price, and the little ones take 5%. Qin Hung is still much more cost-effective than selling it to a merchant. The little boy shook his head. "Brother Tianya, didn't I say you don't need it? The several big revelations you gave me have already made me a lot of money, so I really don't need it." Qin Hung frowned slightly. "But you don't need it, and others don't need it either. I can't let them work in vain. Let's settle it like this. Otherwise, I would rather sell it to a businessman." Seeing Qin Hang's firm attitude, the little boy was silent for a moment and said, "Let's charge a 2% commission for this." As Brother Tianya said, there are 10 other people. They do need to eat. It's okay to help for a short time, but it's not good for a long time. She originally wanted to make up for it herself, but Qin Hung was firm, and the little boy proposed to charge 2%. "Can?" Qin Hung nodded and didn't dwell on this anymore. 2% may not seem like much, but it is a huge amount. 100 million is 2 million gold coins. 1 billion is 20 million gold coins. When will his shipments exceed 1 billion? 20 million gold coins would be equivalent to 4,000 yuan in Chinese coins. If everyone divides the money, they can still earn hundreds of dollars a day. There will be more in the future when the amount is larger. The two settled the matter, and the little one continued to sell things, while Qin Hung was thinking about where to take the trumpet to level up quickly. After thinking about it, no matter where I go, it won't be too fast because there are so many people. I don't know if there are many people in the Shabak secret passage. Qin Hung first switched to the front line and used the guild return scroll to return to Sabak. The 3rd number entered the Shabak secret passage here first and took a look. There were quite a lot of people inside. People are being killed everywhere. Most of them were brothers from the guild. When they saw Qin Hung and others arriving, they all said hello, and basking in the sun. "Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law." No matter what. Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law. Gullible. Huh? The prodigal boss and his sister-in-law are here. Qin. Boss is also here to practice? Are you going to form a team? Let's go through life together. Ha ha. Boss, do you want to form a team? I am a 2nd-level firefighter and will definitely not hold you back. The benevolent leader Zuma. Come on. You don't even have a magic shield. Why don't you hold back? Boss, join me. I'm level 32. Hot-blooded chubby guy. Boss, team me up Team me up. I don't want anything. Ruffian 13th Young Master. Boss, please join me. I can also ask for nothing. Facing everyone's greetings and requests, Qin Hung shook his head and walked out. Too many people. Think about it. Except that this map has no boss. It is the closest high-level map to the city. It must be suitable for leveling. Just return the supplies to Sabak City. So convenient. Brush. Qin Hung switched to the 20th line Sabak City. This is Shabak City, which belongs to the Heaven-Defying Guild. After looking at it, I saw that the entire Shabak City was no different from the first line. Even the statues at the entrance to the palace are exactly the same. It was a huge golden statue, more than 10 meters high. It was the statue that named the poor family. It has his big golden name on it. This is the benefit of winning the first place in the Shabak competition. The statues of the guild presidents are erected in all Shabak cities at the same time. For the Marfa Friendship Alliance, this is an honor. For other guilds, it is a real humiliation. This means that they are all under the rule of the Marfa Friendship Alliance. 10% of the city's tax revenue every day must be handed over to the Marfa Friendship Alliance. This is a huge fortune. Speaking of Shabak City's income, Mingming Difficult Household mentioned it to him a few days ago, saying that he was busy leveling up. When you're done, take out the gold coins and divide the loot. Qin Hung is still looking forward to this income. Every time you pass by any Tuching safety zone, you can hear countless people selling potions. No matter where they sell it, they have a share of the income. If you add up a little, it should be very impressive. With thoughts in his mind, Qin Hung covered his head and entered the secret passage here. In the end, people still belong to Wuyong. Qin Hung gave up completely and returned to Tuching and entered the pig cave. All the way down, he randomly arrived at the pig cave maze. After entering, he was dumbfounded again. There are really many people. Depend on. Are there so many people leveling up now? Qin Hung was speechless for a while. This is actually his own fault. The post posted by Night Owl in which Tianyao Mingyu relied on her level advantage to snatch away the arrogant Zuma brand was so popular. Now, almost half of all the players in the entire legend have read that post or heard about it. In addition, the pursuit of equipment by the guild bosses has reached a bottleneck, and Woma has a full set of famous brands. The Zuma brand is hard to come by. Under this situation, the entire legendary game has set off a leveling frenzy. In the past, major guilds felt that there were too many people and their level didn't matter. But Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Prodigal came out of the blue and competed for supremacy between 2 and 30 in Sabak. And in Zuma, they fought against hundreds of people. Who dares to say that level is not important? After wandering around the maze, Qin Hung reluctantly flew out again, asking him to wait for a refresh or fight with others to grab territory. But he was too lazy to do anything. Every fight here involves hundreds of people from the same guild. Take them down. It's important to have a trumpet. What the heck? The official said that a new map will be released soon. But it will be released soon. It's been a few days. When it comes out, there will be a new place to level up. After complaining, Qin Hung finally reluctantly returned to the 20th line Zuma 4. There are still few people here. Although there are not too many monsters. You don't have to wait for monsters to spawn all the time. Duanmu, who was at level 17, felt sad. His blood volume had increased a lot, and he could fly randomly in Zuma. As long as the monster can't survive for a few seconds. Unless you meet a pervert on the 3rd floor. But on the 3rd level, there really aren't many perverted Zumas. Flying all the way into the 4th floor, Qin Hung's 3 numbers gathered together, and then began to slowly move forward to clean up. There is a team of people in the lobby on the 4th floor, who are fighting monsters in this reserved area. They are the people of the Nitian Guild. Naturally, they are here to guard Zuma. The guard chief. This guy can still explode something. Not long ago, someone killed it and obtained a brand name Zuma equipment, a night bracelet, and posted it online to show off. Therefore, every line has a big guild guarding it. Seeing the 3 Tianyao prodigal sons passing by, the people from the Nitian Guild flashed their eyes. But in the end, they did not take action, and watched the 3 people disappear into the end corridor of Zuma's 4th floor hall. These are 2 big perverts. It's best not to provoke them if nothing happens. Qin Hung and others arrived at the door of the small room in the corridor, and soon encountered a monster. This time, Duanmu sadly was no longer a theatergoer. He and Tianyao Wanderer stood at the door. Tianyao Wanderer entered and activated the petrified Zuma monster, rushed to the door, and became invisible collectively. After the 2 blocked the monsters, Tianyao Mingyu first cleaned up the wedge moss and horned flies outside. Another ice roar hits the monster group to see if there are any abnormal Zuma monsters. If not, it's simple. The prodigal son of Kinya summoned dogs inside to attract the hatred of monsters. The prodigal son of Kinya applied poison to the monsters one by one, while Mingyu of Kinya rushed in, surrounding the dogs and monsters with thunder and lightning from H.L. Duanmu sadly was not idle either. He rushed in and attacked the monster that was about to die. Time flashed to 6 o'clock in the evening, and Duanmu was finally promoted to level 20 sadly. Compared with the upgrade path of Tinya Mingyu, it is completely different. There is no way. Even though the people here are not from Wuyong, there are still many people beating them. Especially there are many mages who are single playing. Qin Hung often saw a mage with a shield throwing a wall of fire at the door of a small room, rushing in with a shield to lure the monsters to life, and then quickly running out to electrocute the monsters outside the small house. The Zuma monster is afraid of fire, so it is very safe to fight the mage like this. Although Qin Hung has not taught this method to others, there are so many players that people have already figured it out and posted it online. Therefore, it is not surprising that this method of killing monsters appears here. Qin Hung is not a bad person, so he will rob anyone he sees doing it alone. It's not easy for anyone. There are monsters ahead. Just run a few more steps and you'll find them. However, many times, when those mages saw 3 of his numbers rushing over, they would just randomly run away. Qin Hung reluctantly fought. Later, when Qin Hung tasted the sweetness and saw others fighting monsters, he simply stopped, stand next to others, and watched them fight monsters. At this time, facing these 2 high-level perverted players, ordinary players really couldn't stand the excitement. He flew away with a whoosh. Qin Hung happily accepted the offer. Anyway, I didn't do anything. He ran away on his own. Of course, if you encounter a dead pig, you are not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Qin Hung will stand for more than 10 seconds at most and then leave. Of course, if Qin Hung met a famous player, he would kill them directly. It's a pity that the famous player ran away as soon as he saw him. In one afternoon, the 3 accounts were divided evenly. In more than 3 hours, each account played more than 500,000 experience points, which is more than 100,000 experience points in 1 hour. This is really much faster than the average person. After all, for most people, it would be good if they could earn tens of thousands of experience points an hour, after fighting for several hours, apart from some ordinary equipment. The best thing Qin Hung exploded was a man in a demon robe and a coral ring. No famous brands, no top quality products, but with the addition of other items, it can be sold for nearly 20 million gold coins, which is very good. Offline. This time, Mingyu is back. I had a warm meal with Mingyu. Without waiting for Qin Hung to ask, Mingyu told him a lot about discussing business with businessmen. Qin Hung didn't ask too much, but only interrupted occasionally. When the conversation was getting intense, Mingyu suddenly said, "Husband, Dad told me today that he plans to choose a good and auspicious day for us to come and get married. What do you think? Getting married?" Qin Hung was stunned. I was single for most of my previous life. Now I want to get married? Husband, aren't you willing? Mingyu's face froze slightly. No. Of course I agree. It's just that it feels a bit sudden. Qin Hung smiled and gave the other party a piece of beef. Okay, then let me tell Daddy. Seeing Qin Heng's agreement, Mingyu's mood instantly became cheerful. After dinner, Mingyu cuddled Qin Hung in the large courtyard of Ryu Pavilion and took a few laps. The 2 of them whispered and talked about some random topics. Then we came to the backyard and prepared to wash it. This time, it was Chuingjiu and others who helped Qin Hung wash his hair. Qin Hung originally thought that Mingyu would come with him, but in the end, Mingyu ran away with a smile. This made Qin Hung deeply regretful. But Chunju and others were extraordinarily honest today and helped him clean up in a decent manner. When Qin Hung returned to his residence and opened the door, his eyes widened instantly. In the room, Mingyu actually wore a set of high-quality underwear designed by him and lay on the bed. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Qin Heng's heart was pounding. Not tonight. What? Don't you like it? Mingyu replied shyly. No. It's pretty good looking. Qin Hung kept looking at it with gleaming eyes. Walked over. The 2 of them soon began to gnaw at each other fiercely. After, Qin Hung. What is this? Mingyu. This is the sect. Qin Hung. I want to join the sect. Is that okay? Mingyu said. I understand your request to enter the sect, but you also need to abide by the following regulations when entering the sect. 1. Your skills must be excellent before the door of the sect can be opened for you. 2. You must completely obey the command of the sect. 3. Once you have entered my sect, you cannot join other people's sects casually. 4. Be absolutely loyal to the sect and defend the purity of the sect to the death. 5. It is not allowed to be full of energy before entering the sect and feel depressed after entering the sect. 6. We must boldly innovate to promote the development of the sect and promote the harmony of the sect. 7. The entry fee must be paid on time every month. 8. Never betray the sect. Can the above 8 provisions be met? Qin Heng's excited voice sounded. I apply to join the sect and meet any needs of the sect. Pay fees on time. Be loyal to the sect. Dedicate your life to the sect. And never betray the sect. Mingyu's holy voice sounded. Yes. Your talent and faith meet the requirements. Come on in. The sect needs you. Not long after, the sound of hey hey rang out. Chapter 212 Myth. Open Zuma 7. Go. 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 Bang bang bang. Night falls. A quarter of China mainland. Miss Mingyu, do you dare to fight with me? Qin Heng took out the green magic weapon of despair. But, who is afraid of whom? Mingyu took out the 9-turn silk sword. Take my move of Feng Yu sword dance. There was a roar. And with just one blow, Mingyu groaned, vomited blood and flew away. But she was a master. And her defense was astonishing. She immediately counterattacked. And the 9-turn silk tangled sword in her hand entangled the opponent's fallen magic weapon in an instant. The two of them instantly started fighting fiercely. Both of them are masters. Whether it is attack power, physical strength, endurance, or speed, they are much more abnormal than ordinary people. Of course, in terms of overall strength, Qin Heng is much more powerful. After all, he can already crush the 8 stars. Isn't it easy to deal with a small character like Mingyu, a 7-star grandmaster? However, at the beginning, Qin Heng was a little timid, fearing that the other party would be injured. But after killing him, he stopped caring. Under the full attack, Mingyu resisted for several hours, and was soon beaten to the point where she knelt down and begged for mercy. Throw away your armor, cried bitterly, and spurted out blood. But Qin Heng, who was so jealous, didn't care about her. He took the magic weapon of despair and attacked more and more cruelly, knocked her unconscious directly. Only then did Qin Heng come to his senses. Annoyed, he quickly took out a 10,000-year snow frost and fed Mingyu to eat it. After eating thousands of years of snow and frost, the bright moon immediately became lively and energetic. Continue sparring and start fighting. After all, Qin Heng has not broken through this level yet, and still needs the other party's training. But the problem came again. Wanyan Shueishuang cured all Mingyu's injuries, including superficial and internal injuries. Now, history repeats itself, and the unlucky Mingyu is once again attacked by Qin Heng's crazy and ruthless crushing attack. Both of them are masters, and they have the heaven-defying elixir of Wanyan Shueishuang. Therefore, in this battle, the sky is dark and the earth is dark, and the sun and the moon are dim. After fighting for a whole night, Qin Heng broke through the limit several times in a row and finally completed the first major transformation in his life. Mingyu also benefited a lot from the sparring process. When she woke up completely, she also realized the secret of life and learned many magical skills. The whole person also undergoes great sublimation and transformation, radiant and energetic. However, in the last fight, although she was seriously injured, she sternly refused Qin Heng's Wanyan Shueishuan again. Husband, this is a magical medicine. Don't waste it casually. I'll be fine after I rest for a few days. Seeing this, Qin Heng, who was also in high spirits, felt a little regretful. He actually quite likes Mingyu when she is at full health. The two of them rested for a while. Qin Heng held onto the wall and walked out. After fighting all night, my legs are a little weak. Chunju and others had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw this, they came over with a smile, helped Qin Heng, and went to wash up. The breakfast this time was extraordinarily rich. 500 years ginseng and turtle soup, 500-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and abalone soup, 500-year-old snow lotus roasted beef, stir-fried prawns with 10-year-old leeks. Mingyu kept holding dishes for Qin Heng, for fear that he would eat them. Eat more, Mingyu said with a smile, with inexplicable expectations in her eyes. After devouring a meal, Qin Heng returned to the room, lay on the bed, and entered the game. As for Mingyu, she was seriously injured and didn't go anywhere. She also gently hugged Qin Heng and fell asleep. Brush. Qin Heng went online, and 3 numbers appeared in the Tuching Inn on the 20th line. As soon as it went online, Xiaobu Dian came over with 5 or 6 friends. Another 1.5 billion gold coins were traded to Qin Hung. Qin Hung also traded some equipment and skill books obtained yesterday to them. At this point, Qin Hung owns 3.5 billion gold coins. In addition to trading gold coins, the little boy and the others also traded 2 prayer necklaces, 4 prayer bracelets, 2 prayer blades, 3 bottles of blessing oil, 2 bottles of God of War oil, and 5,000 pieces of venison with quality above 20. These are the prayer equipment and other things that Qin Hung requested to acquire. Quality 20 venison is a quest material for making ghost gloves. Qin Hung had asked Xiao Duan to help him with the acquisition during this period. In a few days, Xiao Duan had helped him collect more than 30,000 yuan. Adding his own original money, it was a total of 40,000 yuan. Nowadays, meat is cheap, and a piece of quality 20 only costs 1,500 gold coins. The quantity is large. Qin Hung will naturally eat a lot of it, and the blessing oil is related to whether he can get all 9 sets of Lucky Plus. Of course, you can just take the God of War oil as long as you can. The weapon shop doesn't have any special repair weapons yet. Brother Tianya, I inquired about these prayer equipment and found that the prices have skyrocketed a lot compared to the original price. They are so expensive, the little one said with a little heartache. Oh, at what price did you buy it? The original price of the prayer necklace was 10 million gold coins. But now the price has increased to 30 million gold coins. The prayer blade originally cost 20 million gold coins per piece. But now its price has increased to 40 million gold coins per piece. The prayer bracelet, which originally cost only 5 million gold coins, has now increased in price to 20 million gold coins. This price has only risen rapidly since the last time the baby rebelled. Qin Hung nodded when he heard this. Fortunately, the price was not too outrageous. However, it is strange to say that since the last time someone activated the prayer equipment, no one has used it until now. After such a long time, this feels a little abnormal. Could it be that none of these people want to test the power of the prayer suit themselves? Not interested in blowing up players' equipment? Qin Hung couldn't figure it out and didn't bother to think about it. In fact, what Qin Hung didn't know was, it's not that no one is interested in this thing, but it's expensive and ordinary people can't afford it. Rich people are not so boring. Activating the prayer suit paralyzed the server, and I couldn't play it. The most important thing is that in the Tuching safe zone, everyone who hangs up and switches to watch a short movie is wearing a blessing necklace. The same goes for Hongming Village. Many players even put on a prayer necklace when they return to the city, just to avoid something similar happening again. The last prayer was activated and the baby rebelled. Not to mention everyone in the entire server knew about it, excluding those who haven't caught up. At least 90% of them know about it. Nowadays, many people are smart enough to go offline and go to the store. In this era where everyone is in danger and prays for blessings, it is really difficult to activate the prayer set to explode equipment and make a fortune. Therefore, the prayer set only became popular for a while after Sand City contest. After the price soared, no one paid attention to it. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are guys who are extremely mentally ill and want to cause trouble. For example, Qin Hung felt that Feng Shiguo was very capable of causing trouble. Brother Tianya, after 6 o'clock tonight, the official will carry out maintenance. Do you know? After the transaction was completed, the little boy suddenly asked, System maintenance? Qin Hung was stunned for a moment. Then his face showed joy. It's finally time for maintenance. It's not easy. After Xiaobu Dian and others left, Qin Hung eagerly switched out and entered the official website to check the maintenance announcement. Sure enough, the announcement is that the maintenance will be from 6 o'clock tonight to 6 o'clock tomorrow night. This made Qin Hung overjoyed. A full 24 hours of maintenance was enough for him to do many things in advance. You can go and swipe a wave of Zuma leader. Zhu Qi first. He felt excited when he thought that the Zuma leader with 20 lines was waiting for him. Returning to the game, Qin Hung made his decision immediately. Tianya Mingyu and Duanmu sadly continued to go to Zuma 4, while the big Tianya prodigal son prepared to buy another wave of ores. As soon as Tianya Mingyu and the others left, Tianya Longzi received private messages from Wooden House Ancient Clock and several other studios. When trading with Wooden House Ancient Bell and others, Qin Hung asked by the way, is there any venison with quality above 20? Yes, boss. How much does it cost? However, the price must be higher. When the Wooden House Ancient Clock and others heard this, they immediately became excited. They buy large amounts of venison from others every day, and naturally there are a lot of these 20 quality ones. I haven't started brushing today yet. There should be quite a few. I want them all. 2,000 gold coins each. Qin Hung chuckled. 2,000 gold coins? The wooden house, ancient bell, and others heard it, which was quite suitable. They bought a lot of goods. Only about 1,200 per piece, which is almost doubled now. But why does the first person in this game need venison of quality above 20? Recently, I have been hearing about people buying more than 20 pieces of venison. Is there something fishy in this? Boss, what's the use of this thing? The wooden house ancient clock asked tentatively. Qin Hung smiled and said, Don't worry. Sell it or not. I will only accept it for one day. And I will not accept it after today. Sell it. Of course I'll sell it. Ha ha. What does he care about using it for? It would be nice if I could make money anyway. Several major studios once again traded blessing necklaces and venison pieces with Qin Hung. After finishing, Qin Hung's blessing necklaces reached a total of 50,000. He originally had more than 30,000 pieces. Later, when the little one helped him sell equipment to save money, he also ate every day, including today's. It finally reached 50,000. 50,000? Is that a lot? It seems like a lot. But it's actually very little, because there are tens of millions of people in the entire server. And now everyone can afford to wear a blessing necklace worth 10,000 gold coins. And the consumption is still quite high. After all, a blessing necklace is finished after 3 times and cannot be repaired. Qin Hung just eats as much as he can every day. This is primitive accumulation. If a piece of 10,000 gold coins is sold, if the mission is really cancelled, and one piece can be sold for 1 million gold coins, how much profit will it make? 50,000 is 50 billion gold coins. Well, it seems that there are indeed very few. Tianyang Mingyu opens the 4th official position, and it will be gone. Poor. What's more, if the national war is enabled, it would be great to go abroad and engage in a wave. As for venison with quality above 20, the price reached 43,000 yuan after eating it specially selected by several studios. Boss, do you want any more meat? Woodhouse Guzhong and others asked after tasting the sweetness. Yes, as many as you want with quality above 20. Hearing this, Mu Guzhong and others hurried away and went to get a large number of goods from the meat brushing studio. Qin Hung's boss, on the other hand, went non-stop to buy various ores and stock up. It will be updated soon. When the new mission comes out, the mission may be to make ghost gloves. The second is to do the mystery shop task. There is also the mission of Destiny Blade. But Qin Hung felt that it was impossible for the government to release the mission of building a mysterious door now. The reward for that mission was to obtain a level 26 3-career Woma brand name weapon, Magic Wand, Silver Snake, Purgatory. These 3 weapons are now in full swing. How could the official release it right away? The task of doing the Blade of Destiny is even more impossible to do now, because it requires the player to be level 35 to do it. Moreover, the Blade of Destiny is a much more powerful weapon than Jing Zhongyue, and it is impossible for the government to release it now. Therefore, the most likely thing at the moment is the Ghost Glove mission. The reward for this mission is not only the Ghost Gloves, but also the Blessing Oil. At the last step, if you make the wrong choice, you will receive Blessing Oil. Maybe I can collect a batch by then. Unlike now, when little ones buy every day, they can't receive more than a few bottles. It's too hard to accept, mainly because there are too few. Currently, only Woma Leader and Evil Centipede usually drop. But this explosion rate is really impressive. It took a lot of effort to get a bottle, but it would probably be drunk by the players who are looking for treasures. He currently only has more than 30 bottles of Blessing Oil. He signed in and bought it occasionally when he was stocking up in the Viper Valley. This made him afraid to upgrade the luck points of weapons for each account. In addition, now that the 3 divine weapons have to be updated, Qin Hung will no longer know how to do it. Good steel should be used on the blade. Naturally, this Blessing Oil must be used on the upcoming 3 divine weapons, which is in line with maximizing interests. In the past, he could buy several bottles at the Viper Valley grocery store, but now he can rarely buy them, because the weapon gets lucky points by drinking Blessing Oil. It has long been posted on the internet by interested players. It's just that many people speculate that this thing is probably to increase the explosion rate of monsters or something. No matter what the guess is, many people will add Blessing Oil to their weapons after knowing it. Especially for boss masters. They basically drink the Blessing Oil as soon as they find it. Adding a little luck to the weapon is also a manifestation of pretentiousness. After all, this thing is too difficult to get out of. However, he was lucky this time. Qin Hung got 2 bottles in the Viper Valley. The price of 10,000 bottles is still very attractive for novices. While stocking up, Qin Hung thought about it for a while, and wanted to chat with the little one privately, and ask her to start buying deer blood. Anyway, it's the last day. If you give me a shout out, you might get a lot more. As for whether anyone will suspect that the game company leaked the news in advance, Qin Hung has nothing to do with it. There is someone to wipe his butt anyway. Hey, by the way, you can't let the little one shout. Otherwise, it might cause trouble for her. Just shout it yourself. When someone really makes trouble, the game company can't do anything to him. There's just something wrong with it. After he made a speech, it is estimated that many people will follow suit, because he is also a celebrity after all. No matter what, it's as much as you can charge. The prodigal son of the end of the world is shouting on all servers. Purchase large quantities of deer blood and antlers, each worth 50,000 gold coins. Purchase large quantities of venison pieces with quality above 20, worth 2,000 gold coins each. Come to 20 Line Beach City and as soon as they are available. To complete the Ghost Gloves quest, you need quality 5 chicken, quality 20 venison, antler and deer blood. There is no need to accept quality 5 chicken, but quality 20 venison is fine because it is more difficult to obtain. Although there are a lot of people painting pictures every day, there is also a lot of top quality venison produced, but there aren't that many of them above 20. At least Qin Hung has collected all the ones on the market today. If the mission is open tomorrow, the market will be in a vacuum state in the short term. This is Qin Hung's opportunity. However, with 20 lines, a lot of them come out every day. In addition, it will be a bit difficult to complete this task at that time. And the price of venison with quality above 20 is very likely to be just a flash in the pan, because it can continue to produce every day. But the amount of deer antlers and deer blood it can produce every day cannot keep up. This will inevitably make the price of deer blood with quality above 20 go on a roller coaster. But what does it matter? Qin Hung only needs to wait for the mission to open up and sell the venison to major merchants when the price of venison skyrockets. As for whether the merchant can sell it or whether he will lose money, it is none of his business. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. But it is not about forceful buying and selling. Therefore, Qin Hung will not have any psychological burden. And there was nothing he could do about spending 20,000 gold coins on deer antlers and deer blood. Because currently, only by defeating the Dark Palace deer, the deer blood and antlers will be exploded. Anyone who can impress that thing is a master. You are asking for thousands of gold coins. But others have them, and are too lazy to come to you. It's not worth it. 50,000 gold coins is enough to buy a potion, which is more or less the same. After Qin Hung's announcement to all servers, he immediately received a large number of guild announcements and private messages, naming the poor family. Brother prodigal son, do you want deer antlers and deer blood? I have more than 20 deer antlers, and I drank all the deer blood. I will come back and give it to you later. Xingya's sadness. Brother prodigal, I have more than 10 bottles of deer antlers. I don't need any money to give them to you. Fearless lone wolf. Boss prodigal, I have a few bottles of deer antlers for you. Ligator. Boss, I have it. Doodle-doodle-doodle. Boss, I have some deer antlers and a deer blood for you. And Yuan Jian Tianmu. Boss prodigal, I have 7 or 8 deer antlers and 2 deer blood. I give them to you for free. Yujian goes to hell. Boss prodigal son, I have it. I don't need any money. Mu Shui. Boss prodigal, I have 3 deer antlers. No money required. Night owl. Boss, I have 2 deer antlers. No money. Guan Hai. Boss prodigal son, I have 5 antlers here. No money required. The little mushroom that is so cool. Boss, the prodigal son, I have a deer antler here. It's free of charge. Crazy Dance 220. Ha ha. 50,000 antlers each. Not bad. I have 2 here. Prodigal boss, I will sell them to you. Crazy Mo. Ha ha. I have 1 here too. It can be exchanged for medicine. Not bad. Okay. Sugarcoat. I have 1 here too. Hey, is the prodigal boss going to give everyone benefits? Shinwuhui. Ha ha. Brother prodigal wants it. I have more than 10 of them that I can sell to you. Tears fell on the great wall. Hey, I have 10 deer antlers and 25 deer blood. I will sell them to you for 100,000 gold coins. Feng Shigua. Hey, do you want 100,000 deer antler and deer blood? I have 10 deer antlers, 30 deer blood. I miss you in boxes in the cool night. Brother, I have a lot of quality 20 venison. Do you want it? Shangjong Electric. 2 pieces of quality 20 venison. 3,000 gold coins. Do you want it? Silent Gaze. Quality 20 venison. As much as you want. The wind on the horizon. Will you accept the 60,000 gold coins of deer blood? Bailey Qingmu. 200,000 pieces of deer blood. Do you want it? Gold medal businessman. Brother, why do you want so much deer blood? Antler and venison? In addition to the people in the guild shouting, there are also a large number of other people chatting privately. Most people sell deer antlers, which contain very little deer blood. Many people raise the price directly. The unknown Dark Hall has been open for some time, and many masters in the guild have beaten Dark Hall deer to one degree or another. There were also many people from other guilds, which soon led to many people coming to Qin Hung for business. Qin Hung stopped stocking up for the time being and collected these things first. He also directly accepted the offers from Feng Shigua, Yi Lingqing Great Wall and others. After the transaction was successful, this caused Feng Shigua to become suspicious. I feel like this guy might have some great power. Feng Shigua touched his chin and cried to the Great Wall. You've already sold it. Why do you think so much? Great Wall said speechlessly as he burst into tears. How about we take some too? Feng Shigua suggested. Take your sister? Even if the price of this thing can increase. How much can it increase? He sold it for 100,000 gold coins. A tear fell upon the Great Wall, and she curled her lips. Well, that's right. If you have this time, you might as well upgrade your weapons. It took Qin Hung 2 full hours to finish this business. Received a total of 10,000 deer antlers, 1,000 bottles of deer blood, more than 20,000 pieces of venison of quality above 20. In this way, he has a total of 31,000 bottles of deer blood, 10,000 antlers, 70,000 pieces of venison with quality above 20. Qin Hung was a little surprised that Lu Antler had received so much. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was being cleaned up. 20 lines. Each line refreshes several Dark Palace deer in 2 hours. It has been open for so long, and it is not surprising that so much has been accumulated. It's mainly deer antler. Only the materials are displayed, and it only costs 100 gold coins to be sold in the store. Therefore, many people are crowded in the warehouse. There are still many people who were not online and did not see Qin Heng's message. Otherwise, they would have received more. Deer blood is supposed to be about the same amount as deer antlers, but many people just drink it. So how much is there in stock? It's already good to receive 1,000 bottles. After receiving the goods, Qin Hung continued to sweep up or and other things. On the other side, in the 4th floor of 20 Line Zuma, after more than 2 hours of leveling up, Duanmu sadly upgraded to level 21. Still far short of level 22. The equipment was also updated again. And I got a 5/20 horse killing sword with an accuracy +1. Wearing a prayer helmet that attacks 1. Strength defense has increased a lot. It's just a pity that nothing good came out. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Hung switched to stocking up on gold ore and black iron ore. Tianyang Mingyu and the others also changed lanes. And Duanmu sadly finally reached level 22. As soon as he reached level 22, he changed his clothes again. I held in my hand a Shura weapon with an attack rate of 0/23, accuracy +1, and strength +1. Wearing a piece of heavy armor with 1 attack and 410 defense. They were all picked up when the baby rebelled last time. And they are better than the heavy armor he originally stored. After having such a high defense, he finally changed the ring, and no longer wore the pair of horn rings with 3 defense. Instead, he put on 2 dragon rings that attack 6. One of them has defense 0/1 and attack 0/6. The hidden attributes of the dragon ring are also revealed. Defense 0/1. Attack and kill sword damage increased by 5%. Not bad. After putting on the pair of attack dragon rings, Duanmu sadly chopped down the Wedge Moss and Zuma archers. But he also chopped them very quickly. The prodigal son of the end of the world passed by. And after the 3 of them played for more than an hour, they finally got offline. I looked at the time. It was past 2 in the afternoon. And Mingyu was still wearing a pair of high-quality underwear and hugging him to sleep. From time to time he frowned slightly, and occasionally showed a satisfied smile. Looking at the sleeping beauty, Qin Hung lightly tapped her cheek. I really went too far last night. Otherwise the other party would be a grandmaster, and he would never be able to sleep so soundly. Qin Heng's actions immediately woke up Mingyu. Ah! Husband! Are you awake? Are you hungry? I'm going to tell Chunju and the others to serve the food. Mingyu got out of bed and took just 2 steps. But she paused and frowned slightly. Honey! Do you want me to treat you? I guarantee that all injuries will be healed immediately. Qin Hung held Mingyu with a little heartache, but his eyes were rolling. No. No need. Mingyu shook her head in a panic and refused. Last night, her husband coaxed her to eat Wanyan Shuishuang several times, and she almost went crazy. Qin Hung had no choice but to regret in his heart. After the two had a meal, Qin Hung continued to enter the game to kill monsters. Mingyu, who was injured, did not go out and sat cross-legged next to Qin Hung. Meditation practice. She found that after the battle last night, she gained a lot of energy from her husband. If you practice more quietly, you should be able to break through the 8 stars. After brushing, Qin Hung entered the game. As soon as I showed up at the Tuching Inn, I heard the gold medal businessman shouting in the guild. Purchase large quantities of deer blood and antlers, each worth 50,000 gold coins. Purchase large quantities of venison pieces with quality above 20, worth 2,000 gold coins each. Come to First Line Tuching Inn as soon as they are available. Qin Hung. The gold medal businessman actually copied the content of his slogan and purchased things. Could it be that the other party got inside information? Or was he just following his lead? Qin Hung was about to ask. But the little boy also shouted the advertisement just now in the guild. This was something Qin Hung asked her to buy from time to time when she was offline. After thinking about it, Qin Hung privately chatted with the gold medal businessman. Sister, why are you buying it too? Brother, you are a legend in our business world. I just bought some to see. By the way, most other businessmen are also buying. The gold medal businessman laughed. What? Other merchants are also buying? Qin Hung was stunned when he heard this. Although he had thought that others would follow suit. Wasn't this too cruel? In fact, Qin Hung still doesn't know that he is making a lot of money by hoarding skill books, equipment, meat, and medicine powder packets? Now, in the eyes of gold medal businessmen, legendary business houses, and honest businessmen, he is a legend, a myth. In the past few days, they were just a little surprised when Xiaobu Dian received quality 20 pieces of meat. But they would not follow suit. But as soon as Qin Hung shouted, "Come on!" everyone followed suit. Fortunately, perhaps because of their belief in Qin Hung, no one raised the price to stock up. Perhaps it is also possible that people are unwilling to raise the price excessively when they don't understand what this thing is used for. Otherwise, if you lose, you will cry to death. Qin Hung walked out of the inn. And sure enough, in the safe zone, information about purchasing deer blood, deer antler, etc. was overwhelming. He was speechless for a while. Fortunately, I ate it first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to receive it now. After asking the little boy about it, sure enough, during the more than an hour he left, he collected very little deer blood and antler, but some quality 20 meat pieces. Qin Hung didn't care too much. Just take as much as you can. He went to Zuma 4 to practice leveling on the 3rd day, and in the blink of an eye it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The server is finally under maintenance. Just after the maintenance was completed, Qin Hung went offline. Mingyue's health is probably much better, and she can walk normally. But she still looks a little awkward. During the meal, Qin Hung ate quickly and explained something by the way. Honey, when I practice, it will take a longer time. At least until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. If there is nothing urgent, don't wake me up. Mingyu nodded. Okay. But husband, don't work too hard. Take a proper rest. 5 minutes. In just 5 minutes, Qin Hung finished eating. Go wash up quickly. But it took him 25 minutes to scrub, because Chun Ju and others took turns helping him wash his hair. It took a little longer. Actually, it's not that Qin Hung didn't want to enter the game early, but based on last experience, game updates always take a while. It will probably be updated in half an hour. This is also the reason why he washes his hair with peace of mind. Soon, a refreshed Qin Hung returned to the room and started to play the game. Mingyu looked at Chun Ju and others suspiciously, and took her directly to the room to ask. Brush. Qin Hung went online and appeared at the First Line Tuching Inn. When I went out, I saw that the whole city was quiet, which was very nice. Has Zuma 7 been updated? With this question in mind, Qin Hung and the other 3 began to move randomly and instantaneously towards Zuma Temple. Boo-hoo-hoo. After a chaotic flight, Qin Hung's 3 accounts gathered at Zuma Temple. Once you get to the 4th floor, don't fight. Just go through randomly. This time, Duanmu, who is only level 22, wore the invisibility ring sadly. Tianyang Mingyu has a level 3 shield and flies randomly among the monsters. When she encounters the perverted Zuma, she cannot be killed even with a few hits. The three of them rushed into the 5th floor of Zuma without any danger. Once here, continue flying randomly. The entrance to the lower Zuma pavilion is in the upper left corridor on the 5th floor of Zuma. There is a small room there. After entering, you can enter the maze-like Zuma pavilion. Only after passing the Zuma pavilion can you enter the 6th floor of Zuma. After the system restarted, the place was densely populated with monsters. Qin Heng's goal is very simple. That is, Duanmu sadly goes to a safe corner randomly, and Tianyao Mingyu and Tianyao Longzi go to the entrance randomly. After gaining a foothold, the trumpet randomly passes by. Boo hoo hoo. After a random meal, Qin Heng's Tianyao Prodigal took the lead in arriving at the entrance corridor of Xia Zuma Pavilion. I took a look at the small room under the Zuma Pavilion. It was so densely packed with monsters that I couldn't get through it without cleaning it. So he summoned the dog and brought the surrounding monsters to life. Ouch ouch. Countless Zuma guards, Zuma statues, wedge moths, and horned flies rushed towards the dog. The dog howled and stood up, and began to spray flames at the monsters. Call out. At this time Tianyao Mingyu also came over, rushed to the dog, threw a fire wall on the horned fly, and killed a group of wedge moths with an ice roar. Then, he threw a blast of ice at the surrounding monsters and roared. After confirming that there were no perverted monsters, I started to blast the H.L. lightning. The prodigal son of Tianyao cooperated with the poison and killed the monsters with residual health. Call out. The two tubas stood firm, and Duanmu sadly teleported over. He was also not idle, cooperating in cleaning up monsters with residual health. Soon the monsters at the door were cleared away, and a handful of demons, a magnifying glass, and several bottles of powerful goal-creating medicine were dropped. As per the old rules, Tianyao Prodigal and Duanmu quietly blocked the door, summoned the mythical beasts, and revived the petrified Zuma monster. Tianyao Mingyu ice roared and smashed over, and surprisingly found a perverted Zuma statue and a perverted Zuma archer. The prodigal son of Tianyao poisoned the two perverted Zuma who were blocked by monsters, and the Tianyao Mingyu electric perverted Zuma statue. It was so electrified that it took small steps, held the long square-shaped halberd, and spun around quickly, but it couldn't get through. The prodigal son of Tianyao used the soul fire talisman to shoot the perverted Zuma archer. The perverted Zuma archer who was originally attacking Tianyao Mingyu, immediately vented his anger on Tianyao prodigal son. Clank clank clank. The perverted Zuma archer shot arrows at the prodigal son at very high speed. But unfortunately, he could only take away about 20 drops of blood from the prodigal son each time. In less than a minute, Tianyao Mingyu, who was newly equipped with the Devil Bell, was the first to electrocute the perverted Zuma statue, and even exploded a magic shield and a bamboo flute. It was not bad. Soon, the perverted Zuma archer was also killed by the two of them, and a magnifying glass dropped, which was better than nothing. Without the perverted Zuma monster, Tianyao Mingyu rushed in and began to clean up the monsters with H.Lish lightning. After cleaning up, a gold ring and an ebony bracelet exploded on the ground again. After cleaning up, the three of them came to the innermost gate of the small house. This gate is actually just a small gate in the previous legendary game, but after this place is expanded, at least 2 or 3 people can enter at the same time. Below is the maze-like Zuma pavilion. I don't know if it is open. The Taoist took the dog down first to attract fire. Brush. The prodigal son of Tianyao appeared in a small, square room. Fortunately, Zuma Pavilion was finally opened. This also means that the Zuma leader behind him has also been protected, which makes Qin Heng very happy. Qin Heng was so excited that his whole body trembled when he thought about the countless top-level equipment he was about to obtain. Ouch! Thump edge. In front of my eyes, as far as I could see, the entire small house was filled with densely packed monsters. Zuma guard, Zuma statue, wedge moth, hornfly. After Qin Heng became invisible, most of the monsters attacked the dog. He ignored the attacks from several mobs around him and looked at the small room. Sure enough, it was still the same as in the previous life. In the small room, there was an arched door made of blue bricks in every direction. Mysterious ceiling runes are engraved everywhere on the walls of the entire room. This is Zuma Temple's maze, Zuma Pavilion, designed to block adventurers. If the player wants to enter the next level,